I mean, how the brackets have went. We have lots of close games happening on yesterday, a bunch of 7-4s here and there, actually 3 of them. And we're going to see like the conclusion to all of that here today, the grand finals. But you guys have to be aware, we're going to have 3 best of 3s. We're in the Philippine stage right now. Prior 2 weeks, we had the Singapore and Malaysian qualifiers, and then we're going to have the Philippine ones. Next week will be the Indonesian ones. So guys, we're halfway through this, and as we get closer to that playoff state, the level of competition will obviously increase when we do get to that playoffs weekend.
Indeed, I mean, it's really exciting to see how all these amateur teams are trying to take the next step up because, we have seen the new relegation information being released. So, from here, you can eventually get a direct path to the Apex South region. But, let's look at the results from yesterday. As you mentioned, 3-7-4 results, so fairly close across the board. So we might be on for a very, very close set of games today in the best of 3s, depending on how deep the map pools are. So ONSLAUGHT Esports will be our first versus Creators, followed by VALKYRIE Esports versus DESOLATE. Then the final will be played afterwards, and then we'll decide which team out of these 4 remaining will go to the main Operation League to join the Malaysian, Singaporean, and later Indonesian qualifiers.
That is the case. And as you talked about it here in Vian, the grand finalist, the winner of this entire whole season coming into the playoffs, the winner of that will be, having a direct seed into the Apex South League. And that's something huge. That's something we've been waiting for in the Operation League for many seasons now. We're here in Season 4, and now we finally have that rule set come in. So as you talked about, first 2 games of the day, ONSLAUGHT versus Creators and VALKYRIE versus DESOLATE. That's our semifinal. Then the grand final right after. Of course, these teams are playing for a huge prize pool here for the playoffs itself, but we're going to have to find out who will be that representative for the Philippines to go on over and qualify into the grand finals. Honestly, there are some teams here looking to be quite the favorites in that ONSLAUGHT Esports are a team filled with players who have experience otherwise than other teams. Maybe even before Operation League, they were competing in the Philippine scene. They were some of the more active players, but they came from a bunch of different teams, and now they band up. VALKYRIE Esports, they took down a team, UFO, who were filled with some of the best players in the region, in the Philippine region recently, and so it was such a big showing for them to win that 7-4, although it was a single map, but we're going to have to find out and see who exactly will be moving on forward today. So let's get on over to the first match, the map vetoes for this opening semifinal. It seems like we got it right there.
Right, so we are having Coastline picked by ONSLAUGHT, followed by Clubhouse picked by Creators, and then the decider will be Oregon. Now, Black and Blue, of course, your home region, so I'm going to throw it to you. Tell me, what do these map choices signify for these 2 teams specifically?
I find it quite interesting that we're literally getting the 3 most played maps that we have here in the Philippines. We got Coastline, we got Clubhouse, and we have Oregon, of course. The first and the last, Oregon and Coastline here, are quite comfort picks, to be quite honest with you. And I wouldn't have expected Coastline to be like that. I mean, at least coming into the past year and a half, but it just has been that way. The trend has been focusing that way. And for Oregon, I think that's a bit more self-explanatory. I guess as a whole in Southeast Asia, lots of teams like playing Oregon, and that's true almost anywhere else also in Pro. But Clubhouse is the most, I guess, sweaty map that we have typically here in the Philippines, commonly played. Aside from that, maybe Villa now and then, but you would see a common Chalet and Cafe ban, of course, if Chalet was still here, but it isn't. So in this case, rest of the maps banned, but we pretty much got our 3 standard maps that we see for the most part here in the Philippines.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we will have to see whether these 2 teams, usually teams at this level, the maps they pick, they're very good at, they're very practiced at, but then the moment they go to the other map, they kind of look quite shaky, not as practiced, don't know the specific setups, they only know the default setups, and that happens quite a bit. Teams don't have a full 7 map deep map pool, they can't practice as much, but some teams do. Some teams are able to just edge it out a little bit, bring out some pocket strategies maybe sometimes. So I'm very excited for this lineup of maps. This is a fairly varied setup, although I would have liked to see Bank being played, haven't been able to do much of that so far. But we'll head right into the game between ONSLAUGHT and Creators. Our first map, it is going to be, I believe, Coastline.
All right, no mucking about. We're going into map number 1 here. And we're going to get the Monty, the Ace, and obviously the Valkyrie ban, which is a quite common ban here at least. Very, very effective to have the Valkyrie up online to do lots of damage, get lots of information, especially here on a map like Coastline, which can be so open, which is kind of funny considering how compact it is. But Melusi, the fourth and final ban here coming from ONSLAUGHT, as we're now going to be moving into the action phase. As I'm looking at it here, with the bans, coming from the creators to be both going, Ace and Valkyrie, that kind of tells me that, like, okay, they really just don't want to have to mess with anything too annoying on their part, not going to want to have to look for those Valkyrie cams, and obviously not going to have to deal with the sightlines that Ace can open up here. But we do see some teams actually not bring a single hard breach, maybe aside from Hibana, on this map, and that is definitely quite viable. In this case, that's exactly what creators go for, picking the Hibana here, Nomad for the run-out catch, and obviously they got lots of fragging potential otherwise with the soft destruct here on Jan and Buck.
Well, the Buck is going to get swapped over for an Ash right away, so it still maintains some amount of soft breach potential. Ash obviously having those 2 breaching rounds. It does give her a little bit, maybe arguably, an edge in terms of movement. She is a 3-speed after all, or as some people like to believe, 5-speed. But we'll see whether that's really the truth. Over here, Monty ban over here on Coastline. It's still a bit of an interesting ban, Monty, especially with the changes specifically to the service entrance over on the kitchen side. I think Monty's not as strong anymore to bulldoze his way in and create a sneaky plant. So maybe ONSLAUGHT hasn't quite utilized the ban that well, but on the other hand, they will know creators far better than we do. And perhaps creators has a really, really good Monty player that they don't want to give any opportunity to.
What's interesting about this, what they're doing here, this setup with their composition, is that normally this would be done with a Mira over the Maestro, and normally they'd have a Womaya as well, maybe over the Vigil, to pull this off. They are going to be playing rather the Blue and Sunrise, Bar to start off the map, which arguably can be a very strong site if you know how to play it. They have him there in the anchor position. I should believe that's Shogi on the mute to hold down the line. If it's not, then it's probably Smoke, but for the most part, they have a pretty good setup here. I'm just curious to see if they're going to be able to pull it off, knowing that they've kind of substituted out the normal kind of operators that you have in these situations. But let's see if they can really make it happen. They're going to have Kaijo lurk above instead in VIP, and that could propose a problem here to ONSLAUGHT, rather to creators. I thought it was a Nitro Cell at first, but luckily it wasn't.
Oh, the jump scares from the jumping Twitch drone. I wonder if the Nomad also, just for a second was like, hey, what's flying towards me? Oh no, it's a Twitch drone. Imagine the scenes if he had sniped it out of the air.
Oh my gosh, if he just flicked his own teammate's Twitch drone, unfortunate.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, you usually don't expect drone to be flying towards the face that accurately.
Yeah. Directly at you, it seemed almost pre-planned, predisposed to do that, but okay, Error trying to stop any error in his ways here on the luggage side. IDBTM finds that frag, but the double kill here goes in the way of the creators, Infian.
Very interesting, the errors also brought the R4C, many Ash mains across the world, especially in top flight. Oh, he's begging for that rotation, finally gets it. But yeah, many Ash mains in the top flight even have abandoned that R4C due to its inconsistent recoil profile now that it has. They've gone over the G36C, which also has an angle grip. Another engagement that was a very, very poorly chosen fight from Kobe Nata. He just came up the stairs with little intel. They have full sight, really, over here, creators. They don't have the diffuser plant, though. They have an inkling of where this player might be, flashing the hallway, but they aren't able to find the second one. Flashing couches as well. Ash, it takes so much damage, but still alive. Chugi gets down from the cross angle. It's IDBTM, but good. Jelly, the Nomad, shuts him down.
There was some inkling of like having a sophisticated setup here, but I do think there were a few minor but eventually major errors that did kind of bite them.
Yes.
Like there obviously no Mira, but aside from that, why was there an ADS in Cool Vibes if they weren't even planning to hold Cool Vibes? That begs the question. I mean, normally you'd kind of put that inside the Sunrise bar itself, but it is what it is. Although, the important factor here is creators. They take an opening round, and in very quick fashion, they just completely storm that second floor. Nothing that Kaijo could have been able to seemingly do on that vigil could stop them from coming in luggage. I mean, normally you'd kind of have that vigil lurk, towards penthouse side, but in this case, well, they did what they did, and creators, they punished them heftily for that. Look at this, though. Onslaught not giving up, gonna try this around the second time here.
Yeah, they are looking to, maybe just shore up some basics. It really looked like once those initial engagements went the way of creators, Onslaught was really not ready. They went down to 3v5, the Maestro pushed up very late on little info and lost his life too. Then it was 2v5, they had side control the attackers, and at that point it's really hard for Onslaught to make anything happen. So I guess this time, if they don't lose that initial engagement, and as you said, they use the setup well, they have, as you can see, there is someone on Cool Vibes this time around. Maybe they will slow the previous round. So now, if they're able to hold on to these power positions, maybe it can work out for them. Although Coastline is still, in a sense, an attacker-sided map, because it invites a lot of pressure onto the defenders, unless they are aggressive themselves.
Yeah, like, almost every single site you have on this map can be directly influenced from the outside, which is by far a big plus factor to be dealt for an attacker. But in this case, they're still going to go with the exact same composition, exact same lineup for the meantime. I haven't even talked about the fact that Ice Cream is a known player here as well in the Philippines. He's played on some different teams, and he's going to be now on the Jaeger. This typically, this setup would be stacked with the Jaeger and the Womai. Typically, the Jaeger isn't enough to do it alone, but he still finds that frag rather, on the Ice Cream, going prone, drop shot himself, and he gets the kill on Cool Vibes. So that's another opening pick here for the side of the creators.
And it is going untraded as well. Kaijo, there we go, finally. Just as I open my mouth, it is traded. It's a late trade, but it's traded nonetheless. And not too sure, though, if it allows the position to be held. It doesn't seem to be anyone on Cool Vibe just yet, and Jello Jelly gets one more on Kaijo. So that is a 3 versus 4 setup now. With half the round still left to go, Cook Neko is going to try and send out a frag grenade, but of course, without any support from Flashbangs to clear out the ADSs, these frag grenades are both going to die, and he's going to lose his life himself. IDBTM, he just pops up at the right moment, takes him out. Good aggression, that's exactly what you need as a defender over here.
Very nicely done. That's a very important position to hold on to there from the smoke on IDBTM. That is a position that will allow them to deny the plant on the entirety of Sunrise as long as he is still up online and alive. Jello Jelly, that's almost a tongue twister of a name. Trying to go a bit more on the wayward side here, maybe towards main lobby and get a flank off. You can see Aimer doing what his name says, looking down there towards Sunrise, as Jello Jelly will be able to find a frag in the Chugi to bring it down to 2v3. A double for him in this round, and now they have a position to try and maybe go for a plant, but they're gonna have to find some way to force their way into the blue bar. Krova, though, coming from Cool Vibes, could be exactly what they need to pincer this site off.
Now Krovax, very, very careful right now. They seem to be vaguely aware that there's going to be someone coming in from the east side, but I think their efforts might be misguided over onto the kitchen hallway. But the diffuser has gone down! That was way too late on the smoke right there. Surprise us all. Surprise ONS the most. Now Kobenata is going to check, not sure if he's going to check plants. He doesn't! He's going to get his head taken clean off by Krovax over here. Oh, one more could have gone the Twitch's way. And there we go, finally IDBTM unable to connect, and what was looking like a decent round for the defenders just fell apart at the end. They let the plant happen, they were unawares, and it was fully in control of CRS.
Yeah, just dismantling here the defense that the creators, rather Onslaught Esports, has been putting out. Doesn't seem like it's been working for them, so they're going now to the second floor. This time Penthouse and Theater, though, they bring out the mirror finally. They kind of needed that 2 rounds ago, but now they pull out the mirror here, which I'm hoping for their sake is going to start to turn things around in their favor, because they cannot let the creators here just get too out of hand. They cannot let them get too far ahead, otherwise it might be quite difficult to come back on in the second half. But You're going to switch out the Sledge here on the 6th pick for the side of Creators, who have been looking pretty good so far. That round closer, though. Second round closer for the side of Onslaught than it was on that first. And so this could be a changing point, a turning point for them. And now they also finally stack the Wamai and Jaeger here, now this time on Penthouse.
Honestly, I don't quite like this idea of going to Penthouse and Creator. Sure, they're bringing a mirror, and that is, well, I mean, that's just pretty much all you can do with mirror on this site. This is a very limited site. Like this, the rotations between sites is literally a doorway, as you can see. Oh, the vault holes are opening, but both of them are easily held by the big window on the side. They can be held from the Hall of Fame as well. So it's very easy to lock the defenders in place over there. I would much rather have liked to see Onslaught actually try double bar with the mirror instead. Because in fact, if you can put the mirror on the, I believe, the southeast corner of Sunrise Bar, you can watch the kitchen hallway, the kitchen doorway, as well as as well as Blue Bar, all at the same time from one position, one operator.
That spot where they're placing the mace cams a while ago when they were going on Blue and Sunrise is exactly about where you'd kind of want the mirror, around that whole back area. And it can be such a strong position if you do have a mirror, but now they pull it out here in Penthouse. We've seen some teams actually kind of set up in the hallway itself, like put 2 shields on either side of 90 and then hold that to try and hold on to the corner, because as you said, there's like barely any rotations from site to site on this one that they picked. So you kind of need that hallway control just to be able to have another avenue of going in. But then VIP is going to be a big problem coming from the outside as well. So I don't know, Onslaught Esports, they might be shooting themselves in the foot with these setups that they have. As you said, Double Bar is actually one of the best sites that you can take on this map, but it does require a bit of finesse to pull off. In this case, Creators, they've been making it look a lot more savage than Onslaught for being able to do this.
We're gonna have to wait and see whether Onslaught can bring us anything exciting over here, because so far Creators are running the show. It's very easy for them to take control as well. They are playing very passively, these defenders, and Creators is more than happy to take control. They're not hesitant, like they might have encountered other teams to do.
Let's see now, though. We can be able to keep that up. A great shot here by IDBTM, taking a bit of an off angle here on top of the stairs, and he didn't expect him. He has a Nitrocell threat, but he's going to get pincered. Able to somehow survive. Where's the pressure coming from? Ice Cream here. Perfect timing from him, but he has to watch that luggage side. Otherwise, they're both going to get killed from it. You can see Kobe not taking lots of damage here, potentially from a nade. Jello will get that kill, and Troya will do the same. Ice Cream, where are you looking? Gets shot from the back, and you're down to a 4v3.
Jello Jelly swung in and kicked that bandit in the face. I'm pretty sure that's what happened over there. That's why it came up with the knife icon over there. Oh no, the bandit ignominiously dies, and we can see another engagement coming in. Cook Neko, very poor, very sloppily takes that engagement, and on the prone angle, Jello Jelly gets the second of the round. It's a 2 vs 4. Shugi might still be able to make a flank happen if the mirror of Kobenata can hold on. The diffuser is going down though, it's gonna fall off. The Hibana goes away and dies. That's a bad decision, but get pushed from behind. The last 2 defenders, they get taken out, and Creators, a little bit dicey, a little bit sloppy, but they make it happen, and because this was the weakest site, they made it happen.
I mean, you kind of pick the weakest site on the map, so it's kind of expected for that to happen.
Even though the attackers were sloppy, right? They still made it they still could get away with it because of how weak the site inherently is.
Yeah, like there isn't much you can do with that. There's very few anchor positions that are actually safe on the site itself, and then after that, outside of it, the immediate areas outside, it's very hard to control as well. So, I don't know, man. They finally go hookah this time. They pull out the Kavera, which I have to assume is a troll. Otherwise, you'd kind of want the Vigil instead. But nope, they stick on it. Kaijo going full party time here as Onslaught looking up to turn up the heat with a very unorthodox play.
Well, I mean, if Talon Esports can do it to Mantis at PS and Apex North, why not Kaijo to Creators? If Aziz can do it, so can Kaijo. We gotta believe.
Okay, interestingly enough, they have a hole here to bail out
Yeah,
of.
what's
Typically,
that?
it's on the
What is
typically it's
that?
on the opposite side, like the far left, if anything.
I
but
guess
like
they're
the far
trying
north.
to open a long angle to the top of the luggage area, you know, just hold that from
Oh, okay.
inside of sight, prevent the
But why is it
attackers from
so
taking
big?
too much of a foothold. Maybe that's the idea behind it, but I don't know. I've not seen it in action before, and it does seem risky because you do have a scope disadvantage and you will have an information disadvantage just being the defenders.
It could take some pressure off of the player inside that room, but it's a spot that normally you would see one of your anchors play, especially a smoke in this case, like pre change to how his smoke gadget dissipates, where you could, you know, just smoke. Is it what's the proper term? Wallbang smoke trick, with the canisters to deny the plant on default a sight. But well, they open that up. Let's see how exactly and what exactly their plan is with that hole. Maybe gonna use it as sightline to luggage, as you said, catch some of the attackers off guard. But as they get up to the roof, they should be able to notice that. Let's see, though, if that's exactly going to be the case here, as they're looking to take Sunrise Bar to start things off, which could be a very important spot to take when you're going for the hookah site, because it will allow you to gain control of that. You don't have to worry about the runouts, nor the nitro cells from underneath. So it's a very strong position to kind of help mount your attack on the hookah site.
Now jumping quick show, quickly making its way through luggage, checking out exactly where all these gadgets are. He's gonna take out one my gadget, can't get the second, the reload's not too quick. And Umai peeks up from behind the back counter. Oh, that was a kill if there was no reinforcement in the way for Cook Neko. Ice Cream's already taken a little bit of damage, and he's gonna lose his life. Jello Jelly, once again, he's performing really well. 6 kills to only 1 death, though Kovacs. He gets taken out by the Carrera, so maybe not the worst pick so far.
Okay.
At least treated himself at the worst.
No, no interrogación, but still it's a kill, which I think is a more important factor here. Sideline made by Aimer. This could be very important,
Ooh,
especially under
that's
pressure
a
here. Applied
down.
to IDBTM. He goes down in Fim, which is a huge pick here to find for the side of creators. Now it will allow them at least, you know, more space to work with that smoke being offline. If they can get the kill, he's down, but not just out yet.
Chugi, he gets taken out. Cook Neko pushes in and gets 2, including the down player. Kobe Nata helps out. The Caveira coming on the flank. Oh, he's gonna clutch it though. Oh, that's a 1v1 that he really needed to win. And the Jackal against his arch nemesis Caveira loses that gunfight. And that Caveira is looking somehow like an inspired pick.
Okay, it works, I guess. Caveira diff is true. Caveira buff somehow works. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Use the interrogation.
Yeah, he
so-
didn't even use it. He just
But he
used
was
the
using the
SMG.
silent step, so maybe that
That was
kind
true.
of hit his rotations, like the sounds.
You know what I think it was? It's the fact that
Mhm.
when he was on the vigil, he was getting sniffed out by the Jackal a lot. So I really think he was only
True.
picking it straight up
Oh
for the
yeah, that's
silent
right.
step.
The silence, yeah, the silent step may have just been a huge factor, a direct counter pick, and it worked out. More and fittingly, he was the one who killed the Jackal in the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really bad gun on the damn thing, but correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't it have like the razor sight, like the other hollow, the fancy hollow? No, does not. Okay,
I'm not
apparently.
too sure. I just remember it sounds pretty annoying to me, and you know it just has a bad
Yeah.
damage model.
It sounds like a pea shooter pipe gun. Anyways, we're going back
Yeah.
now to the penthouse site. They're attempting this once more. I honestly like the look of their blue and sunrise, the double bar sights that they were
10
picking
seconds left.
a while ago, but I think they just kind of have had a misguided
seconds to go.
composition on that, you know, to just switch things up. But their setup in itself wasn't bad. If anything, it was for the most part correct. There were a few minor adjustments, but it was looking pretty good. It looked better than they did, honestly, on Penthouse, even though this site came down closer to them. I guess that's kind of the recency that they're trying to work with.
Now, a little bit of a calm before the storm. This is the first round that creators really didn't look good enough, and coincidence, it's on arguably the strongest bomb set here on Coastline, being hookah and billiards. So now they have gone back
Device
to
planted.
Penthouse and Theaters, that bomb site that we believe
Bomb located by
is
attackers.
one of the weakest. I'm surprised that Kitchen hasn't been played just yet, especially with the changed service entrance that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a different thing nowadays. I mean, it isn't exactly such a huge difference, but there are 4 sites on this map, and they're already at round number 5, and they have yet to try the 4th, which is, honestly, I'd kind of prefer over Penthouse here, Kitchen. Although, it is a site that many teams are comfortable attacking, so maybe that's something they want to pull off away from, especially here in the Philippines. Lots of teams like picking Kitchen, and so, inversely, lots of teams are used to attacking Kitchen. But they do have the Flores here to try and ease things up a bit. Able to get some barb down into the entrance of the penthouse itself, but they don't really have any real staging ground just yet to start to surmount this attack. They still got a minute and a half left on the clock. Trying to check out this aqua position, make sure that it's clear for the most part, which it is. But luggage should be, as they pie out of this corner, should be their first point of contention here on top of the stairs.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of an engagement come in from the Jackal. Once again, it's a very strong position over here, but not sure they're going to expect that player inside of the vase. It's a very sneaky position. We've seen even top flight pros, such as Ysera, on Arrow take down European teams with that position. And Kaijo, he's on the flank again, but this time caught out by Jello Jelly. And that's a big kill right there. Now, if they can get that vase player, they can do a lot more, but Chugi, he gets one more for himself. Kobe Nata piles on. Chugi is down though. So that's a 3 versus 3 as Jelly Jelly gets marked.
Hey, Krova. Looking down their way. Jelly Jelly trying to find a pick, and he does on the ice cream. Brings it down to a 2v3, a 1v3. It's all in the IDBTM. He finds a pick off here. He's able to almost get a second. Oh, from behind him. He has to be very careful what he's doing right now. He's playing with fire. He might just get burned. Oh, that actually saves him out. The fact that the flash was thrown. Able to get the flank here, going through VIP right now. He's been able to isolate them. He spots a Claymore out just in the nick of time before walking through the tripwires. And now he has a chance to maybe get the pick off here. They are isolated, so he can kind of find a 1v1. But after that, he's still going to have to deal with one more player. Krova here up close on him, trying to deal with things as Error is trying to back him up as well. But Krova's got it all by himself, doesn't need no help, and gets the kill. As the 4th round now on the board for the Creators.
Wow. That is looking like a very good attacking half for Creators already. They are at least going to be 4-2. And finally, in the last round of the defense, we are looking to see Kitchen and Service. And we haven't seen a dock from Kobinata of all operators. What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, looking at, I would initially be like, okay, but then again, we did see the conveyor workout a while ago, and so at this point, I don't think we can really cast any judgment on any composition pick right now, although there have been quite a few very curious ones. But for the most part, I guess Kobinata, he just kind of wanted to have a bit more, I guess, kind of like anchoring power, at the same time sightlines here. Maybe he's going to be challenging that service entrance to go for that long sightline engagement, but at the same time, they've been getting tagged up quite a bit, and maybe they just want to kind of alleviate some of the, you know, the tag damage here that has been happening. But then again, you kind of expect maybe an, well, Thunderbird to come in, but the dock does give them a bit more long-range challenge, although Thunderbird does also have a spear, so that could also be argued. But that's the only real kind of thing I see here. Normally you kind of have a smoke or maybe a mute play this shield, but it could be very possible where they're going to have Kobinata be the player to challenge this as a dock for this long service sightline.
Well, let's see what this Twitch can do. We haven't seen that Twitch Dome destroy too much. There's a mute gem right there. Ironic that, you know, mute gems will block the signals, but allow for the footsteps over there to be scanned, and of the mute himself. So we can see the pings coming out, but they're not gonna give too much information just yet. The mute won't be punished. He is far away off site. Creators once again taking map control almost freely.
well, they're taking the second floor here, which could be a big problem to ONSLAUGHT if they let this happen safely and freely. It doesn't seem like there is too much to contest aside from Ice Cream lurking up here inside VIP, but you can see Jello Jelly, he has some idea. Oh my gosh, he actually almost gets the kill on him. The head almost found there. He has to be very careful, but now here comes in the help. This is what they needed. Kaijo now roaming here on top of this, theater stairs side. Does go for the melee and very ill-advisedly gives away a free kill here to Jello Jelly, who knew exactly what was up.
And Eimer too, he's backing up. Second member to try and fight this flank that's coming in from the theater side. The flank has gone away. Unfortunately, all his amount of pellets got taken out. The boombox going to go in. They're going to try and find any utility or a player. A little bit of a dangerous position being played over here from Kovacs. Is one behind, and there we go. He's going to get punished for it. Chugi just sends out a C4. It's a 3 versus 3. This kitchen service pick might work out. 3 versus 2 might become 3 versus 1 if Aimer and these the Jackal aren't careful enough. Aimer does trade back. And so 1 versus 2 with 1 minute to go, so he has the time. But no more utility.
Yeah, no more flashes. All dispensed right now. He has some idea that IDBTM is outside here. Actually, Chugi caught out in the open. Pulls out the bearing 9, his last resort. But he's going to be able to safely fall back. No, I spoke too soon. IBTM quick enough on the help to get him before he escapes back into safety into the gardens in the mid-courtyard. But good job now by ONSLAUGHT as they at least half in this lead up 2-4 to move into the second half.
Man, I mean, Aimer could have gotten IDBTM at least, had he just been a little calmer. He was playing like he had like a direct IV of caffeine running through himself right there. Very jittery, very back and forth. He just was really not calm and smooth in his engagement. If he had checked it properly, he would have gotten that kill onto the mute immediately in the first shot itself, and then he could have turned his attention to the alibi. But he got 3 opportunities.
Defenders,
he couldn't
protect your
take either
bombs
one.
from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, he don't mind. They got the round anyways here for ONSLAUGHT at the very least, and now them on the attacking side, maybe this is gonna turn a new page for them. Maybe they're gonna have some new leaves sprouted even, potentially from this going over to the second half. I mean, they won the last round of the last half, and sometimes that's just enough to make these comebacks happen. 4-2 isn't that big of a difference as it might initially seem, although each individual round were kind of favored towards Creators for the most part. It's kind of been like ONSLAUGHT just barely clutching it out in the end, and that's been something that they cannot rely on too much, but let's hope that will change moving into the second half here, as now the Creators do have this 2-round lead. They're playing now on hookahs to start things off. Double SAS on them. They got Aimer here on the Bandit. They also have Jaeger and Maestro. So very good composition, I think, quite all around for them. But you don't normally see a Bandit on this side, aside from maybe that back wall that you did see put those batteries on. But yeah, VIP is completely unreinforced.
Well, interesting choices from the defenders of Creators now. You see Koganata, he's getting some good information over here. This reinforced wall might have been an opportunity for him to wallbang, but he misses it, and now unsure exactly where the Bandit is going.
I'm counting the reinforcements in my head. So they have 3 on hookah, those are for the doors, 4 on back, 7, and then where the last 3 were, I don't know anymore.
Oh wow. Oh. Defender just ignores that. Why are you trying
to be fair, it's very silent, but not that
Why are you trying to shoot him with it? He let your drone go. What? Wasted
it. He okay. In the end. Yeah, I don't know why he came back for it, because I don't know. Maybe for petty damage. Oh, well,
it's not 2017 anymore.
Yeah. Everything aside, you can't kill with drones anymore. That's not the, idea of this one. But Krova gets caught out somewhere from the Jaeger here or rather, Krova finds a pick off on the Ice Cream. I think he was coming from behind. You'd be able to get that pick off. Aimer gets that kill now here as the Creators, they find this opening lead 5v3 already, as Onslaught seem to have been stifled on their attack, do not have any real ground to get their foot ahead and into the door, but they only have a minute left of the clock, so something has to change real soon.
Well, Chugi does get one back for his team, so things are changing. He has detonated his candles though, and Kaijo, he piles on. That's a good pickup. And it's 3 versus 3, and he's trying to do the little bit of a, not sure if it's classified as a glitch, but the knife heap of swords. Chugi does get one of his smokes eaten by the ADS, and then he gets eaten up by the older of Kukuneko. And 30 seconds left, IDBTM, he's gonna prone his way in, lose his life. That prone angle's not working out. But Kaijo, he has his teammate down one more himself. Once again, just be calm, man. You can make it happen. He has no idea where this last defender is. He's getting shot from. Now he knows. He's gonna pick up the diffuser. Is he gonna pick up his teammate? No, surely the teammates get choked out over here. No, not yet. He survives, but just pushes right into the crosshairs of Error. And we get to see it from the ringside view of the down Diego.
Yeah, no mistakes there from Error. Playing that to perfection. He gets it down, knows he doesn't need any more, can potentially secure the round with a single well-placed smoke caster, and that he pretty much almost does. Forcing out the push there from Kaijo, who could not go for the plant anymore on the safe default spot because of that smoke caster, did really help things go his way. He knew the push had to come in from the hallway. That he did, held the line, and he was definitely a Spartan. 2-5 creators here. A single round away from match point, and seeming to have some tech issues, maybe on the side of Aimer, having a PC problem. Let's see if that should be, or rather will be, sorted out within the next few, but they do get the tech pause here to get a bit of a breather for Onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to work doubly against creators. Not only if their player is having an issue, it's also giving Onslaught a chance to kind of calm down, talk it out with each other, figure out what exactly is going to be the game plan on the attack. Sure, they lost their first attacking round, but it was very close indeed. Basically a 2v2 if you count the down players, 1v1 if you don't. If they can stop losing these close rounds, just be a little bit calmer, use a little bit more info. Don't have to be so hyper aware of the time all the time. It does seem like the reason like they're so scared is like, you know, they don't want to run out of time.
Yeah, you can see it in their movement too. It's like they're moving at like, you know, a breakneck speed, but almost to a fault. Seems like they got like 8,000 DPI on their mouse or something, just, you know, flicking back and forth. It's like, let's chill out for a second, guys. You know, just drone. Let's take this by the book. There's a way to do it on paper, and honestly, if they just try and do it the standard way, like the most basic vanilla R6 way that you kind of want to do it, standard, you know, by the book, I think it would work out better for them, because they definitely, it seems like they have, you know, the mechanical capabilities to win the gunfights, but the problem is not shooting themselves out of a bad position is not necessarily the problem, because they can do that. The problem is they're getting themselves into bad spots that they have to shoot their way out of. And sometimes they're successful in shooting their way out of those bad situations, but you have to kind of minimize that and, you know, just drone out, play it on paper, as we said, and try not to get, I guess, a bit too ahead of yourselves. But we're going now to Kitchen and Service, which, as I said a while ago, Infian, is a site that lots of teams are very comfortable attacking. They have had a lot of experience here, especially in the Philippines, because we play Coastline quite a bit on playing, and so maybe, just maybe, this could be where Onslaught would kind of find a bit of a home here to not give up match point as early as this.
Indeed. Well, they don't have much room to maneuver. 2 more rounds, and they will lose the map entirely. 1 more round, and they will concede a little bit off. A lot of pressure. 4 match points it will be for them. Then they'll need to overhaul. I don't think the players in Onslaught are poor players. I think they just haven't had the best of times. Chugi, not sure if he's allowed to do that. He is cycling through the operators right now. Might see the observer chastise him. Oh no, he's just asking for an update. We want an update too. We want to get on with this match. It's a a fairly exciting match so far. Look, it's absolutely cracked. You know, these players are looking like they've drunk 10 cans of Monster on top of 10 cans of coffee. But
Every single energy drink, yeah. They've had a lot of caffeine.
It's fun.
They've chugged all the bowls, the beers, and the monsters that they can. They're in a party time. Okay, lots of love apparently in the chat. Young Jay, he says, Kaijo, very nice for them to have, I guess, some, I don't know, camaraderie here, but you're just waiting for the game to get online. Now is the time for you guys, though, to, of course, you know, just let us know which team you're rooting for. Like and share the stream, if anything. Like Infian's page as well. Yeah, like mine too. That'll help. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tough to kind of figure out whether Onslaught Esports are going to be able to, excuse me, whether they're going to be able to claw back this deficit.
There we go.
Aimer has returned, so we're going to get an answer to it very, very soon. And Jello Jelly says they are ready. Aimer is ready to aim, and we will find out right away. They are on the favored attacking side. Aimer is going to have an auto pick, and at least it's not a useless operator. It's Frost, not bad, and he can still 6-pick their way.
Okay, Frost picked here. To be fair, isn't that bad. Lots of utility tree brings. You got that secondary shotgun, you got the shield, and you have the Frost mats, which, to be honest, are a lot more useful than you'd assume. And of course, since we're in a tournament, you got the 6-pick anyways, so they go for the bandit here. Either would have been fine, to be quite honest with you. I don't think at this point that a Frost would bite them in the back, especially on the map here, especially against Onslaught, who, to be quite honest with you, haven't been the most diligent. But okay, so they go kitchen service this time.
Yeah, so it's kitchen service. So a bandit isn't like, you know, a necessity right here, unless, of course, you're going to use the bandit batteries for the walls that you can see right now. And then the mute jammers are going to be used purely for input denial and perhaps also helping out roamers who are going to be on the second floor, perhaps.
That could help.
Very good use.
10 seconds remaining.
That could help, because, you know, a lot of teams might just want to relegate a mute jammer or two to holding those walls up, to keeping them from getting breached, but that does take away 2 mute jammers from your side, which could be used for, as you said, purely info denial, and we know that info is king here. They actually put 2 of those jammers towards the service entrance, so it goes to show what exactly they're going for here. The other one was towards that window, the drone hole there inside the site itself from the outside, and I'm not sure where the fourth and final one rather was placed, the fourth one, but see what the plan here of Onslaught is to try and get this over. They have a Twitch, so there's something to deal with these mute jammers, but they have to know already that this is going to be a problem moving forward, especially with these bandit batteries also online, and they have the double stack with the Wamai and the Jaeger here for projectile denial. So on the composition side, creators are looking pretty solid right now.
Kaijo, he's going to see that mute just roaming around, give that information to his teammates, but it's Aimer the one that pays the price first. Kaijo's gonna go for it himself. Gonna check again very wisely, and he still sees that Wamai over there. Throwback just one, but that's a freebie on the Wamai, who had no idea what's happening. A little bit of a red ping coming out, and oh, that's a great read from Kaijo, and they're looking very good on this round. They have taken full control of the second floor, and they should have the sledgehammer opening up angles. Exactly what's happening. And with more than half the round still left to go, creators are very likely to lose this.
You can see just the pressure there making Krova panic. He had to know that Kaijo was right around the corner. I mean, Kaijo just found the pick-off on the Cooking Neko there, the Wamai earlier on, like a few seconds right prior, and obviously the information would have been given away as well because of that. But the pressure was too much on him, that red ping. Look at this, just dancing around him. Eric cannot find him. Switch to your shotgun, bro, and just deal with it at this point. Oh no, he's throwing him for a loop. What are you doing? Did he destroy an ADS on the way too? Maybe, perhaps, but Eric is taking lots of damage in this engagement. And the walls right beside him are unreinforced, so he can get easily wallbanged. Finds the kill somehow on the Kaijo, who's just looking the wrong way, and can potentially find another. Shugi taken out very low. Kobe Nana does get killed, and Shugi is down as well. It's a 2v1 right now with all of it on Ice Cream's shoulders.
They need to finish this off. They need to push this. They send out the smokes, but Chugi's gonna get picked up. It's gonna be a 2v2. Oh,
man,
that's a little
okay.
bit of a misplay right there.
So, Chugi taken down very low, but he does get Rez back up, putting him back up into the fight. Ice Cream here, barely within range of that, but gets into the Sunrise. Chugi trying to make his way in here. He's taking the B side. The plant is actually so far away. The diffuser is so far outside. He's going to have to go for the kills. Ice Cream brings it down to a 1v1, but he's got 3 seconds left on the clock. No time to waste, and he shall be wasted as they finally get a round here. Another one for match point. Creators take it. They left the diffuser even though he went down there.
Yeah, he knew he was a diffuser carrier. He knew he was setting up for the plant before he got down. And then when he get down, they just don't have the presence of mind to check. Hey, you know, now picking up the diffuser. Well, not now, for a while now. Picking up the diffuser is a manual operation. Should I check I have the diffuser or not? And then he leaps in to the kitchen window and he's like, hang on. I'm in trouble.
Yeah. By the time he remembers, it was too late. Like, there was nothing he could have done anymore. It's 20 seconds left on the clock. You're in the completely opposite site, like literally the most opposite site that you could be in. And you're dead. That's it. That's it. There's no way. You're going to have to sprint through site, which is obviously not going to happen with 2 defenders still in the side of site. You're not going to get through that safely, and all they're going to have to do is waste time for the defending side. So very nicely done from Creators. A blunder here by Onslaught, and that gets heftily punished by the Creators side.
Gotta remind everyone that this is Creators map pick. Sorry, this is Onslaught's map pick, not Creators map pick, and Creators are the one running away with it. That 2v4 should not have happened. That was the biggest mistake that Onslaught has done so far.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. A few blunders here and there, but now Creators are pulling out the mirror on this Sunrise and Blue Bar site, maybe trying to teach Onslaught a lesson in how to play it. And for the most part, their setup pretty solid. Yeah.
This is pretty much what I was talking about. I would have personally, the one I prefer, I think is the better strategy, and you know, we see IG use it a fair amount of times. It's in the corner, so it's 2 panels in 1 corner and 2 mirror windows. So he's not done the same thing. He's not playing aggressive onto the kitchen side, but it's still a good position.
Yeah, you could put one of those mirror windows right to the left of where you see the one placed already right now on that other corner wall, but not gonna do that. I'm not sure where the other mirror window is. I've only seen them place 1 down, so we're gonna have to find out for ourselves later on where the other mirror windows have been placed, the second one. But they do have some sort of extension here into kitchen, which would have kind of told me that they do want that mirror window to be facing towards the kitchen hall just to support the roamers here inside kitchen itself, the extension, but they don't have that, at least not for the meantime until we figure that out. But they do have a Goyo here, which could also propose a problem with the castle as well to bunker down, but Cook and Neko's taking lots of damage in this fight. Ooh.
Well, nice little Kobe from Ice Cream. Cooked Neko just as they needed. Let's see what they can do over here. 4 versus 4 error does answer back. After that previous round, Onslaught really can't count their chickens until they've hatched. They can't believe that the round is won until it's actually won. And now they are in a little bit of trouble. They have 1 minute to play with. They don't really have that much map control. And Creators are looking very good for it. Jello Jelly is still alive. So is Krovax. These 2 people have been making everything happen. Error as well, almost with double digits. And this is looking very dire for Onslaught. They might get 1 over here. No, they missed it. Jello Jelly, he is absolutely insane. Chugi trades back onto Krovax. So that's a little bit of respite for these attackers. But it's an Onslaught against them right now. Chugi and Ice Cream stuck inside here of full entrance.
Ice Cream taking some damage, but he gets the pick off as well on the wallbang towards Aimer. He saw the tracers and that he followed. 30 seconds, actually less than that, remaining on the clock. A 2v2, the plant can go down here in the default safe spot. And they do have vertical sightlines to try and help that endeavor out, but nobody behind the wall. They do get the plant down, and now the retake is going to have to come in for the creator's side. As Jello Jelly finds Ice Cream, it's now all down to 1v1. Chuggy's going to have to find some way to hold on to this, but the pixel angle will work and gets a double in the end to keep Onslaught alive as Chuggy gets a double kill clutch.
Oh, that was a very strong position he had. That is basically really hard to dislodge a player from unless you have two members pushing in concert or you have utility. Oh, goodness gracious. Creators did drop the ball over there. The player behind counter shouldn't have been peeking as aggressively as he was. And that basically allowed Ice Cream and Chugi to bulldoze their way in. And they didn't have the cover for the plant. They could have denied it then as well. So lots of mistakes. Any of those, had they been, stopped, they would have won the round and the map for creators. But we go on for at least one more round.
One more round is what we're going here. Another roundabout through the gauntlet. As the creators, very close to clutching that one on out. It's a 2v1, but Chuggy had the better angle. He was able to make it work. Going now back up to Hookah this time. The creators giving up that blue bar site. It's now Hookah is what we're going to be on once again. As you said, Aqua here. They do have some mute jammers to hold that on down. Looking at the composition, they pull out the Maestro once more, but this time on Hookah. And they have the shield facing the VIP hall, which could be very important, as we have seen Onslaught do have some tendency of pushing that side. Rotation drone, rather flank drone here, being placed by Kobe Nada inside kitchen. It's a spot that we've seen the creators be quite favored to kind of roam, even if they're playing on Hookah. So I'm very curious on how this round is already looking from the preparation phase alone.
5 versus 5 it is right now. How long is it going to stay that way? Both these teams are very, very excited to take gunfights. They're more than happy. And especially if you're going to give Ice Cream an unreinforced VIP wall, look in and try and dislodge any players. I'm surprised creators are not using the VIP as a little bit of a beachhead. That guy's dead. That's wasted from Aimer. Absolutely wasted.
Okay.
He gave away his position and then lingered around, and he's like, what do you think will happen?
Get out of dodge, right? At that point.
Yeah.
Aimer, I mean, he's definitely a gamer, but there's some things I think they have to work on here. That will not be clean. That will not be clean, by the way. Yeah.
He's not brainer.
There's going to be a bar in between those two sidelines they made, but maybe that was the intent. Ice Cream gets a kill off here on the Cooked Neko, and that brings it down to a 5v3. This is looking really good now for Onslaught. The comeback could be possible. The scan will come in from IDBT on this Jackal, and he now knows that there's someone there all the way deep in the Aqua side. Looking clear so far on Loggage, but Cool Vibes has been spotted out. It's going to be Kurova. That's something we're going to have to deal with, but they now know the positions of all three remaining defenders on the Creator's side. They know there's one on Hookah, there's no one right outside during Cool Vibes, and this almost goes down to, I think he has a nade to work with as well to flush him out. Actually, never mind, they don't. But the 3v3 comes in here, Infian, and Krova and Jello Jelly are just winning the gunfights right now, keeping them alive, and there's still a minute left on the clock.
It's enough time for these remaining members. Well, there we go. Ice Cream once again. He is having the ball of a time. He made it happen in the previous round. I was just about to say he could do it in this as well. It's 2 versus 2 now. Kaijo, he goes down to that's not helping him. But look at that. They're just peeking him. Ice Cream maybe on for the ace clutch. He doesn't have the diffuser though. He has 30 seconds. More than enough time to find his final player. Kovacs, he needs to be careful. He needs to stop giving away his position. He needs to play it patient. No, he just stands up and gives it to Ice Cream. And that's brilliant, brilliant play from the Sledge.
Ice Cream with an ace clutch. An ace clutch there from Ice Cream, man. the rest of his team, it seems like they were, just peeking one by one, getting picked off, but it came down to Ice Cream's shoulders, and he served them up on a cold cone in a very hot summer day and gets the job done. Very nicely done here from Onslaught, at least from Ice Cream itself, but another DC was going to have to make things a bit less climactic as they just throw away the round, to be quite honest with you. They're going for the peaks, and it gives them an opportunity now, Onslaught, to be able to come back into this. Only 2 rounds now of a deficit here as we're still at match point.
Stop peeking, please, and stop standing static. Just patience, man. Take better angles. Like he had a good angle, initially over on the shield area, and then he decides, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move away and stand up top, give my head as a target. Why not? Like, dude, no. Just calm down, play off each other, play the trades, and if you're in the man count advantage, just play passive. Make him come towards you. It's a 2v1. Yeah. There's no need for that final play. They knew they had defused it too. It was right in front of them. So why are you rushing in to try and peek their final player?
I don't know. I mean, they had the information right with the red pings and all, but it is what it is. I guess he tried to.
You know exactly where he's going.
Probably trying to go for a pre-fire there and maybe get the lucky shot in or something. Could be understandable. I mean, he knew he was going up against the sledge. I think he didn't know that he didn't have any nades anymore, so maybe that was something that he was worried about. But I guess hindsight is 2020. In this case, all they're gonna have to do is try and move on and finally get the round before this gets too out of hand. They do have a small cushion to work with, though, smaller than it was a while ago, but still small nonetheless. Let's see if this is going to be finally a round that they can secure this map, or are Onslaught Esports going to bring us to a potential overtime situation.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Might happen. It's a good chance it might happen.
The objective is to defuse the bomb.
I think Onslaught will be feeling really, really good about the previous 2 rounds. Just the amount of hype a clutch like that, especially an ace clutch, can give you, and then you follow it. He was following up another 2v4 clutch, so they are going to be absolutely cracked. They're going to be flying off the handle right now with excitement.
Activating drone.
Yeah, and there were some errors there made by creators, but then again, you also have to give credit. You also have to give credit to a player who's able to punish those mistakes. A lot of the games, a lot of these type of games are about that. Finding mistakes, finding opportunities, and punishing the opponents for that. And that's exactly what they did in this case. And for the meantime, where are they going? What is that shot from Ice Cream to find Kokineko? He knew where he was, spraying around the corner, and they have a mirror window set up here inside Theater to hold on to Penthouse. He has a perfect nade to flush him out of that, but it won't necessarily do as much as might be expected.
Now, we are, I think, experiencing a little bit of an audio issue, but it's really not that big of a deal. The game is still going on. The players are looking pretty good. And you can see IDBTM, he is feeling the pressure. He's trying to clear that mirror window, but the Twitch drone might do it for him. Jello Jelly makes it 4 versus 4. Kaijo's Twitch drone makes a big contribution over there, taking out 1 mirror window. And we have game sound right there. Once we see the drone get destroyed, Chuji, oh, he should have gotten that kill. That was a freebie for him. Couldn't quite capitalize. Gonna burn the ADS with his smoke, then gonna send out 3 of his track stingers as well as smoke to cover it. Ice Cream on low HP right now, but he might be able to get another kill. That Mirai is a free one, and that's a nice little touch. Oh, Jello Jelly, where did he come from?
Just from luggage, somehow in the perfect position at the right moment to get the trade, and he gets even more than that. Fishing for a trade, but he gets a double. Krova brings it now to a 1v2. It's all on the Kaijo's shoulders, and this is looking like another potential situation where they can secure and ice the game, but he gets that 1v1 now as Krova is down. Will this be the exact same thing that happened the last round where it was a 1v1. Kaijo was low, but this time Jello Jelly will finally secure the game, not letting creators let this one slip out of hand once again, which almost happened once more. And they finally get map number 1 here as the creators go up in the series 1-0.
Yeah, that could have gone quite a fair bit poorly. Yeah, creators were looking very much on the Razor's edge over there. They gave away 2 very cheap rounds. They almost gave away the third. Ice Cream, massive commendation. He got 12 kills, but I think Jello Jelly, really has to be the standout performance. He went 19 and 8 in these 11 rounds. That's almost a 2.0 KD ratio. That's a +9 KD split. Absolutely fantastic. And we also had Kovacs contributing error as well, both of them in double digits. So you can see this was really a creator's game through and through. It's just they were being very sloppy.
Yeah, there were honestly some rounds which shouldn't have went the other way than it did, and the creators so far, at least on on Coastline, have been looking very, very confident on it. But it was their map pick. We're gonna see if that's gonna continue on for map number 2. Can ONSLAUGHT make the comeback here and tie up the series 1-1 to bring us to Clubhouse, or are we gonna end this one 2-0 as they move over to the to the grand final slot? We have to find out after this short break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Infant Ewok himself. We'll see you guys after this short one.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, They give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Gentlemen, to the Operation League Season 4 Philippines Qualifier. We are in the middle of a very exciting matchup between Creators and Onslaught, and we have just seen the first map, which was Onslaught's pick, go in favor of Creators 7 and 4. You're going to see what map that was exactly. It was Coastline. So now, Black and Blue, we are going to head over to Clubhouse, a map that plays very, very differently from Coastline. So, on what do you think, in your opinion, what is this going to look like?
I mean, well, Onslaught, they picked map number 1, right? And they take it. It was looking more decisive than the final score kind of suggests. There were a few sloppy opportunities there.
Really should have been like a 7-2.
Yeah. Maybe a 7-2, 7-3, like at most is what it was looking like, but still props to the side of, Onslaught, rather, for the side of, for them to bring it back there as the Creators. They picked that, but now with the Creators, picking this map on Clubhouse and then also subsequently taking map number 1, it's kind of looking to me like this could be a 2-0, although Clubhouse is a map that, a lot of teams are also quite comfortable playing here in the Philippines, and Onslaught, they're a team who have had shown, quite a bit of capabilities of, kind of shooting their way out of these bad situations, but they kept on putting themselves in those bad situations to begin with. And Clubhouse is a map that is, to be quite honest with you, I think less kind of favoring of that. And to be honest with you, it's, I think, easier to punish a team who doesn't have, proper setups and proper executes on this site, especially on this map as a whole.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, stuff like forgetting the diffuser once you've been down and not picking it up like we saw on Coastline. Look, you do that over here, it's even worse. Like, at least the distance isn't really that big end to end on Coastline, but on Clubhouse, if you forget, you can forget the round itself unless you smash and grab all the kills. So it's really tough. We're going to head right into Clubhouse and we're going to figure that out for ourselves using evidence-based reasoning. And once again, Onslaught, they ban Montagne.
Okay. Opening ban here on Montan. Thatcher will be followed up as well, so pretty standard on the attacking side. Let's see the opening defending ban here by creators. Could go something with the Valkyrie, maybe Mira. Macer could be possible, but I wouldn't be surprised for either. Okay, okay, makes sense. They're going to be starting on the attack here, and they do not want that Kaid to make their life hell in opening the hatches, which are very important, especially on taking that basement site. They can bring out the Maverick here, which, to be honest with you, I would have not been surprised if they banned that, but the final ban here, I'm assuming we're going with Valkyrie, and that will not be the case. Melusi it is.
So, very similar, I think, if not identical to Coastline, I think, almost.
Similar.
Can't quite recall at this point whether we had a Kaid ban.
No, there wasn't a Kaid ban. I do not quite recall what the ban was, though. Oh, it was Valkyrie, and I think Melusi was the other one, too, so...
Yeah, Melusi was the other defensive ban, so that Onslaught, they are sticking to pretty much what they know, I guess. They don't like Monty, they don't like Melusi, and they're going to ban it out. And okay, look, to be fair, a Melusi ban makes a lot of sense. Melusi, since a change, has arguably been buffed, because now her thing can go through drone holes even and slow people down.
So they 6-picked out of the Maverick here into Hibana, which I guess makes sense because they need a hard breach, but then again, this is like literally the Maverick map. This is his best map to be going on, and so I'm curious that they switch Maverick out of all things. I would have assumed maybe, they get the Twitch out here, but to be fair, they've also been finding lots of success with that Twitch. The Nomad, you kind of need her for some, anti-runouts and just general flank watch, and so I get why they kept that and the Ash and all here in, but I'd expected the Maverick to stay in, if anything. Honestly, they can maybe even switch out this Yana for Maverick since he also has nades, and then, have a hard breach as well on Aimer, so... Let's see now exactly what the game plan is here, as the first site we're going to be starting on is basement directly. You can see the full effect of the Kaid being banned to start things off here come to play.
Although, we are seeing the funky picks of a Capcan over here. Ice Queen, he was by far and away the best performer for Onslaught on the previous. Matt pretty much kept his team in the running, especially with the ace clutch that he had earlier on. So him on Capcan is a scary proposition if he knows what he's doing, and I'm inclined to believe that he does. The Mozzie is also going to be a big problem for info for the attackers right now.
They have a decent amount of information denial, at least on the drones. They got that Vigil, they have the Mozzie. Some teams would like to stack this, like have Ice Cream on the mute maybe, but they go for the Captain here, maybe to throw things a bit wayward for creators. Maybe they won't be expecting that and get some free damage in, which, to be fair, seeing how Coastline went, that definitely could be a possibility. The Cookie Neko here on this Yana, been quite early and alone, honestly, to try and roam this bar side is something that could be very dangerous, but luckily for him, nobody in the immediate vicinity on the roam side for Onslaught just yet, as they're now looking to take this first for control.
Let's see how this shakes out. I wonder if we're going to see a bar in stock, by the way, as well, or bar stage. Now it is. Stockroom's not the bomb site anymore. Jello Jelly, he was excelling on the... yeah, thank God for that. Jello Jelly, he was excelling on the Nomad on Coastline. I'm very excited to see whether he can do anything this time around. But you can see that they are a little bit hurting on time. They have a minute and a half to go, and they're still opening the hatches right now. Not that it's the worst thing in the world, it just means that they're not as comfortable as they were on Coastline. Impact Trick is attempted, but it fails, I believe.
Yeah, I think they do get it open, but we didn't really get a clear sightline on that. For the most part, as you said, a minute left in the clock to work with. Yes, the hatch is open here right above Arsenal, this kitchen hatch, and That's a sideline to work with, but 45 seconds left on the clock isn't much time to keep getting things going as Jello Jelly finds that pick on a Kaijo. The Vigil being taken down is a good problem to get removed here. Now they don't have to worry about the flank, the roam game, and now they can focus on the task at hand, which is the site. Air jab to be placed here as it looks like they're looking to roam around as Ice Cream will get that pick off from the back as well. He's able to create a bit of chaos in this. They do have a sideline into the church wall, but there's not much to work with. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Jello Jelly somehow finds a pick off on Ice Cream. That's huge. That brings it down to a 4v3 right now as they're trying to find more. A trade either way brings it to 2v3. 10 seconds left on the clock, Infian, and they're going to be completely blind too on the push.
Oh, that is really a little bit of a poor flashbang, and Krovac, he's not going to be able to get anything done. Doesn't know where his final play is, and he's going to die, in fact, to the Capcom traps. And Ice Cream, even from the grave, is going to make an impact, and that's exactly why you want to bring Capcom. Here on Clubhouse, you do not have that luxury of time. It's a big map, no matter what you want to do, whether you want to section off roamers, whether you want to hunt them down, whether you want to take control, everything takes a lot more time, and you can see creators immediately feeling that pain. That flashbang was a little bit poor. Had that not maybe gone in at that moment, he would have been able to get the player behind bomb chassis, and then the player in blue, the Jaeger, I believe it was, he would have likely refragged it. So, you know, it's still hard to say. It was a very, very good round from Onslaught, though.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay and miscomms there, but almost getting the round. But you can see when the Capcom is so deadly, it's in those moments when, you know, it's a late round, your time is ticking, you don't have time to check the doorways to see if there's any tripwires there placed ready to explode in case you don't expect it on those EDDs and all. So very nicely done here, coming from the side of Onslaught to waste time. Even though Kaijo did get picked off early, we did see Ice Cream step up on that Capcom to find the pick off, and eventually, of course, his trap secures the round. Not that there was much to give away. It was like 2 seconds left, and he probably would have been safe behind that church bar. But round number one goes through the way of Onslaught. They go now here towards Cash, which is another site that, you know, is quite favorable here to the defensive side, but we're going to see if that's going to work out entirely for them. They have the Thunderbird here now to help keep them sustained within the site itself. And now Kukineko here in the Yana again is going to try and get that early information. Maybe with this info, you can potentially try and storm and take this garage side, but they're going to have to deal with the CCTV wall first.
Amos going down, preventing those runouts. Simultaneous climb onto the roof from the Yana and Nomad. And here we go. That oh, was that a C4? I think that was a C4. And yeah, the frag grenades I think seem to be available on the attacks. I think that was a C4 from Ice Cream, and that helped destroy his own bandit batteries, I think, at the end.
Okay.
Not that it would have really, you know, they would have survived anyway, because, you know, the bandit batteries, you can't place them high. But, well, that's a poor push in from the Twitch. Kobinata still inside of the motorbike, just hiding behind.
Playing behind the Harley, and Kukineko shows him Harley way out of here. Kaijo being taken on down brings it to a 3v4 right now. They can open up this Khan's wall. They're going to drone out first, see what they can find inside before they actually attempt to push inside. Red Stairs right now being held down, but inside the Cash, Error finds Ice Cream, taking him for a loop. It's a hot sunny day, and he's melted down. IDBTM finds that pick off an aimer, and still a minute left on the clock. There's lots of time to work with here for the creators. This could potentially be a 1-to-1, but on the swing, leading the wrong way. IDBTM finds that, but trade-off from Jello Jelly. It's a 1v1 once more, Infian.
Yeah, it's really, really tense. There are Kona stations that are actually going to help the final member, that is Error over there. The ADSs, though, they're still doing their work. They know exactly where each other are. There are red pings constantly on the Jaeger, and they know he's crossed over. That is a great drone, and Error is going to use it to full effect. Punishes that Jaeger, and finally, and I think this is the first 1v1 where I can confidently say that both of these players were patient. That was a patient 1v1.
Yeah.
That's how
play
you
that
should play.
to what they can do, and I think they really nobody kind of threw that 1v1 basically. Nobody overextended, nobody
Yeah.
tried to do something too fancy. I mean, it's totally understandable why Kobe Nato would take the rotation there into the CCTV, especially that he knew Nomad was reloading to try and close the gap, especially against a rifle like that. So very nicely done
Yeah.
for both sides, but it will be creators tying up the game right now, 1-1. But I will say here, Infian, that already ONSLAUGHT Esports are looking better here on Clubhouse than they were
Attackers
in
need to
Coastline.
locate and defuse as many bombs
Definitely. I
as they can.
mean, we are seeing them maybe take advantage of the defensive nature of the map, perhaps, but they are playing more confident. They are playing with better game plan, which is ironic considering that they are the ones who picked Coastline and creators
Yeah.
picked Clubhouse. We might see creators run away with it, or when they get to their own defense. Sure, that might still happen. Fair enough. But so far, it's looking like
10
ONSLAUGHT
seconds
can
remaining.
give creators a very, very tough fight in the first half.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, if creators, if they can get a single more round, like at least 4-2 to go to the second half,
Yeah.
I still don't think that they have a really good chance of making the comeback happen in the defensive second half side of theirs. So they did pick this map for a very good reason. They know that this is a map that they're comfortable with playing, and they're looking to see if this might be one that they can, just close the series off in 2-0. But ONSLAUGHT, as you said, it is quite a defender-sided map, very utility-heavy map, and for the most part, they've been using that to their advantage. But creators are able to steal that round, and it could be a turning point at some moment. But for the meantime, ONSLAUGHT here going back up to CCTV. They brought it down to a 1v1 the last time around, so they want to try their luck once more. This time, being wary of these runouts, potentially going to drone out the gym and master side first and foremost, which is a good idea, because ONSLAUGHT are looking to maybe pressure from the western side of the map.
So let's see how they deal with that catwalk player this time around. They almost lost a round due to him, and they lost the Twitch as well, in a poor fashion. Kaijo, though, he's going to take out a big operator. That's Yana off the board over here, trying to push in, I believe, into construction. Error now on the Nomad instead of Jello Jelly. Jello Jelly's on the Thermite, and he gets a kill nonetheless. So it doesn't matter which operator or which weapon he's using. He is the menaced, and of course to be reckoned with.
That air jab isn't actually going to help him in the meantime. Their error, aside from giving a false sense of security, but Aimer will get that pick off on the Kaijo. Now it will help him now that he's in cons. But okay, so error holding down the construction line here. They have control of it for the meantime. You can see there's a roamer down there in the garage, but Krova will punish Kobe Nata on that overextension as a Jaeger. He had to tried to find some space to work with. It seems like he was flushed out of the Raptors with some nades, and they're able to punish him for that. But the push in here come from Error was spectacular. The plant will go down on the Thermite from Jello Jelly. It's all onto Error to kill ADBTM, and that's exactly what he does. Look at this. The Storm, the Nomad is the entry fragger here, just pushing in the cash, pushing the construction, and eventually securing the round on the red stairs itself. As creators, they take a 2-1 lead.
This is looking a little bit dicey now for ONSLAUGHT. Creators are growing into the game. ONSLAUGHT needs to answer back with 3 in a row to make this half worth their while. If they even have 3 versus 3-3, that's going to be a very, very bad sign for them. Aimer teasing the ace, going to the Hibana instead, and very accurately reading that ONSLAUGHT are going to pick to defend the basement after 2 failed attempts over here on the second floor cache and CCTV site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, well, they're going to try going down to the basement a while ago, which, as you said, is a site that they were able to take during that first round. The King Creators try and switch things up here. They have yet to pull out the Maverick, mind you. I guess they feel like they don't need to, considering there isn't a Kaid, and so
pull him
that
out
kind
in
of makes sense.
the last two
Oh, they did.
rounds.
You're right.
Yeah,
On-
and
they
it
did
was,
on
but it was
CCTV.
very dicey. Yeah, it was on CCTV, not on the basement.
I guess that makes sense, considering how no more Kaid. You don't have to Maverick trick the hatch, and
5 seconds
So
left.
all they have to do is go to the standard way, pull out the Hibana, open it up that way, and should be more than enough. So game plan here at least looking solid, I think, for the creators' side. Composition-wise, they got that Twitch again, which is finding them great value, even in coastline. So we'll try that once more, but look at this very late reinforcement on Church. Still isn't reinforcement, by the way.
Thankfully for Onslaught, they're not going to get punished just yet. Creators are taking their time. They're doing a second to basement roam clear. It's not always advised, and given how the first round went, I don't know if I would be telling my teammates if I was in Creators. I don't know if I would be telling my teammates, let's do it again. Let's do a second first clear. I think that wastes a lot of time, especially if you can drone it out well enough. Such as with the Yana as they're doing, so maybe that is the game plan now. That is a good way to do it. Use your drones, use your Yana replicators, and then, once you get confirmation no one's here on the second floor, lock it off. You have your Nomad air jabs, lock it off that way, and then sweep into the first floor. Instead of pressuring stuff.
Like, a big misconception is that, you know, Pro League teams, they clear every single floor and every single thing above before they go down, and that's true for most sites, but that isn't the case necessarily. A lot of times, you know, as long as you have, you know, some diligent kind of anti-flank and have maybe a Nomad to watch that off, they don't have to go clear the entire map just to take the site. In this case, Kaijo has been spied out here in the landing. This kill box could be deadly for him. He's going to be trapped between that corner, but will he be able to escape? That remains to be seen. He's now found his way somehow here into the bar. He can get some avenue to try and escape now, but I'm not sure if that's exactly his intent because he's still sticking around to try and aggress. He finds a pickoff, but should be traded immediately here by Jello, and that he shall be. 4-4, and the creators here have at least something to work with a minute left on the clock.
That very annoying Top Gun trap that actually was the downfall eventually of the final attacker in the first round. That's dealt with, and you can see they are pressuring blue as well. They get rid of the barbed wire, and Jello Jelly, he's in a great spot right now. He could have pressured, and that was a very, very timely smoke to ward that push off. No, and I do believe that Jaeger was dead to rights.
So they should get this kitchen hatch open, no problem, but the problem here is at hand. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock, Infi, and that's not a lot of time to work with. They don't even have any good foothold into the site itself or anything to really work off of. They're going to have to hot drop in from the hatch, but Shuggy will find Jello Jelly dropping in. He's going to find one somehow. Krova here, the F2 reigning supreme. They should be able to get the plant down on the backside of Arsenal, and that they shall. Krova finding a second kill in this one. 2v1, but the plant was denied. No, to get it. Great denial from Chuggy. He secures the round with a synchro nitro cell to deny the plant.
Oh my goodness, once again clearing that second to first, burning the time of these attackers, and just as they needed to make that Silas execute happen, they ran out of time. They managed to muscle their way in and start the plant at least, but as you can see, the moment one person denies that first attempt, that is your last attempt at the diffuser, and they paid the price. Nice C4, brilliantly done. Onslaught looking very good on the basement. Let's see whether they can show us anything better on CCTV and cash, which they're trying for the third time. I would really want them to go to gym and bedroom at this point. It's a good site. Maybe throw them off even with bar and bar stage.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
I think
attackers.
he threw that nitro cell like through the sight line that was close to the main stairs. He probably trucked it. That's the only way he could have found an angle to throw it in there. So very nice flank. That meant he had to run all the way from either church into Modo to get there, or maybe he came from somewhere else, but he had to come through the hallway. So very nicely done. Good heads up play by Chuggy. This guy is actually a player who has seen some kind of experience in other competitive teams here in the Philippines in community tournaments. So you can see just come fully into effect there to find that. And now they're going back up to the CCTV and cash room site, which is one they have really kind of yet to win. Both of the rounds that they've won have been on basement, but they brought it decently close enough those two times that they tried it here on the CCTV side. And now, as you said, you know, they pull out the Maverick here on the Aimer once again, who has been a staple for them when they do try and take this site or any second floor site for that matter now. Creators on this attacking side, the problem is on that final last round that we did see there, round number 4, is they really got their time wasted by going for a lot of these, you know, kind of roam hunts for them, and that's something that they're going to have to try and avoid this time, especially taking CCTV, which, to be fair, shouldn't be as big of a problem.
They looked very good on their second attempt at taking this. They just got the picks that they needed, even though they lost the opening duel. And once that happened, you know, just swarmed those Onslaught defenders from both ends. And that hammer and anvil approach working really well for them. Now they found the Legion of Chugi. Question is, can Chugi get away and make his life count for something? Error is going to lock him off. You can see the Yana replicator is helping out as well. They need to be careful he doesn't escape down main stairs, which is where I believe he will be wanting to go. But he's holding station.
Okay. Replicator here.
Oh.
They've got that hologram to get information quickly denied. They know he's on the gym side. That goo mine shall be quickly denied as well.
Wasting so much
He can
time.
potentially force this actually. He can waste his fight, and yeah, you're right. They're wasting time on this. They have to get on the move. They know now that there's only one spot he could be, which is inside gym itself, and that is confirmed. They can potentially nade him out. He finds the head and spots the kill as well. Kukineko getting that, but he's wasted so much time here, to be fair, Chugi. And now they only have a minute left, but a great shot by Rosa. Ice Cream going on the peak there, very ill-advised, and he gets picked off.
Oh, that's one more, and Kobenata falls as well. The Valkyrie very low on HP. Kaijo a little bit more and he'll fall. IDBTM, he's still alive. Kaijo falls, there we go. It's once again a 1v4, just as it was early on. He's gonna pick one up, that's Yana, but the diffuser should be going down very soon. Aima is the one who has it. IDBTM, they can't give him 1v1s. They are giving him 1v1s, but IDBTM, very lucky for them, can't capitalize. And finally, creators lock this out, and that's 3 on the attack for them. And I don't think that was a good idea from Onslaught to go to CCTV and cash.
Yeah. Third time's a charm doesn't seem to be the case here for Onslaught on this defensive side. It's not creators. For them to get 3 rounds, dude, they are in a solid position to secure this map. This isn't even the map that Onslaught picked, and so they won map number 1, which is the map pick of Onslaught, and now they're looking to win map number 2 as well with this 3-2 lead. Even if they lose this round, I think they're golden for the second half. They have a really good opportunity to win the second half, even if this goes 3-3 to end round number 6 to go in the latter half. So creators here right now in this moment in a comfortable spot. If they can take a 4th round, which looks to be the case considering we're going to CCTV once again. Onslaught very hard-headed, but they want to make this plan work on out. What are the changes you think that they can do here to really make that endeavor work out? Because this is the 4th time they're going for CCTV once again.
They need to support that roamer inside of the bedroom side with someone else. And they also need to tell that roamer to be a little bit more patient. Chugi gave away his life over there. You can see when Error, I believe, went hunting, or it was a Cookneck, or one of them, when they went hunting for that Legion, he was going to check that hallway position instead on the right-hand side. And he only checked left because of the free fire from the Legion. Had he been a little bit more confident, a little bit more aggressive, they might have been able to do a lot more together. Even if there was a second person, that would have been so very helpful. If nothing more than trade.
I mean, look at their composition here. They have 4 potential roamers who could do that. They have the Bandit, they have the Mozzie, they have Jaeger, and they also have Alibi, which Shugi is now on. So aside from, you know, Shugi on this Alibi, there are 3 other defenders who can maybe help him out if he still wants to go for the roam game. But right now, we're going to try and open things up here. Bandit batteries should be dealt with real quick and soon. Repel now to get the plant here. They should be able to open this wall on up. And to be honest, creators haven't even been going for the garage side control, and they're still winning the CCTV push. And that is something that should tell you a lot of maybe some misguided attempts at the anchors here, because if you have garage control, that can be very detrimental to the plant side if they go for that CCTV plant. But for the most part, creators have been pretty successful in taking cash as well, which has been a big problem. But then again, that begs the question, where is the Red Stairs anchor, and what is it doing? What are they doing to stop the plan from having to push from happening? That's something that Onslaught have to find out for themselves with the last few minutes remaining.
Ooh. That is, I think he almost punished the player itself, who is going to get spotted out, give away his position. Oh, but that's a good pick. Ice Cream, finally, that's a big one. Onto the Yana, who's giving so much information to those attackers. Ice Cream gets a second, and this could be the 4th time. And there we go. Surely it's going to be Ice Cream just running right over here. Well, he has proven me wrong. We apparently don't need a second player. Just need a little bit more confidence and a different operator to make things happen. It's a 5 versus 2. Jello Jelly, he's got an 8 already in these 5 rounds. This is his 6th. Can he do something over here? There we go. He gets number 9. Trying to pull things back. If they make this 2v5 clutch happen, that would be absolutely bonkers. And Aimer once again gets some information for free. That's been a constant theme over
Bomb
here.
diffuser has been dropped.
He gets stopped. And it needs to be an ace clutch for Jello Jelly. Oh, he ran out of bullets! No.
Was he not aware how many bullets he had in the mag there? Jello Jelly, unfortunate, couldn't find the pick off, and now he's in a very dire spot because Chuggy knows where he is. He's been spotted out on the prone angle. He has to know that he's there, right? Why did he give it up? He had to know that he was in the corner prone. There's no rotation out, and he gets punished for it. Very unfortunate. 2 mishaps there. That allows Onslaught Esports to tie the game up 3-3.
Very important round for Onslaught to keep themselves alive. If they lose that round, pretty much they have lost the map as well. But still they are in trouble. 3-3 defensive half doesn't exactly fill me with confidence when it comes to the chances of Onslaught. What do you think, Black and Blue? What are we going to see from creators on the defense?
They pick this map, and so they are comfortable, you know, with playing the defense on it, and they have to assume that they've got some setups here which could potentially throw Onslaught Esports for a loop. And that's something that if I'm Onslaught right now, I would be quite, maybe not afraid of, but wary of here. And especially with them going basement first and foremost, with the Pulse, that's very curious from them. The Capcan as well, which we did see put into great effect in that opening round by Onslaught, but Traitors are looking to return the favor here. Echo opting to go for Barbed. I guess it makes sense because they needed the Barb, but then again, you have a Legion to kind of do that same exact role if need be, to kind of, you know, put his, I guess, goo mines as kind of a supplement for those barbed wires. But there's a Mozzie Pest here inside Dirt, which will keep him at bay for the meantime, but how long? Because as soon as you reach this, yeah, it destroys the Pest, and that really doesn't get you much of anything.
They are struggling a little bit. Chugi, he brought... Oh! Almost took the kill. I was just gonna say. Well, he brought the Ying again. Wasn't as successful as he would have hoped on Coastline with it. But nearly found success. Randomly pre-firing down the main stairs window.
That's why you don't stare right in front of that window. It's a very common window for the attackers to try and spam because they know that somebody's going to be trying to watch out for the dirt push. From that, you can deny the dirt from opening if you have a proper angle. And Aimer is able to get that pick off on IDBTM. For the Nomad to go down, I believe that Nomad as well, IDBTM here, has not placed his air jabs just yet. That opens things up a lot in terms of the roam game here for the side of the creators.
Nomad being off the ball. Let's hope for Onslaught's sake that they have got those air jabs in places where they want them. Kaijo pushing in. There's no one inside of blue. No one behind AC unit, but Kaijo once again loses his position. Ice Cream loses his life to Error on the second floor. 1 minute, you can see 2 members actually up pressing onto the site. And this is a very disjointed push. Kovacs is going to stop one coming in from the dirt tunnel. So that's blue, in fact. And Ying is going to flash Kaijo out. I believe it was. Oh no, Error takes him out. And that's all up to Chugi now in a 1 versus 4 with 30 seconds. He can't even find the first one. Too much monster coursing through his veins. Can't even land a single bullet point blank. And that is the first defensive round for creators. Are they going to be able to build upon this lead?
That's all she wrote. And now they finally have the lead here in the game, and they had a pretty good showing there on the basement this time. Can they replicate that and, as you said, continue their momentum in this second round of the half? CCTV and Cash, it shall be. And CRS, the creators right now, looking in a good spot to continue this forward. Aruni being picked out here, Mute and Jaeger as well with the Wamai. Lots of projectile denial and lots of information, rather, yes, entry denial in general. You got the smoke, you got the Aruni, and the Mute, which would help in that endeavor. So, Ying being picked out here by Chugi. Guys, be careful to clear out these ADSs and magnets, before throwing those Candelas in. Otherwise, he might just, throw a smoke in and it suddenly dissipates in his face when he was looking for that to cover an angle for him. So there's a lot here for them to work with, and they could be potentially bandit tricking as well, considering the holes already placed here on the CCTV big wall. Let's see if they can hold on to garage, because normally when you have a Jaeger and Wamai stack, you'd probably want to relegate either towards holding this garage side, and I think that's what Aimer is going to be doing, looking how he's reinforcing garage already from the rafters.
5 seconds remaining.
My magnets will protect us.
Now let's see what shakes out over here.
Attackers are moving out to
You can see
locate a
these
bomb
new
and
gram is again being used by traders for info denial. Although in this case they do have to double up as wall denial as well. Now I believe I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Black and Blue, but the mute change that has gone through, making it 3D, means that at the top of the wall over here, the coverage isn't there from the mute jammers, and I think we're going to see it right now. Ice Cream, you can see he doesn't have any red indicator over at the top. He does have below, so I think they're going to try and clear the mute jammer anyway. But, they didn't really need to. They could have actually just opened up from the top.
Yeah.
And I believe the exothermic would detonate. Although, of course, that wouldn't be the ideal angle.
They can pick it up. I mean, what would happen is you'd have to kind of vault into it. You can't just run through it since the breach is on the top side. But, I mean, it's still workable. They wanted to do it the old-fashioned way, and they chuck another nade as the first one initially thrown in by the Maverick here in Kobinata gets rid of that mute jammer. Quickly, nicely done. And now they have an avenue of attack into the CCTV wall. You can see the deep roam here coming in from the Ash on Kaijo all the way down in the basement. What is he doing there? Maybe try and find some way to crawl up in and catch a roamer off guard, but that's, I think, his efforts could be better placed otherwise, especially to try and clear the actual roam here towards his master side.
Shugi trying to make something happen with the Ying this time around. At least try not to flash your own teammate, maybe. Now that would be a good start. Over on Catwalk, this player needs to be cleared out. We are ticking down the seconds. It's 1 minute 15 left, and IDBTM still trying to push his way in. Ice Cream takes a lot of damage, and finally, Catwalk player is gonna extend himself too much. Aimer falls, and they have Catwalk control. This is looking actually suddenly very, very good.
Okay. 3v4 right now at the moment.
They're gonna get the plant, surely.
5v4. Okay. They can get the plant here, but they have lots of Nitrocells, at least one here in Error to deny that from happening. The plant should go down. Nitrocell will not come in as Error was all the way far removed from the situation, and Kaijo will get him. As the plant is taken down, Kobinata has an eye for his own teammate, and Ice Cream goes down as well, but Chuggy is able to bring it to a 4v2, and this is looking like Onslaught to tie the game up.
Oh, they're definitely tying the game up. IDBTM, he gets 3 in the round 2 at the end. And that's a really good round. Cash and CCTV not working out for either of these teams, really. And gym and bedroom still being avoided like the plague that we are in. Until now. Now, we are going to go to gym and bedroom. Creators not looking to try it 4 times like their opponents did.
Yeah, let's go the other way around. Gym and bedroom is a site that, while I don't think it's the most favored here on Clubhouse, there's definitely some ways to make it work. And the thing is, though, you have to be proper in your setup. If you mistaken your setup for, make a wrong erroneous kind of hole here or reinforce the wall wrongly or
protect your bomb
just have your
from
utility
being used by
placed
attackers.
in the unoptimal way, then you can definitely shoot yourself in the foot, especially on a site here like this gym and bedroom site, which honestly isn't too defender sided, but there are ways to make it work. As we said, no mirror coming on out here. You're gonna double reinforce this bathroom wall, and I assume they're gonna bandit battery and as well double reinforce this big wall as expected. So really trying to anchor down the western side of the map here. No castle coming in, which is something quite common that you see on this site.
10 seconds
And
to
they
insertion.
do have that mute, so I'm gonna assume that mute is gonna be placing most of those jammers towards the
5
cash
seconds
room
left
and
before
extend
insertion.
to have a crossfire in through the construction. For the meantime,
Attackers'
though,
objective is to locate
observer,
a bomb and
come on,
defuse it.
let's see what's happening. We would like that.
Come on.
All right, there we go.
Right. Default cam gets destroyed. Are they gonna follow that up the way they were watching with a spawn peek? No, they are not. Wisely not attempted.
Almost. Okay. But opening some sightlines down here to check out the landing. Make sure that they're not going to get a free walk up into the red stairs itself. And they should be able to breach this. Now, no bandit batteries on the outside. No mute jammer as well to deal with anymore. They do get this wall on open, so good time on that for the meantime, but the problem at hand here still is going to be trying to grass onto this site. They can kind of flood the gym side, but I believe they should be sightlines in there from the bedroom and in from the construction side, so it's going to be very difficult for them to get the plant off. They do not have window control yet as of the moment on that southern side, and that's something that you really want to control on the attacking side, but then again, you need CCTV control to do that. As Kobe Nata finds a pick, Kaijo has given himself away. He has a suppressor in the G36, and
Bomb diffuser
he
has been
tries to open
dropped.
this up, but good denial on that. You have a good hold on the red stairs for the meantime as Jello Jelly finds a trade.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
3 versus 4. Jelly Jelly finds another. He is doing really well on this warden, even though the Valkyrie is available, but not picked. Hydro gets himself out of dodge, droning his way out as Kobe
Oh, no.
Nata disconnects. So that's one less member who's going to be washing cams. At least it's not one of the players who's alive, so it's not that bad of a loss. Ice Cream, though, he has a lot more pressure on him. He needs to provide all the information that he can to his remaining 3 teammates. He's on default cams. Is the attacker pushing in? IDBTM and Truby trying to lock out this roamer inside of cash. One coming up red stairs too. IDBTM needs to be careful.
They're very spread out. Onslaught.
Yeah.
No one can really play off of each other. No one can really trade. This is the only time they've actually linked up here. Now finally Kaijo and Shogi. He's trying to walk his way into the site. He knows where he is, and Aimer's gonna find that kill, catching him off guard. It's a 2v4 right now. The creators are looking to take this round, and he gets blind once again from his own flash. He's able to get that trade, and the thing is, though, right behind him there should be another player. Jello Jelly gets that trade on Shogi this time, and from the back. Error on the flank, going through the red rotation into that hall and into the, well, CCTV gets the kill. And honestly, Onslaught, they've been way too spread out and way too uncoordinated to win that round. You saw they just, 2 of them try to bum rush the gym side when they had literally no control of anything. Why would you try and run into gym? You don't have control of construction, nor CCTV, nor anything, not even the western windows. And so they were kind of, I think, very overzealous. There was like almost 2 minutes left on the clock, at least a minute and a half, and they just went for it, and very understandable why creators would have won that round, and they did.
Yeah, that was a very poor decision in my opinion from these guys, and well, they are now 2 rounds away from losing this series entirely. Tough position to be
Attackers
in.
need to locate and
Very,
defuse
very
as
tough
many
position
bombs
to
as
be
they
in.
can.
Creators, they're going down to the basement. This is where they looked supremely excellent with their pulse on board as well. Aimer, maybe not the player who's getting the frags, but he's certainly contributing with the information from the pulse. And we might be looking at match point, series point after the end of this round.
It's a possibility, and I do honestly have to favor creators to take this map number 2. Unfortunately, against Onslaught Esports to win the series 2-0 because they've just been looking better so far, and obviously they are on the defensive side here. But Onslaught, they brought this game a lot closer. These 4 rounds were earned as compared to, a lot of those coastline rounds where it seemed like it was just thrown away at the last remaining seconds for the creator side, and they somehow get the clutch. And that's also to the credit, of course, of players like Ice Cream, who were able to get that ace clutch in the favor of Onslaught. But still, right now, let's see if creators can hold on to this round and bring us to match point, or will Onslaught be able to do something here? So, okay, it seems like they ran out of reinforcements to reinforce the CCTV wall in the first place. But yeah.
Well, let's see what they can do. Creators, as you said, may be a little bit hurting on the reinforcements. You can see Vanapets are going to go and open up blue first. Onslaught likes to make this blue push a lot more of its focus than creators did. Creators, they were like, okay, we're going to push down mainstays, we're going to use the motor. Yes, we're going to have a player who is going to help out with the blue side, but Onslaught's entire focus actually in this round seems to be from dirt and blue. Pinch them through the this north-south corridor, if you will, and then just make your way into B site. Ignore the defensive setup on A, don't bother with the church wall, and then we hold the cross afterwards, after we get the plant. Very interesting claymore though.
Okay. Well, Tricky now this time trying to aggress this blue hatch, and they're looking, to be fair, more coordinated this time, sticking together, have one individual goal, at least for the 2 fire teams that have spread on out. Cookid Neko here on the Mozzie is roaming this second floor, which is something that could propose a major problem later in the round itself, and IDBTM is going to have to watch out for the flanks, but the middle left and clock, and they still don't have anything to work with here, aside from this open hatch. Prova finds a pick off an Ice Cream, which is a huge pick to find, get that ace off online, and now going to have to use all the Ibana pellets to open this up, and Kaijo hot drops into the site and gets that pick. Cookid Neko will do the same. You get the trade-off in the Chuggy to bring it 4-3, 4v3 in the favor of the creators.
Oh, that's good.
Look at his peak coming from IDBTM. That was huge for him to find error, marking his ways. They should be able to get the plant off here. Kobe, not a great angle for him to find Cookid Neko. And this is looking like a decisive round for ONS if they can win it in the post-plant.
Koginara, that's it. He is holding strong. And this north-south corridor push that I call basically really coming to fruition. They froze out these players who are inside of church. They dealt with whatever resistance there was on the B side and then just pushed their way through. The Roma was punished as well. He couldn't do anything. That barricade hurt him so much more than it helped the defenders.
Yeah, it's it kind of bit him in the back, shot himself in the foot, but 5-5 here, and that was a very good round coming in from Kobe Nata and Onslaught as a whole. You can tell that, that round right prior, round 10, as compared to round 9, they were so much more decisive, so much more coordinated as a team. They were sticking together. They had one goal that okay, let's open the hatch, guys, help me do this, and then let's go on down, guys, help me do this. As opposed to the round right prior when they were taking the CCTV site and they were just completely spread on out. They had no common goal, it seemed like. Rather, when they were taking Gym, they had no common goal, and they were all kind of individually doing their own thing. But this is what they need to do here, Onslaught. They have to move up together. Maybe go for like a 3-2 split at most, but you can't really try and get your manpower too far desperately away. And funnily enough here in Fian, they're going to basement, but they do have some setups on the stock and bar side.
Interesting.
10 seconds
Looking
left.
forward to basically seeing exactly what these
5
guys
seconds left before insertion.
are planning, essentially.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
They're looking at an eye hatch
Very
from
curious.
the look of it.
Yeah. From the second floor, I guess, they are looking to, have a sideline maybe, look down and stop these attackers from gaining a foothold.
They also have these footholds in the stock, between the stock wall itself and bar, so maybe they're looking to deny stock catch through the bar itself and control that, but in that endeavor, there's only one single player. It's going to be Jello Jelly on the Aruni to try and do exactly that. Let's see if it's going to be enough in this case. I mean, ONSLAUGHT Esports right now, they've been looking better in that last round right prior, as we talked about, but it'll be enough for them to take the lead and potentially match point here. Whoever wins this round, obviously, will take match point and can potentially secure map number 2 if Creators does, and that's a series. If ONSLAUGHT does, and this could potentially be map number 3. But we're looking to clear this top side, second floor, coming in from Kaijo. I think they flushed out the roamer there. There was a roamer earlier on. Not sure where he went, as Error finds a pick here in a Kobe Nata. That's a good opener here for the Creators side, but Kaijo's looking to try and clear out Kukineko, and he has no idea that he's here, none the wiser.
Almost messed it up though. Almost messed it up. Missed his shots initially. Didn't expect that Hibana to keep going. Rather expected him to stop and try to take the fight against him, but Hibana had no clue, as you
Bomb
said.
located by attackers.
And it's all up to Chugi, IDBTM, and Ice Cream. Ice Cream himself, he's been very quiet this map. He was very good on Coastline, but he's now 5 and 10. It's really been IDBTM who has stepped up massively. 10 kills, 7 deaths.
Loading new mag.
All right. It might be the case, but who knows? They still have an opportunity here to try and change things up. Barricade's actually gonna give him a bit more security, at least a sound key if they try and go through it, aside from, you know, the gridlock traps that he placed on the floor. Try and block that angle off. Ice Cream here, with the Runegate dealt with, actually has a chance to maybe crawl his way in if he can find a pick. He does get that pick off. Oh dear, the AK-12 is so deadly up close, and he finds Aimer because of that. The plant will not be stuck. Jello Jelly's able to get the kill here, and Error will deny that with a Nitro. 1v3 as Error secures the round, and Creators have taken match point once again.
Okay, well, I thought ONSLAUGHT had done it again. I really did. Even though they were down 3 versus 4, they had site control, they had utility, and they looked like they had, you know, all the crossfires held. But this time around, Creators a little bit wiser, and they threw out their own utility in response. That C4 very important, even though we saw IDBTM switch up the position of the plant. Both times he was stopped, and Jello Jelly was just really important, getting that early pick to make it 2 versus 4 and unsettle IDBTM from planting that diffuser.
Very nicely done. We've seen quite a few denials with the Nitro here, especially on basement, come in from either defensive side, but this time Creators, as they go in the gym and bedroom, this is a site that they very decisively won a while ago versus ONSLAUGHT, but then ONSLAUGHT seemed to be very misguided on their attack here on this one. Maybe, I'm not too sure honestly if ONSLAUGHT are too comfortable in taking this site in general. It didn't seem to be the case earlier on, but hopefully for their sake that is going to change, because this is the final round of regulation, and if ONSLAUGHT cannot do it here, they're going home. Creators go over into the grand final of this whole thing. So ONSLAUGHT Esports right now, they have to dig in deep. This is the final round of this one. Will we go into overtime? That remains to be seen, but ONSLAUGHT, they're going to have to look as composed as we saw them on those basement attacks compared to their earlier gym side push, which really did seem very scattered from them.
Hopefully for their sake, they are able to coordinate the push. I think it can certainly work out. Gym I think is a decent site. It's not the best site. Obviously,
For sure.
people will unequivocally say it's the basement. But as far as cash and CCTV goes, I think both of these teams have looked fairly weak on it. So it might just have been the best choice that Creators had in taking it over here.
Right side not electrocuted. This should allow them to try and open things up here. Nade on now to try and force a deep angle on the stairs as well. And that angle, what is he doing? Kukineko going for a peek there. I guess he wanted to try and catch him off guard with a nade out on hand, but
Located.
he just gets fully punished for it. Very ill-advised on that one, and they're looking a lot better here, ONSLAUGHT, I might say. They've grouped up to open up the CCTV wall, and they've done so as well on the gym side here too, Infian.
They're making good time as well. It's half the round left, and they are pretty much in control over here. This is where it kind of fell apart the last time, though, just as smoke tape started getting detonated. Oh, I don't know if the Jaeger saw the drone. His teammate of Jelly definitely did. You can see Ice Cream and Kobinata. They might be able to just sweep in if the rest of the defenders are distracted enough. Arrow goes down. That's huge as well. Jelly helping as much as he can, though. Some damage to Kaijo.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. Kaijo here finds a 4v2. Jelly holding on to
Diffuser,
double
though.
kill from him in the round already here, Infian. On the swing, Kaijo's very low.
Commit.
Potentially try and get a trade out. A 50-second timer left. The diffuser has been dropped outside the gym window. Actually, I believe it's inside gym itself, and that's going to be something very difficult to try and retrieve then. And now in the bathroom, it is clear for the meantime. They know there's one right behind the A site itself. The ward is going to propose a big problem.
Flank.
As Krova from the flank, they had no idea, none the wiser that he's here in cash, and Kaijo is very low. He still goes down eventually. Krova 1v2. It's all a Chugi this time. He has the diffuser in his hands, Infian, but he's able to find an angle, but not get taken down. Jelly will secure the series 2-0, and the creators off of a great flank here, and the triple kill from Curvo gets the round as well. 2-0, they go to the grand final.
Yikes, that was so close. I really thought ONSLAUGHT had it again. They were up 4-2. Once they got the control over there inside of construction, Jelly 16-7, massively impressive. 2 maps from him, and this really could have been 3 maps very easily. ONSLAUGHT, oh, you break my heart, man. I mean, that was so close. You guys were good. You guys are really good.
You know what that final round showed me is that they actually have what it takes to do that, right?
Yeah.
But there are a few rounds where they just threw caution to the wind and they were like, okay, let's just, do our own thing. But no, they can play tactical, they can play by the book, they know how to play as a team and coordinated. Like, that was an immensely, a million times better of a push on that final gym attack than we saw them take gym a while ago, where they just did their own thing. And so if they can do that, they have to remain diligent and do that every single round, because that's how you have to play the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just ran up against the brick wall. That was the combination of Krovax and Jelly. I think Krovax himself, he got 12 kills to 7 deaths, and Jelly was 16-7. So, I mean, you can't really fight those kinds of numbers. So we're going to leave you with a recap of those kinds of numbers visually as we take a little break and recuperate for game number 2. See you in a bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know.
But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know.
But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Infinity Walk, and I'm joined by the one and only Cthulhu, and we are back together here to bring you the second semi-final here in the Philippines Qualifier for the Operation League. But Cthulhu, first of all, how good does it feel to be here, back in the Southeast Asian region?
Very, very exciting time for me, honestly. It's been a while, far too long. No one could even say, really. And to finally get to cast with you yet again, look, it's all makes it even sweeter.
Indeed, and Cthulhu, you know, if you guys are unaware, he was with me casting the Pro League. He was casting the Pro League from the beginning, actually, for Southeast Asia since Season 6, all the way up until Season 11, which was in April last year. And he was casting with me for 5 of those seasons, from Season 7 onwards. So glad to have you back, Cthulhu. And we are bringing you guys VALKYRIE Esports versus DESOLATE. That is game number 2. If you missed game number 1, that was a 2-0 in favor of creators. That was a 7-4 and a 7-5 on Coastline and Clubhouse, respectively. Let's look at the maps we are going here. Well, it seems to be the exact opposite. We are starting with Clubhouse, picked by VALKYRIE, and then we're going over to Coastline, picked by DESOLATE. Our decider this time, though, is Villa, not Oregon.
Yeah, so look, slight deviation here from the usual formula, as it seems like the whole of APAC in general prefers quite the similar amount of maps. Funnily enough, within ANZ we did have the whole joke that OCL was not standing for Oceanic Challenge League, but it was standing for Oregon Clubhouse League. So, kind of similar here, you know, slight deviation here and there, but Clubhouse and Coastline definitely should provide a plentiful amount of action for us, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely think we can get a good amount of varied action over here. Clubhouse, as we just saw, and we're going to see again very, very soon, it's somewhat of a methodical map. It's a big map, and if you're going to be at this level, you probably are not super well-versed in how you're going to be doing a roam clear. So if you go too ambitious. You're like, I'm going to clear second floor, I'm going to clear first floor, I'm going to clear, then I'm going to get to this basement clear, and then I'll do the side execute, etc. And that's going to burn a lot of time for you. And we saw that a couple of times in the previous matchup. Coastline plays very differently.
Yeah, Coastline feels like a very kind of at the moment. Well, previously felt like a bit more of a linear map, not a whole lot of places for engagement. But after that whole kind of change that Ubisoft did bring in after the recent patch, honestly, Coastline feels a little bit more flexible in the way how you can play. All of a sudden, the site of the penthouse and theater becomes a little bit more of a viable option, with even with the fact that when Mira is not banned out, and you can go for even an expansion into the VIP room, which now has the whole wall kind of breachable wall instead of just the double window, which helps immensely to essentially expand into it, similar to how some of the teams, say, for example, expand into the bathroom area back on the old border when they will be defending the workshop and ventilation room. So it's kind of one of those situations that if the team is inclined to do so and want to have a little bit more breathing room, then by all means, they can really use that for the penthouse and theater room.
Yeah, we did see penthouse theater earlier on, though, and while it has been improved, as you said, it still has an Achilles heel, and that is the fact that rotating between the two sites involves you going through a very narrow doorway. That is a really big problem.
Yeah, it's a continuous kind of struggle, gotta say. So it's I suppose we'll have to see how creative can teams get here on this kind of iteration of Coastline between the two teams of VALKYRIE Esports and DESOLATE. So I'm just excited to see what kind of action we're going to be seeing here.
So we are going to head right into it. Then we're going to start off with Clubhouse. So our pontification on Coastline will wait. We'll see what happens over here. On the same map that we just ended on, VALKYRIE starting off on the defense, DESOLATE. They are on the attack. Now, Black and Blue told me just now that VALKYRIE pulled off quite an upset yesterday against a team with some experienced players on board. So if they can do that to DESOLATE too, we might not be in for too long of a series.
Yeah, with the Clubhouse, it's one of those maps that kind of borderline occasionally feels like it's played out in a similar vein of how Oregon can allow it to play. So you can either go for a full-on hunker down style, you could go for extremely roam heavy play style. So it does allow you quite a fair bit of movement. And you look at all of those bans, not a whole lot of, well, not creativity, that would be the wrong word, not a whole lot of unusual kind of factor is being brought on board here. Thatcher, Maverick, Cade, VALKYRIE, all of those operators are still kind of, they cripple to a certain degree, say, the information gathering and the ability to deny the breach, but obviously there's still all the alternatives in the form of mute and the form of even bandit in case the defenders do need it. But I would imagine by this point, since Cade is now relatively frequently banned across all the leagues, majority of the teams would still start looking into the post-breach kind of situations and kind of play around that rather than trying to prevent it from the get-go.
Well, lots of decisions to be made. We are having a little bit old right now. You can see there was a decision 6 pick from the Maestro to the Alibi, nothing on the side of the attackers. And, well, what do you make of these lineups from both the attack and the defense, since we have some extra time to look at them?
Yeah, I'll definitely have to say that on the side of defense, it does feel like we are going to be leaning a little bit more into the roam game, even including the fact that this is the church and arsenal room. I still think that we're going to have some heavy presence, if not upstairs full on, then at the very least ground floor before we make any kind of rotations. Majority of those operators have the ability to play a very hunker down, but their kind of strength is in that sheer amount of mobility and being able to kind of very quickly make rotations from one roaming position to another and still being able to frag out. Whereas on the side of DESOLATE, look, they kind of leaning into a little bit more of a conventional playstyle here, where they have one soft breacher. Technically, you could include the Jackal of Saharimac. into the same category with the ITA-12S. And then you have two of the hard breaches that will be making sure that they open up both the hatches, making sure that they possibly open up the dark tunnel. But as I waffle on, CLX already gets the better of Cleverly, and just like that, then that's your soft breach. So now all of that duty is all down to Saharai Mac.
Yeah, and Cleverly just hits us with a RIP in chat. He knows he messed up. It's an early death for him. Unfortunate that it worked out this way, but now the defenders already in a very entrenched position here on Clubhouse have extra
Attackers
advantages.
drop the diffuser. Attackers recover the diffuser.
Early position for Saharai actually could make this a very doable situation for D8, even despite the early loss, given that he could actually cut off quite a few of the roaming rotations, and as long as he doesn't waffle his shots and as long as he gets the steady stream of information, he might just be able to do so, given that we still have a Mozzie in the construction room. So plenty of opportunities, but look, still plenty of time to go through, so he will have to wait for quite a while before any gunfight does erupt.
Tango located. Cash room.
Now you can see they are trying to do that second floor room clear. We talked about a bunch of teams earlier on in the previous match wanting to do the second to basement clear. As we see CLX, he takes down one more, and that is Ryul's the Yana off the board. So that's probably a Gone 6 and 2 frag grenades gone, as well, pardon the pun, as well as the replicator that was giving so much info as we saw early on.
Yeah. The issue here as well is that
I'm reloading.
with the fact that CLX has not been fragged out, his position is still becoming more and more dangerous the longer the time goes by. And with all the breaches happening, it seems like VLK are bound to just go in for the flank and go for the full expansion. But that double kill proves completely differently. 3v3, and Pie Guy is just absolutely popping off.
Well, that's a good little push in. Oh, what a shot from him over onto the main stairs. It's all up to Slurpee, and what was a two-man advantage for these defenders has vanished, evaporated into thin air. Slurpee's very low. Pie Guy's getting the diffuser down, so it's a 1v1 while this happens, and the cover is perfect from the Jackal of Saharai. And Desolate, they come out with a strong statement. They are keeping it cool, they're keeping it chill, and they are taking their gunfights really exceedingly well.
Jeez. The moment I was about to condemn D8 to a possible loss in the first round, they just went in and just went hard. The story of Fragmite of Pie Guy just shined through like a phoenix, really, through all of the issues that initially D8 had. But look, well done to them for quite a speedy recovery that firstly, I didn't expect the early frag. That's one. So clever, and I don't think Cleverly expected that either. And secondly, yeah, the whole collapse that attackers decided to pull off and just completely ignore any kind of roam was absolutely phenomenal. Funnily enough, this will be forcing us to go back to the Church and Arsenal room, as it seems like VLK are not particularly content with how they've executed it all. So maybe a retry, maybe some repositioning could be in play, and already CLX swapping off from Mozzie onto a Rooney could be a sign for something a little bit more, yeah, a little bit more defensive sided. Albeit I say that Sky brings in the Caveira.
Well, we saw Caveira earlier on. I think it was in coastline, and it got the Caveira 3 kills on the flank. It was really well done, actually. The Caveira used the silent steps basically to stop Jackal from tracking, because we saw that Onslaught, they were not able to roam comfortably. That player specifically, he was always getting found out by the Jackal. So this might be exactly what Sky here is trying to do. You can see he's got the Cybertruck, I think, no, he's got the better sight, but that's a very good sight line. No one's going to give himself up.
I don't think Desolate are too keen on going for this very similar push. They are, though, intending to make a play around the top floor straight away and just go for a top-down clear, and instead of having any kind of presence on the ground floor, which does make complete sense, and Saharai Mac instead decides to play around his team. So this is now looking like a much more organized D8 where they are going to be playing a little bit more kind of by the book siege, but with that comes the more so of a question, are they going to be able to read into this play by Sky and drone him out, or whether this will go unnoticed and will Sky be able to punish them?
Cleverly trying to find exactly where any roamers are. So far unsuccessful. That second floor for the second round running has been left empty, and we saw this in the other matchup too. Oh, Carrera is spotted out, so that's a good start for these attackers now. They have the info, that's half the battle. Second half would be to find and kill her. They are very focused on her though, so she's wasting a lot of time. Only if he knew. Only if he knew. Well, at least it's proved one thing. Nice. Cleverly does not have wall hacks.
Yeah.
Because that was so tempting. So tempting.
Yeah. At the very least, they are reading into the fact that Sky may not have actually fallen back, so this could actually be huge. And
the time
if they're able to frag out Sky.
Crazy.
Yeah. Flashbang starting to come in. Now fully reworked, they could actually bring a whole lot of leverage here for the play. But another gunfight around this time, Pie Guy, the MVP of the previous round, just doesn't get to play. Slurpee is the one to find the second frag off that whole push. And still gets to sit around in kitchen. What?
Oh, what is going on over here? This is very, very dicey from these attackers. They're operating on very little information. Although last time, Pie Guy punished the flanker very, very well. But 15 seconds left, really. What is going to happen? This barbed wire utility, this players they need to deal with. Cleverly gets one more behind Bomb Chassis. That's a free kill. Renzo and Lucas piled on. And it's 3 versus 1. Cleverly doesn't even have information, doesn't even have rotations to make it happen. And that's VALKYRIE answering right back. And we might be in for a long one.
Yeah, VALKYRIE this time managed to actually do all their due diligence and actually play out their solo plays really, really well. Well paced as well on the defense, whereas on the side of D8, the moment they encountered that unexpected variable in form of Sky's Caveira, they just really couldn't do much. And it seems like Sky might just keep on doing his own play, but funnily enough, for Desolate, they decided to actually swap off the Jackal, which could be meaning that they are intending to bring a little bit more kind of hands-on approach straight away, straight onto site, and kind of send it from there, which brings out a mute pick as a response from Sky.
Now,
almost feels like maybe Desolate are trying to play a little bit more like kind of that game of like, what do you wanna hunt?
Yeah,
here?
Yeah, Desolate are letting them kind of feel it out, and we might be, looking at a team that takes a while to figure it out. And once they have it, they absolutely have it. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to figure things out. But of course, that doesn't mean that they can ignore basic tenets of Siege, such as time. They wasted so much time on the Caveira. They had really no need to deal with her directly, especially with the fact that they only had, I think, half the round left when they found that Caveira hiding away inside a strip club. So at that point, you just want to be sectioning it off really well. And they have Nomad available. They're not bringing the Nomad, but they have her available, and they really should be using the Nomad and just pushing site with confidence.
Yeah, Nomad would have actually been a really good decision here, just purely for the fact that it could have allowed so much less time spent on just watching the flank or just worrying about somebody flanking you around, or even something like even a Gridlock, given the fact that Gridlock does have the choice of either the Gon 6 or the Super Shorty. So plenty of opportunities, but it seems like the time being for Desolate, they have kind of their own set lineup of the operators. Funnily enough, already the secondary hard breach device has been already used for a breach, but no emphasis around that breach, which feels oddly confusing.
Guy's still waiting for his teammates to help him out and get rid of that jammer. We even have the Sophia. Oh, that's an early engagement, and Reels is going to be the one who capitalizes on it. That is Slurpee off the board. We have one member inside of construction. You can see with the outlines. One, I think, going over to the bedroom. Might be looking for a long angle or a flank or a jump out. Something to shake the confidence of Desolate at the very least, if not waste time, if not get a kill.
Well, so far it is going to be finally a breach. No, denial is going to be there, and already full send straight away. Ruby Rose is actually going to go straight for the full-on send, full-on plan, and Riles is actually keeping him covered.
That's amazing. That is amazing. This is exactly what you want to do. If you're losing time clearing out roamers, forget the roamers, smash the site. The site's going to be low on manpower. Renzo gets full flashed, and CLX coming in from below Sky does answer back, so that's one on two Riles. But you can see the repels are very, very strong on this bomb site. Two more players coming in from the Red Stairs side, and full flash yet again. These new flashes absolutely destroying these players. Pie Guy gets one, and CLX really nothing he can do there. Flames surrounding him and cleverly sweeping in with the LMGE. That is another round on the attack for Desolate, and they have basically done their part here on Clubhouse Attack. Any attacking rounds after this, they're more like a bonus. And we saw early on, after a 3-3 defensive half, it's very hard to recover and go 4-2 on your attack.
Yeah, certainly. Look, I still would have to say that this is one of the more earlier iterations of the rounds that we have seen from both of the rosters, so given that this is also a best of 3, still plenty of room to recover for either one of the rosters, but Desolate are certainly showing that they came in quite prepared for quite a lot of the situations here against VALKYRIE Esports, whereas on the side of VALKYRIE, they seem to be adapting more so. Yes, they have their own kind of approaches, they have their own ideas about how to approach the play, but it's always kind of one step behind what Desolate are bringing over, so it borderline feels like a kind of a game of who can catch up to each other quicker, and so far, well, VALKYRIE are currently losing in that race.
It's not a good look for VALKYRIE if they're able to concede so much ground on the site. But conversely, if they can bait the attackers into clearing out roamers and doing a full clear and wasting time, like they did in the previous round only, before well the round previous to the previous at this point. But yeah, you know, like Caveira, if they can do more bait plays like that, then it works out. So they have some room, some margin of error to spend some time, a couple of rounds to figure out what exactly the attackers are doing. And once they figure out what Desolate wants, they have to counter it.
Exactly. Look, for the time being, we do have a relatively slowed down push, albeit some nice good positions have been opened up. D8 clearly expecting that there is going to be some form of a flank plan, rightfully so. Sky is back on his own shenanigans, but this time being pressured from far too many positions and will be fragged out. But still, at the very least, he was able to dish out quite some punishment too cleverly, so moving forward, the Zofia may be seeing quite a fatal accident once she gets into yet another gunfight.
It's not a good start for Cleverly again in the first round as well. But of course, you know, in terms of HP, I mean, but Smoke being off the board, sorry, the Mute being off the board is good. Once C4 gone, they can get the other SAS operator, and that would be a lot of the plant denial off the board. Just Slurpee with the C4. Right now, this is a very C4-able position, in fact. Riles is going to send in a frag instead, and still eaten by an ADS. The second one should know! Oh, there are multiple ADSs and magnets who are protecting that bandit battery.
Oh my. The moment I thought that finally Desolate may have figured things out for themselves, this is looking like they may just be able to be outsmarted here by VALKYRIE. They realized how, or rather VALKYRIE realized how powerful Slurpee's position could be, and now with the fact that Saharai is no longer on the Capital, this means way less utility pressure, meaning that this will have to be a very, very strong, very quick attack by them. Oh, bye guy. Well, bye guy was being told bye guy.
We talked about C4s, and Slurpee finally finished off those. Still a 3 versus 3, 30 seconds, but it's not looking good for these attackers. They have smoke grenades to deal with. They haven't dealt with the smoke yet. It's finished. Now they have a shotgun to deal with. We can see the hole isn't perfect. Lupus gets one. The swing is good though from Ruby. From top red, he takes a lot of damage. He's gonna go for the plant right in the open. The cover needs to be inch perfect. They can't miss at all. The Jaeger takes him down, and that's gonna be Ruby. No, Ruby gets it, and he's in a post plant 1v1. Oh, he knows exactly where he is. Kills that Jaeger, that information, and he's gonna go hunting and win it. No way! How does Desolate win that, Cthulhu? Tell me. How?
Honestly, I'm lost for words here. I'm lost for words. I'm sure Kicks already witnessed plenty of those kind of situations where certain players shift Wing straight into the enemy sides. But look here, VALKYRIE had the perfect setup for themselves even after the early frag out, but just, hey, look, Desolate are just built differently. I feel with a 3-1 scoreline, we just might be seeing a repetition of their previous performance back on Oregon, where they were able to come out with a 4-2 half on their attack. So it definitely shows that they are quite proficient here on the attack, at the very least in their own sub-region.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, jeez, they stole that round. They absolutely stole that round. Ruby, I mean, okay, first of all, massive credit to him. So many players, even pro players, even like APAC North, APAC South, EUL, any region, they will fall off the plant right there. They'll think, oh yeah, whatever, what the hell, right? Like, he killed my cover, he's right there in the rotation, I'm dead, right? But no, this guy, Ruby, was like, whatever, you know, if I die, I die. But he stuck the plant, didn't die, got the Jaeger down. I don't know what the Jaeger was looking at. And then he even got the final defender, and good aggressive push. He didn't wait around, and he took it by the scruff of its neck around, and just went in, chasing him, because he knew. But my backing off is a sign for him to aggress.
Yeah. I definitely have to commend so far both Desolate and Creators from what I've seen. Both teams were so far very proficient at just punishing their opponents and reading perfectly into when the fallback was there, when to go in for the swing, and to be able to take those gunfights very confidently. Confidence is actually, as a matter of fact, has been quite a huge factor that I think not very frequently talked about within Siege, purely for the fact that if you're not really comfortable in your swings, you from the get-go have already the disadvantage against somebody who just flat out could be ego peeking you. So this here, or rather that very round number 4, could have been that big tilter, that big decider in the confidence of how VOK might be treating the rest of the game.
Yeah, seeing information being denied by the side of the defenders. They are not in the worst of shape though, VALKYRIE. And in fact, the shape is going to get better as CLX, he takes on Cleverly. Once again, the opening death. Oh, that's a C4 shot out. Ruby Rose, he's on point. Really turning up. And Desolate on the back foot for sure, but definitely not out of it as we saw in the previous round.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
100%. No, Ruby Rose, that's not who you need to shoot. That's the full half mag. Just unload into Pie Guy. Oh no. Bit unfortunate, but yeah, look, with that kind of huge disadvantage, and in the health department disadvantage as well, D8 surely are looking to lose out this round in a 5v3 with a minute to go. Nonetheless, there are still a few opportunities, but they are dwindling by every second.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now, seeing Ruby Rose send in his flashbang, he sees the fake, he actually can get the kill. but he actually is too focused on sending the flashbangs in. He flashes himself, drops in, goes for the deep plant. Ryos drops with him and he gets two.
No way.
How does that happen? Sahara and Mac, they have full site control. From the hatch though, there's a kitchen hatch player coming in, the defender on the flank. They don't catch anything though. In fact, it's Sahara and Mac who catches Sky, and somehow Desolate have pulled this one out of the bag as well. CLX needs to make this a 1v3 quad kill clutch.
What is happening? How is this being allowed out of a blue? It's just I'm lost for words here. Yes, CLX has the cracked aim, but the fact that Riles and Sahara Mac were able to just like that out of thin air just go in for the swing and not be punished is just mind-blowing.
I think what the previous 2 rounds have demonstrated more than anything is the balls on Desolate, specifically Ruby Rose. I mean, holy hell, my god, this guy's amazing. Just goes in brazenly. He has the info, he acts on it. He's like, look, you know, I'm going for it. If I don't, I'm gonna lose anyway. It's a very refreshing state of mind that you don't even see in top flight, and to see it in what is arguably tier 3 competition, I mean, I am pumped. I'm supremely pumped. And Desolate, they're now 4 rounds up on attack, by the way. They could go 5-1 even.
Yeah, they have the perfect opportunity for a 5-1 conclusion of the first half of Clubhouse, and if that's the case, that is going to be a huge impact to the mental game, I would imagine, between VLK and DA in general in the context of this semi-final, which sets up quite an interesting precedent in a matchup between possibly Desolate and Creators, given the fact that Creators in their respective matchups finished 7-4, 7-5. If Desolate can finish with an even quicker scoreline, this does kind of tilt the favor in their side, considering the factors that so far have been occurring.
I mean, this is looking very good already. I would have to say this is the point where I'm getting a little bit more certain in what I'm saying. You know, these are 2 relatively unknown teams, right? But now I'm getting a little bit more confident, like in saying, like, look, okay, we are seeing Desolate pull ahead, and by a significant margin. Not only is it 3 rounds, it's on the attack.
Well, with that said, still got plenty of chances for VLK to pull a comeback, and could even try to do something once we see them on the attack. But again, with the nature of the game kind of being more so still tilted slightly in favor. Oh no, the defense.
Does he
nearly.
He did. He sees the blood splatter at least. Now he knows. And Sahara and Mac, there we go. What a pinch. Okay, this is great. Look, they learned in the first round. They're like, we wasted way too much time on this cav. We're gonna find this cav early. We're gonna check and look, he's here. And we're gonna kill him. And that's exactly what they did. I love it when a plan comes together.
Simply phenomenal so far. DA dodging so many explosives.
Oh, no,
that's
not what he means.
What is happening?
No,
how is this even being allowed? That's the second TK as well with a single map. Oh no.
That hurts.
This could very much go into 5-1. Oh my goodness. Just absolutely devastating below there. VLK not really particularly too happy about how this is all unraveling so far, purely for the fact that they lost the C4 of Bandit off Slurpee, they lost the Skies Roam, all down to CLX, Lupus, and Renzo, and so far between them, we haven't seen a whole lot of flashy plays, unfortunately.
See, 3 versus 5. Desolate have pulled it from a 5 versus 3 against them, and now they have a 3 versus 5 in their favor. So, what's your verdict? Are you gonna call this Cthulhu? I think it's dangerous to call this, given how these rounds have been going, but Desolate are definitely in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, they're 100% in the driver's seat, and certainly so far managed to poise themselves as the ones who possibly could even be looking to go into the grand final here, albeit still only first round. We may be seeing a few hiccups here and there, but with the fact how confidently they are pushing, it is just an absolute ripper all down to Lupus, 1v4, planned down, 43 seconds ticking, and right now he's the last man standing. No chances whatsoever, no. Cleverly to shut him down. Yeah, 5-1 though, Infian.
5-1 on the attack. Look, early on, you know, at least in the first 3 rounds, Cthulhu, correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like this was going to be a close game. Valkyrie were hanging. They were hanging. They started off well, and the next 2 rounds were close. But then after that, just Desolate were like switched on.
Oh yeah. Full send. Now, I think it was the round number 3 or round number 4 that pretty much tilted the whole favor in, to the side of D8, where they just absolutely were able to just steal away a round that was rightfully VLK's, but VLK just waffled on and just couldn't really close out their own ones, and yeah, look, from there on it just kind of ended up causing a full-on mental collapse, it seems, because ever since then, ever since round 2, Valkyrie couldn't really find a single winning for themselves. Now they are going on the attack. They have the chance to dictate the pace, and we do see kind of the pick of the operators that we kind of expected from D8 with the introduction of, say, somebody like an Ace, introduction of somebody like a Nomad. But for D8, it didn't really matter the lack of Valkyrie. It's just they just kind of sent it. They just went in for the swing, and I'm even expecting a similar turnout even here whilst they are on defense. I still think that they are going to be the ones to be taking the swings, not the attack of VLK.
I'm excited. I am absolutely excited to see how this turns out. Because if Desolate brings that confidence that they had on attack on this defense, I mean, Valkyrie's done. Just done. Gone.
Yeah. No chance.
There's no way.
I'll even go to that extent and say I will be surprised if we will, at this pace, if we'll end up seeing map number 3, unless Valkyrie pulls something absolutely amazing during Coastline, which is map number 2 going in here.
Yeah, I mean.
Actually, I'm curious. Hang on. What was the map pick? This was the map pick.
Yeah. So you'll be right.
Oh no.
Yeah. So it's just like in the other matchup, you know, the Onslaught just got swept away. They picked the clubhouse. That's good little pickup though on the shield. This is a good fast push, and it seems like these Filipino teams love their fast pushes. The Ruby Rose, he gets a double with the shotgun, and he gets the that's Pie Guy with the SMG-11, and this push just stopped immediately. 1 versus 5. Ryles joins in action. Sky, send him to the sky in heaven. Oh, goodness gracious me. We are at 6-1. Match point.
Jesus. You know how we've been talking prior to us getting into the production call, how it's just, it seems like whoever's got the crazier and the most cracked swings seems to be the winning side, because it seems like Desolate just pushed it up to a whole new level, it feels. Just, you look at their swings, I'm still lost. How was Ruby Rose allowed to get that double shotgun kill on that swing?
Swings. You know the saying. You know, our parents tell us when they put us to sleep: if you believe in the shotgun will believe in you.
That is true. That is a good point.
I've heard it every night. Every single night, I've heard it. And I think that's what Ruby Rose is doing. He's believing. He believed in those 2 rounds that he pulled out of his nether regions earlier on an attack, and he believed in the shotgun over here. Really impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, this is certainly. It is time to now start believing in the Church of the SAS Shotgun, and certainly Ruby Rose proceeded to become the pastor of that church. Look, gotta say though, Desolate so far shown an absolutely banger of a performance, especially on a map like Clubhouse, which does kind of pose a question: will creators end up possibly banning this against them now? Could certainly be another theory to really play around, given the fact that already Desolate showed a very dominant Oregon, already a dominant Clubhouse, and both of these maps are usually kind of considered kind of the go-to maps for APAC region in general, let alone for CA, even back in the old days of Oregon as well.
Yeah, it's really It's really been like APAC's not really changed its stripes. If Border comes back in, they will play Border. APAC didn't used to play Bank, they still don't play Bank. Cafe, they loved it, they still love it. And after the rework, Clubhouse, same thing. So the APAC likes to keep its traditions of sorts.
True, but I do also want to say, at the very least in the context of even ANZ, there has been a surge of appreciation for a map like Chalet. So maybe Chalet could be creeping into the meta as well. We'll have to wait and see.
And
but
Japan and APAC North, specifically, they love Chalet. So yeah, that might be
true.
changing. Let's see.
But yeah, look. For now, Slurpee is the one to go in for the entry, but you look at just how stacked the presence is in the garage, and it's not really bringing a whole lot of confidence into VLK's push, albeit Slurpee gets a little bit ballsy, but without a whole lot of real presence, and Pie Guy just makes it even more of a loader time.
Please explain how Slurpee hasn't been dealt with, I think. That's my question. Pie Guy, he got his cover, and then they just backed off. Well, although to be fair, I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea from Desolate, but this could be punishing Slurpee. There we go. He punishes him, but immediately refragged by Cleverly and Ruby Rose. He joins in the party. Lupus, well, you better hope it's Lupus for Desolate. If not, I don't think there's much that's gonna save these guys in this matchup. 4 kills combined to their name in these 7 rounds. They need to find 4 in this round specifically.
Absolutely. Look, this is not looking particularly pleasant for Valkyrie on the match point. 1-6, and they need to pull it out of a 1v4 with that swinging. No chance whatsoever. At the very least, it's not going to be a flawless, but look. Oh, okay, Renzo. Contesting for a clutch. Clutching coming. Maybe clutching coming, actually. With a down already, it's a 1v1 against Ruby Rose.
But it is Ruby Rose.
Why?
It is Ruby Rose. Like, there is at least from what we've seen, there is no other player I would want to have more than Ruby Rose, and he gets it! It's a clutch, it's a 7-1 lockout, it's a sweep here from Desolate. Valkyrie Esports, go back to sleep. That's what happens when you ban your namesake.
Jeez. Yeah, just like that. Desolate coming out with a 7-1 victory so far out of the whole that qualifies the single most decisive scoreline that we've seen.
Yeah, in the Filipino ones.
In the Filipino ones, yeah. Look, definitely showing their domination, the fact how keen they are to get into the grand finals, and beating the previous record of ONSLAUGHT Esports, who managed to come out 7-2 over Poi, but unfortunately for ONSLAUGHT, they're no longer in the qualifiers.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe ONSLAUGHT could have taken like a second victory for them against Valkyrie, but we won't really know for sure. Valkyrie looked completely, toothless here on Clubhouse outside of those 3 rounds. So we're gonna throw to the highlights, give you a little bit of a reminder of stuff that really started 40 minutes ago. It's very fast. We burned through Clubhouse, but we'll be right back with map number 2, Coastline, where I don't see things getting any better for Valkyrie.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know.
But
I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So, I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
right, Callie, the big plan.
What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude
my work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan.
What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into what is turning to be a very fast matchup between VALKYRIE Esports and DESOLATE. I'm Infinity, up with me is the one and only Cthulhu, if you're wondering where Black and Blue has gone. He'll be joining Cthulhu afterwards in the grand final, which I think we might be heading to really quickly. Cthulhu, what have we just seen on the first map, which as you can see on the screen was Clubhouse?
Yeah, Clubhouse, Valkyrie's pick turned out to be just an absolute bloodbath for them, and really DESOLATE took them to a 7-1 victory. Not really too much to say from VALKYRIE, apart from the fact that quite a few rounds that were supposed to be theirs for the taking were just completely given away to DESOLATE, and DESOLATE were sure to pretty much bite away all that and then some. And going into Coastline, which is DESOLATE's pick, hopes are definitely not there for VALKYRIE, as unfortunate as it is.
Yeah, I mean, Coastline is a frag-heavy map, and the way that we saw Ruby Rose in particular, just break out his I don't know, big cojones at every opportunity, just taking gunfights with zero fear, and that kind of gunfighting ability is exactly what you want on Coastline. We also had Pie Guy. He was also contributing almost at the same level. I think Pie Guy got 7 kills, and we had 8 kills or 9 kills on the side of Ruby Rose. So the combined, these guys were really doing so much damage to VALKYRIE Esports, and we're going to see exactly what kind of damage they can do on Coastline. A frag-heavy map that in Southeast Asia is kind of attacker-sided, in my opinion. At least a 4-2.5 is what you should be expecting. We are seeing DESOLATE ban out Jackal first thing off, though.
It is interesting, given the fact that DESOLATE were the only ones to actually utilize Jackal during their attack, so they are certainly up to something. They know exactly how they want to play out their game and their side. Will VALKYRIE banning out? Well, VALKYRIE, it's yet again possibly spelling out the initial curse for them, but Thatcher to be banned out. Thatcher, actually, funnily enough, Thatcher nowadays becoming more and more of a relevant ban yet again, especially on a map like Coastline, given just the sheer amount of more breachable walls that you would need to go through to even enter into the building.
Now, Kayit being banned out on Coastline, it's an interesting choice, Cthulhu. What do you make of it? Coastline is a map that, at least pre-rework, had the reputation where, well, I guess you don't really need to electrify many walls.
It feels more like kind of partially a precaution, one would just say, purely for the fact that we possibly could be seeing a little bit more of an expansion towards the VIP room. Playing around that could mean that, well, Kaid would make it extremely difficult to get past it, and well, that pretty much needs some sort of solution. So banning him outright does make sense. I am, though, curious about this whole choice. So swapping from a Mira, who also managed to escape, by the way, the ban phase, onto a Chanka does more so present a... Well, firstly,
I think it's not a bad idea.
Create those rotations. It's not a bad idea, not at all. It's just more so it indicates a switch in the playstyle, which you essentially go from a bit more of a hunker down with the mirror windows and having the ability to continuously keep on pinging your opponents to a bit more of a kind of reactive gameplay with that Shumika launcher, essentially playing kind of the role of a secondary smoke now that they also have Pie Guy on the smoke as well for the defense.
10 seconds to go.
Well, Valkyrie on the attack. They're trying to give themselves an early advantage over on Clubhouse. The first 3 rounds, they looked very competitive. They took the first round with a very nice time-wasting strategy off the back of the Tavera pick, no less. And then after that, you know, they were competitive in close rounds in rounds 2 and 3. But then after that, Desolate just took the game by the scruff of its neck and ran away with it. Let's see whether we're going to see a similar storyline play out here. Valkyrie really cannot afford to go, well, I guess 4-2 down on their attack.
100%. Look, yeah, this is the one and only chance that Valkyrie have left for any kind of opportunities, really, for that matter, and their attack needs to be pretty much clinically solid and clinically clean. They need to make sure that they ensure themselves something across the lines of a 3-3 or 4-2. Otherwise, any kind of other scoreline will be pretty much just slowing down their ultimate demise. I'd probably call that. But look, at the very least, we are seeing quite a thorough clear of, like, from the top floor, from the roof, and making sure that Valkyrie just not missing a whole lot of positions, because on the defense, Desolate were able to show us quite a solid performance. Oh, wait.
Well, that's a great kill. He's all the way inside. He does get traded out. He won't get res, and there we go. Ruby was finishing it off. But that's a big, important kill. He just pushes in and takes out the smoke. I think that's really, really important and a worthwhile trade. They do have Buck still for their vertical destruction, although the Buck, for some reason, is very interested in the kitchen window instead.
I mean, the C8 does allow quite a thorough, solid ability to breach, but yeah, it's definitely a bit of a question mark worthy decision by the Buck. But look, we'll have to see and find out if it does bring in any kind of success.
Reload!
Yeah, seeing Saharai sending out more and more flames. Lupus, for some reason, likes the horizontal push. I still don't get it. He still had time to rotate. He still does, in fact. I mean, if the rest of his teammates are able to do something. But CLX, he's just gonna vote right in. They have no clue that this has happened, even with the pings on the alibi prismas. That has really been a huge misplay from Desolate. From the vertical angle, Riles is going to get Sky. The plant is surely going to get confirmed. There we go. Lupus does get down, so it's a 1v3 in the post plant. CLX has utility, he has a good position, he has a shield from the defenders given to him, but there's not really much he can do against this rampaging Desolate. Ruby Rose was still alive, so there was no winning that anyway, in my opinion.
No chance whatsoever. I'll definitely have to agree with you here, Infian. It's just an absolute stomp, no matter where VALKYRIE are trying to go. Desolate are already there, all prepared. Even in the post-plan situation, it worked out far too well with no real danger per se for Desolate. So
sloppy though, from
certainly
Desolate, you have to agree.
Yeah,
That they allowed the
certainly.
push in. Kitchen was completely unwatched.
Definitely, but it was off the back of just a single person push. If it was a full-on 5-man collapse, then this would have been a completely different turnout, I'll have to say, and this would have been VALKYRIE's round. As a matter of fact, actually, I do genuinely think that if VALKYRIE would have been a little bit more concentrated on that singular push, and if they would have been playing as a kind of a single unit, I genuinely think that they would have had a much more successful performance throughout the majority of this matchup so far.
I mean, on the way I see it, right, like, it was an easy fix. You blow open VIP wall right there, right? You put pressure in from the outside, which means Ryuls can't watch down from above.
Exactly.
So, and you might even get the kill onto Ryuls. And then it means you can vault into kitchen window and you can plant right there at kitchen window. You don't need to go deeper. It can be a safe plant for you because the vertical pressure is alleviated, and then you go right back out from the kitchen window and then you hold it. And after that point, it's a very strong post-plant hold for you.
But still, you get quite a fair few of the opportunities to see that chance given to VLK. And already the fabled trophy and theater room, with already the expansion onto the VIP that as I was alluding to it before, would actually quite eloquently actually get the better of the attack if they manage to keep their positions nice and safe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a long way to go, even if it's going to be a fast map. I still think there is a significantly long way to go. Still might see VLK surprise us, just as we saw Desolate surprise us on Clubhouse.
One would only hope, really, here.
Attackers
VALKYRIE
located a bomb.
Esports certainly had not particularly the flashiest showcase during map number 1, but hopefully map 2 will see to a different conclusion of it. So, yet another chance, yet another opportunity, yet another breach coming about. Renzo is trying to apply some pressure from the memorial doorway, whilst the rest of the team is kind of all scattered, sprinkled all around coastline or all around the building, which is yet again the issue. But Descendant CLX yet again.
Oh,
full
he knows. There we
Season
go,
over.
Ruby Rose, big hitter off the board, and they have Nomad air jabs blocking off the rotations. They have the VIP wall open. This should be a free plant. Renzo is gonna try it, and Pie Guy, though he denies it with the C4, Riles gets Sky. Lupus can't get the kill shot as well, and this is not looking so good. Lupus gets down himself. Once again, it's CLX in a 1v3. This time the defuse is not even down. CLX can get one kill. He can beat Diffuser, but he can't do anything else. Riles waiting and watching, and takes him out. That's 2 rounds on the defense already for Desolate.
Riles is just too sharp, man. No chance whatsoever is being given here to VLK, and already on that 2-0, it's working out far too well, I'll have to say. And just, yeah, look, it's an absolute domination so far from them. They are knowing exactly what cards to play, how to play those out, and it's just, yeah, look, clinical. Absolutely clinical performance without any kind of remorse being really dished out to their opponents. And this is something that I feel will be kind of the continuous trend here, whereas VLK need to make sure to know exactly what they need to do. They need to essentially have plans from A all the way to Z at this point, with the way how things so far have been unraveling.
Yeah, I mean, look, Valkyrie, they have decent basics, I would say. Like, they're not a bad team. And look, if anyone's going to be laughing at them in chat, let me just point out, they turned up here. They won a match. They participated in the qualifiers. That's more than what most people have done. And they are trying their level best. They are unpolished for sure. They need a lot more practice and a lot more experience. But I think beneath it all, a lot of work is needed. But there can be a good team coming out of it.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
100%. Look, at the very least, we get the more opportunities to witness what D8 could be bringing into the table once we do hit the grand finals. Given as right now this is looking very much like the matchup that
Bomb located
could
by
be
attackers.
brought upon us. But VLK are still, they not out of this yet. They still have plenty of opportunities here on Coastline, and so far I still gotta commend them. Out of quite a few teams that I've seen throughout the whole Rainbow Six, my own Rainbow Six career, they definitely have to be one of the few teams that have that audacity to just flat out send it. Say, you know what, we got enough of the information, just send it through the doorway, get the early peek, get the early positioning, and kind of going from there. But unfortunately for them, it's just keeps on falling apart the moment they make that first early advancement. And
Yeah.
well, Sky already being taken out is the perfect example of that very case.
Now, Slurpee, he answers back onto Cleverly, so that's not a bad shout at all. Slurpee, the strong performer alongside CLX Valkyrie here. This is a good start. I like this. They are getting lots of vertical pressure down on these defenders, and they're not really allowing them to spend any time in strong positions. Even a mirror window gets taken down. Pie Guy is low himself, and all four members of Valkyrie that are remaining have full HP. 1 minute left. This is good time. 1 minute and 10 seconds, in fact. So not too bad at all. It's just the problem is Desolate, they are not being found. You can see Slurpee open right ahead and above one of these defenders, but because the peak is coming in a little bit differently, there's no kills that Valkyrie is being rewarded with.
Yeah, that's a whole new different as well point of talking, really. It's just purely for the fact that Valkyrie have a good opening. They have as multiple, actually, as a matter of fact, openings. But with the fact that Ruby Rose is still being alive, it's still being put under a huge question mark.
Oh yeah, I'm scared. Oh, they gotta be scared. No, the C4. No, sorry, the shotgun comes out as we have a disconnect as well. Ryu drops out, and that is a good round from Valkyrie. You could tell it was going to be a good round. It had all the hallmarks. There was the time being made was good by the attackers. The angles being opened were good by the attackers. Even though they weren't getting rewarded by the picks on the verticals initially, they forced those defenders to get stuck in significantly poor positions that couldn't really have an influence on the rest of the round.
Yeah. Look, at the very least, I have to say, Valkyrie still now being able to stop, at the very least briefly, the Ram Bleed that so far Desolate been bringing over to him. That was a really solid response that they've pulled off. Slurpee, once again, managing to keep on spearheading the push no matter what are the odds. This time being able to overturn any kind of progress that D8 were able to achieve, and into their favor. Nicely done. Vials making it a very hasty return. We'll be continuing the play in a second, but I am curious about how will this whole lineup for the attack really work out, because Sky, being kind of that sneaky operator main that he was back on Clubhouse, looking to make a return as a Nook for the attack, as well as that for Slurpee, he's looking to bring in a little bit more of the utility work, using Flores' drone. So interested to see how we'll all play out, given even the 6th pick.
Let's see the Twitch coming out as well now.
Attackers
The
need to
jumping
locate and
drones.
defuse bombs.
Desolate are okay. They are still okay, just because they lost that one round, and it was a good win, in my opinion, for VALKYRIE. It doesn't mean that this is necessarily a momentum shift, nor does it mean that it specifically informs how things are going to go once Desolate gets on the attack. But it's a good sign for VALKYRIE, and it's an important confidence booster after that 7-1 drubbing
10 seconds
on
to go.
Clubhouse.
5 seconds to go.
Well, look, so far, a bit of a calm before the storm as we just start wrapping up with the planning phase. Action phase is upon us. D8 get another chance with their defense, and yet again, Cleverly is going for some very, very cheeky spawn peaks. Somewhat of a, I suppose, a retaliation against VALKYRIE, who did him dirty at the very first round of Clubhouse.
Activating shock drone.
It is, though, quite interesting as well to see the fact that VLK are being extra cautious about that. They are borderline tossing the drones all the way from the spawn and full well acknowledging that there may be some early aggression.
Oh, here come the boom bots. They're gonna take down this shield very easily. That's a good little utility clear tool that they have, and I really like Flores, and I'm surprised really that we haven't seen more of Flores in the Operation League qualifier. Really, it's been rare in every single matchup across every single region. Malaysia, yes. Singapore, even yes, even though IG was playing, but then IG themselves were not really taking it super seriously because of the Gulfian experience. And then now today here in the Philippines qualifiers as well. We've seen a couple of Flores picks. I think I would like to see more. So you have a trade. Hi Guy takes down Slurpee after Slurpee takes down Saharai. Saharai still looking for his first kill here on Coastline.
A bit of a quiet game from Saharai, the man who was able to actually start popping off once we got to kind of the second quarter of the match, and once he got to pop off. But right now, CLX, absolutely devastating frag, but yet again following the same trend that so far VLK players had: find a frag, then get traded out. Unfortunately for them.
Well, Python should never have allowed, that push in, really. A little bit asleep at the wheel, but Sky now, he takes a lot of damage for his efforts. 1 minute left. Smoke grenades already, 2 of them detonated. 3 of them, actually, at this point. Pie Guy has used up all 3. Lupus low on HP. Sky down near 50. Renzo still looking for his first kill alongside Sky. They need to find 3 over here. It's tough. It's a tough ask, because Slurpee and CLX, the 2 members who have been making it happen, they are gone.
Last-ditch effort, kind of with 30 seconds remain. The push starts coming about. Cleverly punishes 1, cleverly punishes 2, with a clean 1. Cleverly goes in for the 3. Absolutely devastating play. The only thing that kept on slowing him down is the meg size, it seems.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The Rooney with a 1.5 is an absolute menace, apparently, to fight against. And Desolate, they've gotten a 3rd round here on their defense. They're already with the upper hand. Not even if it goes to 3-3. If it goes to 4-2 though, well, then I do not think VLK. I don't think VLK has stand any chance at all.
Yeah, with this kind of turnout, it eerily feels similar to what we've been seeing on Clubhouse, though.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now, what can we see happen? What can VLK do? Cthulhu, tell me, how can VLK break this defense down from Desolate? They've already done once, but that was with a lot of vertical pressure. This time around, they won't have that chance.
Well, theoretically, they still have the opportunity for at least some pressure. If they can use Renzo's ace charges to find the openings into the bar of the pool, they might just be able to cut off at the very least some of the rotations and have somebody on the overwatch from the roof. Apart from that, really, once again, it very much relies on maybe some initial vertical pressure from below, open up some of the key positions and force out players like Pie Guy players like Ruby Rose from their usual kind of hold down positions, and meanwhile having kind of the roam clear part of the squad to try to eliminate them. But again, this would require quite a fair bit of coordination between the VLK players, and so far, not to diss them in any shape or form, they still managed to perform a phenomenal job overall. They are still yet to find that kind of that golden spot for coordination. Say that.
Skillet's using the Gemini replicator to good effect, clearing for himself though, and that creates a little bit of inefficiencies when you are roam clearing and pushing into the site. You can see Slurpee over here. He's distant from his teammates as well. He's gonna send in the normal drones. One more just tucked in below, and the player on the left, immediately the player relocates, and that information is outdated. 2 Selmas go out though, and this is maybe what they need to force these defenders out of position or force them into fixed positions where they can't really influence the Valkyrie execute.
The Valkyrie executes here could be... It could have been quite deadly, but for the time being, Valkyrie as a team need to do something different, because right now they are falling apart yet again. It's just the triple Varials like that. Single man army. Oh my lord, Renzo, in a matter of just about under 10 seconds, just lost all of his teammates. No chance to refrag. All of those were isolated gunfights. Another swing and a flawless round to boot. D8 beaming towards the grand final.
Yeah, this is pretty much looking over. I mean, I said I would call it. I think I am confident enough to call it at this point. 4-1 lead on the defense. Desolate looking confident. They're looking just so good. Valkyrie doesn't have any idea what to do. It's not nice really to see a Valkyrie struggle. I don't like to see the team, any team struggle in this manner. But we are seeing a masterclass, at least at this level, from Desolate. They are sloppy, but they are getting away with it because there's no punishment coming from Valkyrie, and it looks good, it looks flashy, it looks fun.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Exactly that. Look, at the very least, I have to give props to Valkyrie. They are still trying to adapt, trying to find kind of their solutions, and we still have quite a few players like CLX, like Slurpee, like even Lupus to a certain degree, who are still able to come out with a good play, good flank, and just being able to still at the very least find a frag or two to not at the very least make it a fruitless round. So all is still not lost, all hope is not lost yet, but I would definitely have to say that even if Desolate will be able to make it through somehow in a magical manner, quite a lot of the work will need to be put into their communication and coordination of the pushes.
Cleverly trying to find an early spawn peak, not going to find anyone just yet, and he's going to have to fall off for sure. Lucas has a good drone to catch some rotates, but I don't know if Desolate is going to bother with roaming as far as Aqua so far. And you can see they are going to push in, so that's good. Lupus and Sky droning to help out. So you can see the Twitch drones moving in, and once again the inefficiencies coming up. Droning yourself in, I don't like that, and I don't think any team who wants to go further likes that either.
Yeah, I definitely have to say that a few of the pushes felt a little bit. The reason why they feel so disjointed occasionally feels more so just attributed to maybe yet the trust not being built in between the players, and they are trying to kind of, yeah, like you pointed out, drone for themselves rather than have somebody on dedicated drone position, or just any kind of form of kind of duo play. It's always kind of all about who can drone themselves out, who can allow to push themselves only, not the team, and it shows. It shows. Whereas D8 are playing like one very well organized unit, but at the very least for VLK, D8 are not a perfect team. It's just like you pointed out, not really being punished for some of the sloppiness because look, leaving out quite a chunk out of the map to VLK almost feels like a salt on the wound with the way how D8 is still being able to recover from that attack.
Attackers drop the bomb diffuser.
Well, Ryu's gets two over here, and this is looking looking really over. Renzo is gonna answer that, cleverly pushes his luck a little bit too far. CLX might get a kill here. Yeah, there we go. Pie Guy goes down. It's 3 versus 3, so maybe I spoke too soon when it comes to this round. 50 seconds left, and they are basically knocking on the side door.
Another swing is coming about, and it's just looking very, very dangerous here for VLK. Looking like we may be seeing
Ruby
another
Rose.
5-1. Ruby Rose just pops off. Riles is the one to wrap it up. 5-1. Half on the defense this time from Desolate. Yeah, the knife to the ground. And that's it. That's it, man. Not much to be said.
Definitely, I mean, it is looking very, very confident, very, very much done. This is not looking good for Valkyrie. I mean, we say the same thing, dress it up, rephrase it, however we like. Guess like now on the attack, I fully expect them to make it 7-1. They went 5-1 on the attack on Clubhouse, and then they went 5-1 on the defense here on Coastline. Both not preferred sides to be playing on these maps specifically, respectively.
Attackers
So-
need to locate and defuse bombs.
I don't see a way Valkyrie can bring themselves back into this.
Yeah, look, a 1-5, 2 rounds away for D8 to guarantee themselves into the grand final. And already with Valkyrie's play, it unfortunately just looks like the mental has been chalked through and through. Look, it's a bit heartbreaking given the fact that Valkyrie did have quite a solid performance. I mean, you look at their play against UFO,
Attackers have discovered
where
the
they did
location
finish
of
with
a
a
bomb.
7-2
10
scoreline.
seconds to
They
go.
managed to come out with a 4-2 scoreline
5 seconds
on Villa
remaining.
whilst attacking, and a 3-2 scoreline on their defense
are
once they
heading out
slipped
to
over.
defuse a
So
bomb.
it shows that they're still a very proficient team. They can do stuff, but it feels like with that, when this kind of a clash and differences in how each team plays, with Valkyrie trying to lean a little bit more into the whole utility play, whereas for D8 this is just purely fragfest. This is where they kind of fall through, and still, even on map 2, still yet to find any kind of response, and only occasionally we see some spikes of light really come through when they decide to, you know what, fragging.
5 versus 5, you can see DA. Oh, that was a good catch, but it was only on the replicator. Unfortunate that it wasn't the actual Yana. Good C4, but a wasted one at the end of the day. Sky still looking for his first kill. Unfortunately, replicators don't count.
See you on the other
Yeah,
side.
already some early damage being dealt to Pie Guy, although D8 now being on the attack, they get to dictate, well, how the pace of their own attack, whereas Valkyrie needs to keep on slowing them down. Slurpee opens up the scoreline, very nice, clean play onto Cleverly as well. Gets the better of him, but still keeping things nice and clean. D8 still has plenty of opportunities. Minute 20 to go, and quite a fair few operators and quite a fair few pieces of utility to boot.
Attackers have located a bomb.
5 versus 4, good information on this Jaeger player who's playing way too aggressive, not using the cover of the bomb chassis. Instead, now he is exposing himself. Shot's gonna ring out, but I think he's backed on out. Behind the bar counter, actually. Pie Guy, say bye-bye. And C4 finishes him off, and it's a 3 versus 5. It could be another round for VLK. Maybe to save their blushes a little bit more. Very scary push. Alright. He has no idea. Ooh, he does tags him up, but he runs away. That's a bad idea to turn tail and run. CLX will capitalize upon that. It's a 2 versus 5. Surely we are headed to a second round for VLK.
It certainly looked like it. 23 seconds and 4 frags that needs to be found. Sky gets the frag. That EDD also gets the damage, and look, finally VLK already have twice the better performance comparative to what they've shown on Clubhouse so far against D8.
So, okay,
I mean, am I wrong?
You're not. But this is Hookah, the best bomb site for defenders here on Coastline. Can they really keep up this defense for many more rounds? They need 3 more rounds to equalize, and then 2 more after that to win this in regulation.
Yeah, look. It is definitely much more doable. 3 rounds in a row, with still at least 1 more round of buffer before the match point kind of starts.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Finally, slowly but surely eating away at the sanity. He is definitely much better set up than being in a 1-6 scoreline back at Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah.
VALKYRIE still definitely have the chances. They've shown that they can play a much more withdrawn gameplay and just force essentially DESOLATE to go in for the pushes where it's DESOLATE who are in a positional disadvantage rather than VALKYRIE. So maybe their defense might just be the solution to their current standing problem, and if they do, well, we are going to be seeing a 3-map second semi-final. Otherwise,
5 seconds left.
still favor is in the hands of D8, and if they will be able to do so, this could be a huge... By the way, you gotta say, Slurpee set up extremely tilting position, because not only you technically waste some of the breaching charges on the actual castle barricade, you also need to get through the Rudy gate somehow, and just wasting double the utility on a single position of entry is mind-boggling. I'll say that, at least from personal experience.
5 versus 5 at 5-2 with 2:30 left in this round. The wall is soft, so Cleverly is going to go for a little bit of a risky placement of a breaching round. And oh, right there, Sky takes a lot of damage, 50 HP off the board right there from the LMG. Blown is the VIP wall in concert. Sky's found his first kill in the previous round. He's going to drop down. He's not going to try and push this too long. No, he's getting pushed. Oh, that is a replicator and more damage done to Sky. He should have dropped when he had the chance. Now there's almost no chance he gets out of this alive. Whether he takes one with him, no, he doesn't. Cleverly takes a lot of damage, but is still alive.
Still alive, still being able to frag out, still has a fresh mag, and I believe at the very least 2 grenades out of the launcher. So plenty of opportunities. Riles on the double digits already, 10-2, looking to make it 11-2. That is an ambitious decision. I'm assuming a bit of a misclick, frag grenade to finish it off, and direct impact to boot onto Lupus to just rub in the salt on the injury. And Cleverly, whilst being down, should be able to be picked up very, very easily and safely. So with the information continuing to flow in, look, more chances to get the better of VLK.
3 versus 5. VLK under the pump right now. A little bit unsure of where the push is coming from. They are lacking information, I have noticed, in these few rounds. You can see D8 is doing exactly what VLK did in that one round when they attacked down into the double bar. That's a little sneaky spot, though, from Slurpee. Might just net him something. No, Slurpee's taking damage, and he has to get out of dodge right there. Riles takes on CLX. And why Slurpee's alive? Not for longer. Ruby Rose pushes in, and Renzo, well, he is stuck at the front counter asking, "Hello, how may I serve you?" D8 says, "You can serve me when you're dead." That's exactly what they're going to help him do. 6-1. We are at 6-2, sorry. Match point,
6-2.
series point.
Look, D8, no doubt, has managed to show us why they are deserving of the position at the grand finals. And look, with 7-1 and possibly now a chance for a 7-2 scoreline, this by far has to be one of the more closely contested matchups. Less closely contested matchups. Sorry, I'm trying to compare it a bit comparative to the Onslaught versus Creators, which did conclude in the 7-4, 7-5, which was a closely contested, but this one is very much a complete polar opposite of that.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Brain
defused by
slightly
attackers.
lagged out there. Not sure what happened. Maybe
I
the
mean, it
firmware
happens.
update.
maybe VLK needs the firmware update too. I mean, they seem to be outclassed otherwise.
Yeah, VLK certainly struggling. And I have to say though, their setups are still really good. They have the good theoretical understanding of what needs to be done against their opponents. It just feels like the moment it comes down to the question of the fragging department, this is where it all kind of
10 seconds remaining.
flops like a... Yeah, just flops. Well, I'll just keep it to that. I'd rather not compare it to anything.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh, man. Look, at the very least, VLK can boast that not a single person of theirs is sitting on a donut.
Well, yeah, they got them the kills that they needed, especially Sky and Renzo. Breadsticks, but you know, at least breadsticks can feed someone at the end of the day. Ruby Rose very aggressive together with Saharai Mac, and they might catch this alibi. They do some damage. Slurpee is finished off. Sky, no damage done to Sky, but there we go, finished off. Ruby Rose just swinging in. They are eager to end this. They're eager to have their dinner. Ruby Rose on double digits at this point.
A bomb has been
It's
located.
only been 9 rounds, and the 9th isn't even over.
Oh, yeah, look, just absolutely stomping through the oppositions already. The mirror windows being popped on over. Twitch is doing some absolute job here by Ruby Rose, and slowly but surely this whole house of cards is starting to fall apart. Cleverly figure out what would be the best case to approach this, and so far decides to actually abandon the idea of just full-on sending it through the castle barricades, given that, well enough, Cleverly did have all the utility to go in for the breaches.
Renzo takes a little bit of damage. I think that was an explosion of a grenade. And here the reverberations. And that's Pie Guy taking out Lupus, and that's a win for Dr. House as well. Sahara Mac helping out. He might just finish this map on a donut. Renzo takes down Ryals, though. Maybe Sahara will be called to action. All these castle barricades not really helping out. CLX, he needs to get out of there. The barricade is blown. CLX is white, but he goes in, he goes out. CLX still gets the kill! Full white, he predicts it perfectly in the pre-fire, but it's all over. Cleverly and Ruby Rose, they swing in simultaneously, get these 2 final kills. And this is it. Desolate, clean house here on Coastline. It's 7-2 after a 7-1 on Clubhouse. It is 2-0, and it's going to be Desolate versus Creators in the grand final for the Filipino spot in the Operation League. Cthulhu, what a quick match this has been.
Yeah, look, I'm a complete just 180 polar opposite performance between VLK and Desolate comparative to what we've seen from the Onslaught and Creators. And look, at 7-1, 7-2 is definitely quite a statement that Desolate has decided to make here to make sure to get themselves as quickly as possible to the grand finals and possibly maybe instill some future fear into their opponents in form of Creators, who certainly maybe now contemplating, should we really take them to Coastline and Clubhouse, given that these are the 2 same maps that they have played out, and they struggled a little bit more than what Desolate had.
Yeah, I mean, look, Desolate aren't perfect. They are still one of the lower tier teams, and you can tell by the way that they're setting up, the way they're taking fights. But compared to VALKYRIE, they are definitely a cut above, at least on the two maps that we see. So maybe Valkyrie lost it in the ban phase, maybe they didn't, but the point is they lost regardless, and they'll be facing creators in something like half an hour. I'm going to be not here for that, but it's going to be Cthulhu and Homeboy Black and Blue. So we're going to throw you to the highlights, of which there aren't really many on Coastline, before we bring things back with Black and Blue and Cthulhu for the grand final between creators and Desolate. See you in a bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know!
But
I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So, I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
right, Callie, the big plan.
What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But women,
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados,
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello, welcome back, guys. We are here now with the grand finals coming on up. I am Black and Blue. With me is the one and only Cthulhu himself. And, well, we have a full best of 5 coming up here, Cthulhu. What do you think about this next games we got going on?
Yeah, look, I am quite excited for this grand final, honestly, because we've seen already quite an absolute banger of Desolate that pulled off in their own matchup, which was a 2-0. But then Creators and Onslaught also managed to come out with a 2-0, but their performance was a 7-4, 7-5. And whereas for Desolate, it was a 7-1, 7-2. So theoretically, the favorite goes into the hands of Desolate. But honestly, I definitely feel like this could be either team's win here.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, And historically, Desolate did perform better on the exact same two maps, but then again, they're going up against a very different team who might bring different stuff, and we're going to look to see if that is going to remain true. But let me correct myself, it's not a best of 5 for the grand final, we're doing a best of 3, a BO3, only 3 maps will be played, if ever, and at the very least, we're finally getting 2 new maps to be played. We're not going to be in Clubhouse and Oregon to start off the series anymore. But a bit of backstory about some of these guys, creators, I'm not too familiar with their names. A bunch of new, fresher faces, which is really nice to see. There's some teams here I was expecting to come up, but they're not. But Desolate is a team that is actually they've had a lot of community names, giving experience in the past. A lot of the players on this are players from the former team Execute, which there's a meme going around here in the Philippines where they're the perennial 4th seed for everything. They always end up 4th, maybe 3rd, but typically 4th. But in this case, they're in the grand finals now, so this is one of their biggest achievements. And if they do qualify now into the Operation League playoffs themselves, then they would finally have won something, which is really good to see for these guys. For Desolate, they did really well. You saw it. You were casting it with Infi, did really well in those past 2 maps, but do you feel like that this is something they can necessarily transfer over now that we're going into Chalet and as well as Oregon at the very least?
I think actually Chalet could actually play quite well into Desolate's playstyle here. They've managed to show us a really good, very aggressive attacking side where they were able to cut off the rotations very early for the defenders. So say if creators are intending to play a very expanded style, then Desolate might just be able to shut them down. But the main thing that we actually highlighted by me and Infian during their matchup is that they leave a whole lot of grounds for hiccups. So say if creators are very proficient at just flat out punishing their opponents and reading into some of the misplays, creators could easily 100% shut down Desolate with no chance of return here. Yeah,
I mean, we saw a while ago that creators, they were able to kind of do that versus Onslaught, but there are also some rounds where they kind of gave up to Onslaught, which should have been, a bit more decisive for the creators' favor, but fortunately in the end they get it 2-0. We've had 2 2-0s here today. Will we get another? Honestly, I'm kind of feeling it. I really like the performance there from Desolate, but I wouldn't be surprised if, creators are able to take a map away, especially seeing that we haven't seen either of these 2 opening maps played here today. But opening bans, Flores and Thatcher, what do you think about this, especially with the KE, to supplement that on the defensive side?
I definitely think that for Chalet, Flores and Thatcher are very much borderline required in the current meta. Bans purely for the fact that they allow far too much of a flexibility for the attack, and right now, for creators, they want to make sure that they are shutting down D8 for any kind of chances whenever second half does hit them. Cade and Valkyrie to be banned out, relatively kind of standardized bans. Cade allows a lot, and I mean a lot of ways to just hide the electro claws and borderline make some of the walls pretty much unbreachable without a Thatcher. And with him out of the equation, this will make the breach denial a little bit more one-dimensional, which in favor will allow picks like Twitch to be actually much more viable. So with that said, Raiders straight away bringing in a very well-balanced lineup of the attackers that will be able to essentially cover all of their bases. They have the flank watch, they have the hard breach, plenty of soft breach, and on top of that as well, Twitch runs to be able to shut down whatever electronic utility Desolate are intending to bring in, and there's quite a plethora of choices.
I mean, looking at the composition here on the defensive side, though, for Desolate, they pull out the Alibi, which is actually something we see quite common on Chalet, especially here in Southeast Asia in general and in the Philippines. So this isn't something too far out of hand. You got Pie Guy on that Frost, who within the past year has been seeing kind of like an increased pick rate and also win Delta because of just how much utility she brings. Maybe not the best weapon on the, the little pipe gun thing, but it gets the job done, so that's the most important factor. They're going to be going here towards arguably the best site on this map itself. As they go towards this bar and gaming site, they're going to be trying to, it seems like, extend vertically up above into the patios, into the library. Very standard way of trying to hold this site, but we're going to see if this will actually pan out for them. We know the creators were decently good on their attacking side a while ago, but we have yet to see them on Chalet. Jello Jelly on that Nomad once again, and they have all the tools to deal with this, seeing how well-rounded their composition is for the most part, but it would be enough to shake up the Desolate defense.
Yeah, Desolate defense definitely has shown, at least in the previous matchup against VALKYRIE, that they were really strong performers, even in the solo play department. Definitely want to highlight Riles, who just got pretty much one-tapped by Cleverly. I'm not too sure what particularly happened there, but Cleverly himself and Taharimak were able to do a pretty stutter of a job. Unfortunately, a disconnect there from Riles, meaning we may... right, okay. He's removing this kid, right. So, intrinsically from the get-go, D8 get to start off with a player disadvantage, and that is quite a huge one, you have to say. Really out of the equation. I hope that the Syria gates have been pulled out, because otherwise that is quite a hefty amount of utility you've been absolutely lost without any kind of return.
Yeah, that would be quite a blunder, but Aimer gets a pick off, living up to, actually not even to his name, because that was a Claymore, no aim needed there, but case in point, he gets the pick anyways. So 3v5, not too good for them, but Ruby Rose, if you know, you know, he gets the pick off on a Jelly, and this is down to 3v4, but he's been spied out here. He still wins that fight on the Aimer, this time showing him the way. It's a really nice gun skin, by the way, but for the meantime, they've equalized the man disadvantage up.
Exactly. Plentiful presence up on the top floor, which does mean that if creators do decide to just full-on send it to the side, they have a very clear opening there, but with the numbers of creators dwindling bit by bit, it's certainly not looking too pretty. Even despite all the withdrawals, creators are being picked apart, and look, Ruby Rose and Pie Guy managed to pull off what felt initially like something that shouldn't have really occurred, and it should have been creators round through and through, but in a 3v1, 45 seconds, they managed to do the unimaginable straight away from round one.
Ooh, but they win the fight here. Pie Guy at the end. I talked about at the start how, you know, his Sten submachine gun isn't really the best thing, but it gets the job done, and that it does here to secure them the round. Desolate, definitely one of the fan favorites of this series, of this entire tournament, especially not seeing other teams here that are also known, at least in the Philippine scene, and they are very active in the community. As I said, they are partly the former team Execute, which was decently well known, at least here in the Philippine region, to be one of the teams that were very community involved and everything, but now have the kind of rebrand, they split apart, get back together with a new name, at least some of them, like Sahara Mac here, and Pyga, Ruby Rose. These guys play together a lot, so you can see the chemistry coming in that fact. But the important thing here is, speaking of being together, Reels is now finally back, and we can get the show going.
Exactly. Look, we are now switching over to kitchen and dining room, which is looking to be a bit of more of a kind of turtle-like setup, given just the operator picks on the side of D8 with the introduction of Chunker and the Frost Mats of Sahara Mac. But on the side of creators, an interesting decision to go from Twitch over to Monty, which to me sounds like creators essentially want to try, rather than base checking and droning ahead, they want to essentially force certain pushes using Krova X's Monty. So possibly maybe a trench and then through the west main stairs push could be the play here. Suppose we'll have to see, but I definitely I'm looking forward to what creators could be bringing on board, because their start was impressive, but Desolate, like you alluded to, they have that chemistry between each other, which certainly shows, and maybe finally this is the time that they have that breakthrough from the usual trend of the fourth place.
Interestingly enough, Cthulhu, they're not picking to go towards like the bedroom and office site, going down into kitchen dining, maybe trying to do something there, which, to be fair, it's a workable site. I wouldn't argue it's the best, but I think it's workable, especially for a team like this. Let's see exactly what their setup will be. They're able to win that bar side, and it doesn't seem like they have anything too suspiciously fancy going on, but they do pull out the Tachanka, which I can't really say that's sophisticated, but if it gets the job done, then maybe that would be enough for them. But for the meantime, I think creators here, they're trying to go for a bit of second floor control, maybe try and see what they can find through the drone hole, which, to be fair, Jello Jelly almost made a snack there out of one of the Desolate players who's hiding inside.
I like what you did there. Look, there's definitely could have been quite a snack being made, and just a few meters closer, and that would have been pretty much it for the Frost of Saharai Mac. Not the case, though, at least not yet. With already a minute drained, not a whole lot of movement has been actually procured by creators. They are looking to find that pressure point. I like the drone setup at the very least. They are able to get a pretty good vision up on the top floor, and a 2, if not 3 player push up top should be just about enough to enforce some presence, but they decide to ignore the presence. Interesting. Or rather, well, Monty of Crover Eggs decides to ignore that. We, so far, seeing a bit of a disjointed push, what feels like to me, at least from creators on the side of D8. They're just waiting, essentially, for the push to happen. They don't need to press at all.
Normally, you'd kind of have the Monty be the front line, but this case, they're using him as a flank watch, which is very interesting. Like, an air jab would do the same job, but okay. Okay, let's keep it as it is. Let's move past that point. Ruby Rose here holding on to the office. Nitrocellat will not land through the breach, but he gets heftily punished for that. A bit over eager on that one. But since it is a crouch hold, they have to bury that shield before being able to get through. Now Crooks has made his way on in, and they have vertical supremacy. Although, inside that bedroom, there still is a player, not for long. Spoke too soon. Cleverly and Saharai Mac both taken down. And this is looking like a tied score, potentially, for the creator's side.
Yet another frag does go down, this time in the hands of Reels, but picks up a second one, actually. Keeps it nice and steady. 3v2 is much more workable than a 5v2. And right now, with my guy pitching in, all of a sudden 2v2, with 23 seconds, D8 might just be able to pull this out.
D8, they have an opportunity here to maybe shut them down, and they do find Cook and Neko, making a quick meal out of him, and Krova's gonna bring it down to a 1v1. He is a Montan, despite rather the diffuser is not in his hands. It's both chunky guys. Pie guy here in the Chonka being chased right now by Krova. Look at this, what's happening? It's a ring around the Rosie, pocket full of posies, and he gets the kill at the end with the LMG. Pie guy making a full dance out of this round number 2, and he plays the musical chairs perfectly to get them 2-0 up in the series.
Man, 2 runs in a row. Now, Desolate were at a severe disadvantage in the early game and still managed to pull out the win despite all the issues, which pushes a question further. How thorough is Creator's mental game here, or how strong it is against Desolate? Because losing 2 rounds like this has to be a tilter.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a good prospect to be able to get, that good lead early on, bring it to a 4 versus 2, and then suddenly it gets swung back 3v2. Then all of a sudden, you're now in a 1v1 with a Montaigne, a Monty to be your final remaining player, and then the guy on the opposite side is that the Chonko can just waste time. The diffuser is not drop free. It's quite far away. You can't stick the plant, otherwise you're dead. It's just almost there at the cusp of taking that round. It doesn't work out. It's Desolate able to secure it. I mean, very nice fashion. Reels found so many high impact frags in that round alone when some of his other teammates went down. When Ruby Rose went down, when Saharai Mac went down, he stepped up to the plate. And Rainbow Six is a strategic game. Yes, it's a tactical game, but sometimes it just comes down to who can damn well shoot out the opponent in a bad situation. In that case, well, Reels, he stepped up to the plate. Big-time players make these big plays and those big moments that he did. And so, 2 rounds now up, and Cthulhu, they're looking pretty good. And they're going now this time, finally, into that office and bedroom site that we talked about.
Yeah, office bedroom side should be a much more of a conflict ground, and I definitely think that much more utility will be put in place to make sure that it is going to be Desolate's ground for as long as humanly possible. But inside of Creators, look, they've managed still to show us a pretty efficient way of just getting rid of some of those mute jammers, some of the bandit charges that were there, and getting into the key positions as quickly as possible, which may pose at a later date an issue for Desolate, because I highly doubt that we are going to be seeing them keep on crunching on like this each and every round. So at some point, that mental fortitude will start showing cracks, and at some point it will fall through. So by that time, creators will certainly need to make sure that they are keeping an eye out for these cracks to be able to pressure them even further. Apart from that, look, I definitely have to say, Reels, he was able to show absolutely phenomenal performance during the previous matchup against VALKYRIE, and he was one of the key players to absolutely frag out like crazy. For Saharai Mag, though, he finished the second map of the match against VALKYRIE with a donut, and is still yet to pick up a frag, which is a concerning point, given that if he keeps on having a bit of an unfortunate day, this may end up crippling the chances for D8 to come out with a dub.
Yeah,
that is my only concern about that. I'm not meaning to absolutely just say that man's bad.
He's gonna need to, get himself going here. They need the whole 5 stack, to be running on G Fuel to be able to get this series, especially. I mean, I know the latter you are also trying to track it down. You are burning the midnight oil right now, so thank you for being with us here, Cthulhu, but Error is going to remove Ruby Rose from the equation. He is no longer with us. Instead, as Reels will get a trade-off. Brings it down to a 3v4. Once again, Desolate. They might have this man disadvantage, but I don't think all is lost just yet. Reels still has a good position to maybe get a good flank on, but in a 4v2, can they bring this back once more?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a much more desperate attempt at bringing this back, with Aimer already starting the play here once again. Some damage is actually being dealt. No, Aimer is actually might just be down, but the flank is there. Reels might just be able to make it a play here. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
No
dear.
way.
He gets it.
No way he makes it a play.
Reels? No way. He's going to need an ace clutch here, Cthulhu, to be able to bring this one home, but with the Montan still alive, that's going to be a very tough prospect to try and digest. So you need to somehow find the isolation fight on Aimer, bring it down to 1v1, be able to clutch yourself, but then again, he's already very low. The time is ticking, 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's slowly ticking away. The sands are hollowing away from his favorite. 10 seconds left. He should not have any more time, especially with the Montan still up alive. He's going to be able to get Krova, but there is no more time left for the plant. At this point, all he can do is get the frag, pad those stats, but even then, he escapes with his life. As the creators finally take a round here, Desolate, bring it really close. Reels, man, I have to say, he is by far the standout performer here from the Desolate side.
100%. Look, I would even dare to say that this could be one of those matchups where it's Reels versus the world, really, because so far the rest of the team is yet to find kind of their own footing. Whereas for Reels, he was already able to clutch out a couple of rounds, and he was able to bring it over into the realm of possibility of bringing it back for D8. Whereas for creators, they so far, at the very least, they were able to show us a really nice coordination. They were able to play as a single unit, get the plan down, get the coordination rolling. All I have to also say, with Krova being kind of the big catalyst here as a shield. Funnily enough, back in Stage 2 for Oceanic Challenger League, there was a similar kind of turnout on Chalet by one of the team, which ended up being... the team was Big Dogs, where they had one of the players playing exclusively on a Monty throughout the whole attack. Didn't get a single frag, but thanks to his efforts and the way how he was playing Monty, he ended up being the catalyst to all the pushes and allowing his teammates to swing around even harder. So I have a very huge feeling here that creators might be using that kind of very similar play, including the fact that I believe they were the ones that had their first matchup against LFO, where LFO actually specifically target banned Monty against them.
Well, not all heroes wear capes, and not all MVPs wield weapons, it seems. Montan is definitely one of those operators that has a lot more value than the scoreboard might suggest, and the ending score screen might suggest even, so there's definitely a big merit to having a very good Montan on your team. We see, even Pro League back then, lots of teams would like to have Montan. I mean, everybody knows Pangu, and he's played Montan a lot, right, in Pro League, so he's no longer a pro, yes, but, I mean, he's pulled it out and just shows you that even at the tippy top level of Rainbow Six Siege, it's a viable thing, and there's a good reason why teams opt to bring him. He's not, I wouldn't say he's great on every single site that you're trying to take, but there are some compositions that really do kind of help out that endeavor. But for For the meantime, focus on the task at hand. Round number 4, it seems like here on the attacking side, creators are looking to take this whole, top floor side. Going in through the office, maybe clearing towards that library side directly above the site and get vertical supremacy for that control. But this laser gate will propose a short problem. Not too long though, as they got a smoke to burn for that. And now the Montan should be able to try and strong arm their way into this library hall. But there's 2 defenders here right now. Great shield on top of the stairs, protected by ADS, I would assume, and hope for their sake. As now the flank has to come on in. The pressure from the windows of the library has to be perfect, but cleverly will get that kill and trying to just get himself in. They found the double. Cameron is down, and this is not looking really good for Errors, as the only pick off here was found by the Montan on Krova, who's already trapped on the halls.
At the very least, Jelly is able to go in for the swing, gets the better of Cleverly, but Pie Guy is already also there, keeping up the pressure, once again with ending it with a double absolutely stunner of a hold by D8 already barring games. And look, they were able to just absolutely collapse on their opponents, being able to keep their positions nice and mobile. And whilst yes, creators had a phenomenal idea of just absolutely trying to just force the push with the Monty, unfortunately that didn't work out as much as they probably would have expected it. And look, honestly, I definitely have to say the shield plays, they definitely have place in the competitive scene. It more so, though, feels like a bit more of a pocket pick here for creators, and I don't think anytime soon Desolate will allow those Monty picks to actually start working, because already third point for Desolate, and only once did Monty actually fully and through actually worked out. So maybe a change of pace is in play here, or rather is in place for creators. Given the fact that we've seen also quite a hefty amount of blitz picks as well throughout worldwide pro leagues, so maybe amp it up a notch, bring out the blitz and go for a little bit more of an aggressive play. Look, if Latin America was able to make it a stable performance, why can't they?
Supplement the shield with another one, I guess. I mean, both shields, but not all shields are equal in trying to do different things. They seem to have a bit of a misguided idea on how to use it, but then again, the defense was pretty good from Desolate. They had 3 defenders up top, which is what you kind of want anyways. You have one on the patio, one on the library stairs, on top with a shield as well, both with patio and shield, and then they had the player inside the library itself in the small room, which that's also really good if you have sight lines, which they did make. So you can see D8, I think by far here today that we've seen, they've had the most intricate and actually correct setups, if anything. They had the correct setups, because we saw a while ago, in the earlier matches, on Coastline, that we did see that there would be some sort of semblance of a proper setup, but there are a few errors here and there that are a bit nitpicky, but they do matter in the end. But Desolate, they're the ones so far who've been looking the most by the book that we've seen, and there's a big reason why they're also one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, at least this qualifier stage. So, for the meantime, looking to take the second floor once again, creators, but it has been quite a big problem for them to take the second floor. Even though Desolate right now are playing in kitchen and dining, this is still something they're going to have to do, otherwise the plant is never going to come for them because of the vertical holds. And so they realize that this is something they have to deal with, but the problem is, while they know the answer to the question, they don't know the solution exactly on how to achieve that.
They still remember all the pain that was brought to them after that clutch that D8 were able to pull off is on this very side, funnily enough, where Riles was able to just absolutely clutch it out, push it into a 1v1, and then allow the chunk to just play a ring around a Rosie. Saharai Mac already finally gets on board with yet another frag. And that's Aimer. That's the person that was opening up quite a fair few opportunities for the team. But at the very least, we finally do see some trading out happening. So 4v4 is still very much workable between the two rosters, but the sheer presence up above may prove to be quite difficult now that pretty much no hard-breaching utility is there for creators. They are forced to go in through all of the choke points that have been set up by Desolate.
Well, they finally get control of this library side of the second floor, but it was very dangerous. If you saw, they were actually quite spread up to try and get into that second floor, but Jelly finds the pick off here, which is going to be huge for the side of the creators. They really needed that one. We get to a 4v3 right now, especially with the time ticking. And Cookie Neko finds another Ruby Rose holding on to the second floor. You can see Cleverly here on the Wamai already super pressured, and Sahara Mac is trying to help him, but he's way too far removed from the situation. Cleverly, he potentially storm on this Montan, and that he does, but he misses the shots as Cook and Neko will get the trade on him as well. Sahara Mac able to find one, but not anything more. Krova already taken down low, and he has some time to burn. Oh, the diffuser is dropped here. You potentially find this, but no, the shield protects him at the last opportune moment, and this gives away his position now. They now know that he can drop straight onto the site and go for the plant. And he's going to have to check this angle, which he doesn't, as Neko gets another kill in the round and secures it to cut this lead down even further.
Look, at the very least, Desolate would be still already happy that they've managed to achieve the 3-pointer on their own defense. So worst case scenario, we start off the second half in a 3-3 fashion, which is a bit of a, well, still an even Steven ground. So for D8, this is going to be alright. For Creators, same thing. Look, neither of the teams would really suffer too much of a damage. Better yet, for Creators, probably they would be looking forward to a little bit more of the defense rather than the offense. But definitely we'll have to see, because I haven't really gotten to see how Creators did pop off when it came down to defense, especially when it's something across the lines of Chalet, which requires a little bit more coordination with some of the pushes. Apart from that, look, Kitchen Dining is going to be a retry on the side of D8, and maybe a slightly more withdrawn positioning up above, not to lose too much of the manpower, but time will tell.
You know, they've been holding that second floor really hard, but there are rounds where it works out for them, right? Like they're able to hold on to the library, but in that case, when they're trying to hold on to the bedroom and office side, what a lot of teams get, I think, mistaken by is they think they have to hold the second floor, which I guess it does help if you have control of the second floor for the entire round, but there comes a point sometimes where you're being overrun that it could be a better actually option or answer to just let go of the second floor, drop back down, and play it on from there. You also should have sightlines anyway horizontally, not just vertically, and there comes a point where you're getting stormed on that second floor in the office, you're getting trapped, and you have a hatch to drop down into, you have some stairs to fall back into, and that could be, a fallback ground for them. So the the very least that you have to do on the second floor is waste time. And in that case, Desolate did waste quite a lot of time, but they held on to it a bit, I think, too much, and because of that, Creators were just able to storm the site, and storm the second floor and take it away from them. But I get why Desolate were trying to do that, because they were very successful in holding the second floor right prior, not even giving it up at all, not barely giving up any ground, as their library hold was solid. But this here on top of the kitchen dining site itself has not been as decisive as theirs, and with Ruby Rose expending his nitro cell to try and get that Montan down, and didn't. It just gave the Montan a lot more space, a lot more confidence to fully push him and clear him out of this angle here by the half wall towards the office side. And so there's something that they have to, I guess, kind of adjust a bit into, but for the most part, they've gotten 3 rounds here on the defensive side. If they can get the 4th, dude, this could be golden for them for map number 1.
I definitely will agree here. If a 4th point can be achieved here by D8, this could actually be a huge breakthrough for them. On the side of Creators, though, look, just like I mentioned before, this is one of those times for Creators that they are playing a team that doesn't really correct a whole lot on the go of their mistakes. So if there is a room left open for a mistake punishment, Creators are gladly going to be able to utilize it to the fullest effect, and they already managed to show this for quite a fair few rounds in a row that D8 can be punished quite severely, and it did result in a complete deconstruction of the whole defensive lineup. So maybe this here could be the repetition of that. Once again, Krova is going to be that active flank watch rather than using a nomad air jab, which still feels a little bit odd. But maybe for D8 here, if they go on a little bit more of an aggressive, a little bit more of an open kind of roam game, maybe, just maybe, they might be able to get the early win. But I don't think we've seen a whole lot of fire roam from D8, at least in the previous game.
Error here, an R4C faithful, it seems. I mean, I don't blame him. I still like the R4C in rank 2. Obviously, it's not the same beast it used to be, but with a compensator, it's tight. Main factor we have to take into account here is how many players we have holding up top, this piano room is going to be quite difficult to push, and there's only a minute left on the clock. If a lot of time is wasted here up top, then this could be around towards the side of Desolate, and Aimer is taking lots of damage in that engagement. Cookie Neko trying to flush out the bathrooms here. He's got the nade, which will be unprotected. He's going to be able to get some damage on the Pie guy, but luckily for him, he's a chunky boy. He still wins the fight on the... Luckily, just trying to hold in nakedly like that, you're definitely going to get punished, especially a player like Pie Guy, and Cleverly will get taken down this time as well. Pie Guy finding a second. Ruby Rose, a huge Nitro Cell to get that kill, and Reels will find one. Every single player here for Desolate standing up, and creators have been decimated as Ruby Rose will find the last frag, completely blowing him up, and that will give them a 4-2 ending first half.
There we go. Nice and solid performance with a 4-2 scoreline, like you mentioned. Desolate starting things off pretty well. This is their map pick, Chalet, so it does make sense that they are the ones coming out on top, but I gotta say, them slowly picking apart that whole push by creators with the Monty, that's admirable, because they were able to isolate Monty, they were able to isolate Aimer as well. Error as well got absolutely shut down, and no chances were really allowed. Now, funnily enough, this bait kind of comes through perfectly well, because the Maestro could have actually been a really solid still counter to what Monty could have been bringing in, but the decision to bring in the Rooney instead will mean that there's still going to be plenty of angles to shoot through, but for Riles, well, he wouldn't really care. He can just use his hologram and pretty much blast straight past and open up yet another pathway for Desolate to go in for the push. I am though curious how will creators really apply their defense here, because it is a bit of a different lineup. The lineup that does allow quite a fair bit of individual roaming, including players like Error on the Vigil, Jello Jelly on the Rooney, and even Krover on the Jaeger. So 3 players already being pretty much roam ready could allow creators to get that early advantage, once again establish a very dominant ground over Desolate, and force them again to kind of start clawing their way back out of an absolute just dumpster fire.
Certainly is the case. I mean, as you talked about, Error can go for that roam, and he can be supplemented with Aimer here. If you can, scatter those mute jammers properly enough on the second floor, then it could be quite a problem to try and flush those roamers out from above. And that's a prospect that Desolate are going to have to deal with here, but they've, for the most part, kind of shown the capabilities to do that anyways, and so let's see what exactly the game plan is here for Desolate. They seem to be making at least haste on trying to find as much util as they can to start on off. The ping has come. They have the Jackal here as well to help hunt them down, so that's going to be something huge, especially since the mute jammers are going to be quite a bit here. And okay, Ruby Rose just able to pretty much open up and deny a lot of these info gathering tools that defender's side have. As Sahara Mac finds an opener. Ruby Rose actually almost does so as well on an Aimer there, just trying to spam through and break the barricade, but he's closer to a frag than he honestly knew.
I gotta point out as well, Sahara Mac was able to show a phenomenal performance on a Jackal previously on Clubhouse for D8, and he was able to become one of the top fraggers in the late game for D8 back in the semi-final. So with him back on the Jackal here, and Jackal not being banned, means that, well, for D8 this is a pretty much free real estate really for tracking anyone, to be able to keep the defenders moving and keep them out of that comfort zone, which is a perfect thing. And unless, well, creators are bringing in the Chimera, there's not a whole lot of ways to counter around unless you put the bullet in the head of Saharai Mac, which Jello Jelly exactly obliges for. Or rather, obliges to.
Oh dear, but Error here. No mistakes on that one. He finds a double towards the library, and Jello Jelly will follow suit to get Ruby Rose down. This is looking pretty good here for the side of the creators. And they find a pick rather, from Desolate. Could potentially find another as his Jaeger's overextending, but the Nitro Cell will be perfect to get them the round. And the creators answer back, not equalizing, but they cut the lead down to 4-3. They're only a single round away from tying the whole game up. Very nicely done here from the creators' side, and a good hold from them.
Creators giving the the taste of the same medicine that D8 dished out to VALKYRIE is, look, one way to really go about it, but I gotta give it to Error. He managed to punish D8 heavily for not keeping an eye out to all of the openings that in the walls that were there, to not droning it out properly, to not checking enough of the angles, and really, ultimately, that whole top floor push just completely fell through, and with it, the rest of the attack of D8. So whilst, yes, Saharimak managed to open up really well, Creators, all that didn't matter at the end of the round, and yeah, 3-4 is the scoreline upon us. Barn Gaming is the side, and last time we've seen it was a very decisive victory for D8 on that side, whilst they were on defense.
Certainly was the case, but then again, they were kind of going low in time, and so they did kind of put some effort into clearing out initial utility with that Twitch drone. Saharimak found that opening pick, which we talked about as well, which was going good for them, but then Creators, they able to put a solid line of defense up top. Funnily enough, Saharimak, he's a player that's very active in the community scene, and he's quite known here as well for one of those players who are quite active and quite colorful in nature and in character. So he's part of the reason why Desolate are, I guess, big fan favorites. Him as Pie Guy as well, Ruby Rose, all these guys. Cleverly too, who are very quite fun to be around. But Cleverly will find that pick. Speaking of, the man gets it on Jello Jelly, and for the Mozzie to go down first and foremost, for you to not have that Nitro Cell, nor the active droning that they could have on the defensive side, that is a huge pick off here utility-wise for the side of Desolate.
Exactly. Jello Jelly was able to dedicate quite a fair bit of effort into the previous round, and he was one of the reasons why the whole Desolate attack has fallen through. So with him out of the equation, there's still quite a few of the players that could really still overturn the round, but yet again, another strong pick by D8. They just need to make sure that they're now emphasizing on that play, and live droning for Saharimak is already a solid idea, but with the fact that Error is still alive, there's plenty of, room for error.
Well,
pun intended, yes.
Yes. No errors from him, no mistakes from him last time around. Everything has been pretty clean on that previous round, round number 7, but that remained true. Comes out of it, and funnily enough, since Error was cloaked, he wasn't seen initially, but as he uncloaked, suddenly Ruby Rose gets a pick off on him, information given away, and D8 are looking to maybe extend the lead back up to 2. Krova making some contact here. They know there has to be some players here on the library side. You can see Ruby Rose trying to make sure they don't come in from the patio, but aside from that, there is Frost inside library herself. That will be Krova holding down the line. To support him, though, I think he's going to be all alone, aside from that one player on the library stairs. Could be Kukineko. So Krova has a lot of pressure already being applied. You can see him trying to dance back and forth between the shield on the reinforcement, trying to swing wide, and here comes in the shot, which will land true. Pie Guy will get the kill on the down player, and Rios is going to try and clear out this stairway, but right under him should be Kukineko and Aimer to try and hold this down. Aimer now holding it. He's got the MP5 in hand. No shotty this time, but certainly still formidable. Whichever weapon you put in his hands could potentially go for a peek here, and if he does, Saharimak will be caught out and surprised, and that he shall. 2v4, they found a lifeline, but is it too little too late? With this 1v4 going down and 15 seconds left on the clock, there is barely any time for Aimer to work with, or space as well, as Cleverly will secure the round to Cthulhu, and that is them extending their lead back up to 5, and now they have a 2-round lead here over Creators, so single one away from match point.
And Desolate so far, managing to keep it still as dominant as they've shown us before in the semifinals, and honestly, this is definitely an impressive performance, because we were talking briefly prior to us kickstarting off the grand final that the battle between Creators and Desolate could be still very close, but so far, yes, look, 3-5 is still a workable scoreline for Creators. Desolate, on the rounds that they are winning extremely decisively, and this is what borderline frightens me really here. as a caster, as a viewer here, because for creators, they had such a phenomenal performance overall. They managed to push themselves over to the grand finals and managed to get even a 2-0 over Onslaught. But here, unless they planning to do something for the late game, or if they have any kind of strat book prepared, I may be thinking that, look, we could be seeing an early conclusion to Chalet for creators in favor of Desolate. And you look at the scoreline, Rile's already on 11-5. You have Pie Guy with a 10-3, and whereas on the side of creators, oh no, that's not what you want to see.
5 seconds to go.
A skin, a banned skin for Wamai. Error. Come on, mate.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
My bad. All
Aye.
says. Aye.
Aye.
Very nicely done. Okay, so Aimer taking matters into his own hands, doesn't want to receive a penalty for that, and so he's like, "Sorry, dude, I gotta do it."
Doesn't want any slander.
Yeah. You take a seat for this one. We're gonna keep you on the bench and we'll play this one 4v5. So recognizing their own mistakes is, I guess, the biggest way to improve. Self-improvement. Yes, the burdens of that. Krova. He's been droned out here on the basement, and they have a general idea of where he is. And you can see them following up on that cleverly. On the peak, he has to be very careful. He knows that Krova is right here. He goes for the swing and lands it, and puts some shots in at the end, just to be sure.
Got a double tap, you know. The main rule of Zombieland. Make sure to double tap. But yeah, look, already with a 3v5 in this kind of setup, losing early on Wamai, so no projectile denial, no Jaeger anymore, even though his ADS has probably already been placed down. This leaves CRS with a little bit of a issue. Well, firstly, you obviously can get just flat out overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of D8, and they know how to exactly do that. And secondly, well, for creators, they, in a matter of just that one frag, need to change their playstyle to a much more passive play, just purely for the fact to try to compensate for the lack of manpower.
A bomb has been located.
Something that, as you said, you know, they're going to have to try and adjust into now that they're down to a 2v5, ever more so. Trying to take this, second floor site, which can be one that is workable, especially in a 2v5 like this. Mid left on the clock, and creators are slowly running out of options here. They do have this solarium inside, and you got here inside the piano room Cook and Neko, but is that going to be enough? He's already dispensed a canister of his. Should have maybe 2 more to try and, deny the plant, but Pie Guy finds that shot. Where are the reinforcements? Why aren't they on site? As now the plant shall go down. Aimer, last one left alive. He's going to have to out-aim this situation. No more tacticalness about this. It's purely own mechanical skill. In that case, Reels will catch him off guard, not looking the right way. And this shall be the round and match point for Desolate.
Jeez. Bit of a dire situation, gotta say, for creators, given the fact that they looked quite promising during their own attack, but comes defense, they almost looking toothless, really. And yes, I have to attribute the fact that, unfortunately for them, they had to go for a TK to not cop a penalty. But even with that said, we've seen D8 perform amazing clutches, turn 5 or 2v5 and then 4v5, or sorry, my brain is just going for dumb. 2v4 and 2v5s, there we go, into 1v1s. But for creators, that's not the case. The moment their whole coordination kind of falls apart, it's the whole game plan kind of just being tossed into the bin.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, that's kind of where everything, I guess, collapses for them, Let's see if any more bins shall be disposed of, if the garbage man is going to be coming around, because this map 1 is about to be a dumpster fire in the favor of Desolate, and creators are not going to want to go down that way. I mean, Chalet here being our opening map, at least, at the very least, it's a map that we haven't seen all day, and it was a map map picked here by Desolate. We're going to go over to Oregon for map number 2, and if we ever get to map number 3, we're going to go into Clubhouse. For the meantime, it is quite a decisive map here for Desolate. It is their map pick once again, by the way, and so maybe if creators can't make it happen here in this map specifically, they can do it and bring us 1-1 in the second map on Oregon. But creators, are they out for the count? I don't think so just yet. I believe they can potentially get at least one more round here on their defensive side. But then afterwards, they're going to need a great performance to come back in this with a 3-round deficit at match point already.
Quite a tall road. Can't really afford any kind of mistakes anymore, given that pretty much any more lost rounds will be resulting in a ending not in their favor for Chalet. But look, maybe for them this means that, look, time to maybe discard a play. I'm not too sure what happened there. Yet another TK,
maybe
and
skins?
this time I think this was an unintentional. I don't think so. Maybe spooked. Maybe, you know, the average, somebody swung me, I just shot.
I think this time you're actually right. I don't think this was intentional this time, because it seemed like he was coming out of that piano corner from the main hall, and he got spooked that maybe an enemy was coming from there, and okay, cleverly punishing for that. You get one kill. It's only your teammate though, but in this case, 3v5. This is looking like a done map, if I can be honest with you, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to agree here. This is certainly looking like about to be a done deal unless CRS pulls out something absolutely phenomenal. But look, maybe this is the play here for creators. Completely discard the progress that happened here on Chalet. Go into a map that is a little bit more favored, Oregon, and possibly make a play off that, pull a comeback that way. But I suppose we'll have to see, because right now, yeah, D8 are just there on a roll. And they're not intending to give out a whole lot of ground, really, to their opponents.
They're in a black, desolate island right now, and there seems to be an infinite number of ways that Desolate can secure this game. And creators, you get that reference, don't you? Creators here right now, down to this 3v5. It's very, very dire at the moment for the creators' side. I mean, their defense is already quite shaken on up. There isn't much aside from maybe some kind of miracle thrown their way, maybe an Eldritch Chant to get that one going, but for the meantime they're going to be quite pressured on this peak. But Error still finds that one. He's very low, Cthulhu, but he gets the kill, and while he's totally blind, he's in kind of a safe spot to hold on to this. And the plant, it will be stuck. Pie Guy should be able to get it down safely, and now this will come to potentially the final retake here by creators.
Yeah, and with the retake, this could be relatively workable, albeit with the health position, really, for D8. They actually in a bit of a cooked position, but cleverly as a plan B, and that being just hold the position from above. Error barely in any HP. Clover is pretty much the last hope for that, but does at the very least find a frag, but the hold from above, just too strong. No way. Creators pull away back. Good half. GG. That's Chalet in hands of Desolate. 7-3. Look, following kind of the trend that Desolate were able to perform, previously a 7-4 against Nonchalant Villains, 7-1, 7-2 against VALKYRIE, and now a 7-3 on map number 1 against Creators. Look, so far poising to make it a very dominant run through the PH qualifiers.
Pie Guy with 11 frags there, the next one on his team, 12, serving this up addition. Well, lots of plates to be cleaned right afterwards, right, with all those frags going their way. 7-3, and it was quite the top-heavy performance from the side of D8, yes, but then again, you know, sometimes you need those big players to kind of make those decisions for you, to make those plays and secure the game, and there are a few rounds that maybe could have gone either way, but to be quite honest with you, for the most part, Desolate were kind of in the driver's seat for that entire jig.
Definitely, look, whilst there were still a few hiccups that creators were able to absolutely use and abuse against D8, it didn't go anywhere far as just a one or two rounds. And apart from that, yeah, definitely D8 definitely kind of rolling into this grand final off a huge high with just absolutely dominating wins previously.
For sure. I mean, we're going to have to see if creators can make the comeback happen, but that's going to come after the break. So guys, don't go anywhere. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Cthulhu. Don't go anywhere. R6 operationally, the grand finals for the Philippines Qualifiers will be back in a hair.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist? You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome!
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello, shalom, buenos dias, greetings. Here we are back now with R6 Operation League Season 4 in the grand final with map number 1 taken by Desolate. But before that, let me introduce myself once again. I am Black and Blue, as seen down below, and with me is Cthulhu, the man himself. How are you doing, man, first of all? And second, what do you think about this game we got coming up with Desolate taking map number 1?
Doing pretty well, actually. Honestly, quite enjoying this whole run so far that Desolate has shown us throughout the whole qualifier, as a matter of fact. And their performance on Chalet, look, to say that it was dominant was, to say honestly, an understatement. Here, finishing it all off with a 7-3 scoreline definitely has set quite a precedent here for what could be the conclusion, really, in map number 2, given that Oregon is one of those most played maps, and I believe, actually, according to even the Wikipedia, Desolate has already played Oregon before against Nonchalant Villains, which did conclude in a 7-4 scoreline where they took the attacking side in a 4-2 fashion. So against creators here, they already done this before in Chalet, so why wouldn't they do it on this map? Well, suppose we'll have to find out.
I mean, for them to be going here now to the map pick of the creators themselves, right? We played Chalet map number 1. We're going now over to Oregon map number 2. This is a map pick of creators, but then again, what does that really mean? Especially after the dominating performance by Desolate earlier on. Their tag is D8, and so I have to believe that these guys are D&D players, and if you pull out the D8 roll, you kind of know that the luck you're about to get is going to be kind of wayward, and so that's something that I think they're going to kind of try and have here. A hasty decision for them to make, but still, otherwise, could work out in the end. Kaid, exact same bans so far here on map number 2 that we did have on map number... Actually, no, on our earlier series. Monty was up online a while ago, but when we saw Clubhouse in the first series, this was the exact bans we were seeing. Thatcher, Monty, Kaid, and our final one, VALKYRIE. Exact same as we saw in our opening series.
Look, yeah, I definitely have to say that the Monty here is going to be a huge ban, especially once again against creators. Like I alluded to before, they were the only teams that had Monty banned against them, especially on an Oregon back in the quarterfinals, and they were able to absolutely do. Well, there was still some damage being dealt. 7-4 scoreline. LFO still unfortunately lost to them back then, but in the context of this very matchup, the Monty pick is going to be absolutely huge, or rather, well, Monty ban, and could potentially cripple Creators' performance throughout the attacking side. But now that whilst we are on the defense side of Creators, they get yet another chance to really shine here. They kind of set up the pace themselves during Chalet, which unfortunately they were only able to find only a single point on their own defense. Now going into Oregon, a much more knowledgeable map for borderline the whole region. I definitely think that Creators might just be able to bring something new, something fresh here. The introduction of Malusi, the introduction of Castle could change the pacing quite a whole lot, but the fact that D8 decided to bring in the Maverick for Ruby Rose, decided to bring in the Jackal for Saharai Mac, well, pretty much just enforces more the idea that D8 are intending to maybe add a little bit of a spice into the the spice into the roster with the extra Heartbreacher, but as well, apart from that, the rest of the team of D8 are looking to be sticking to their guts, sticking to their comfort zone.
Maybe that's kind of what you need in a series like this. I mean, you're up 1-0. Yeah, you can try some fancy stuff, try some stuff you've never done before, but if you really want to secure the game, you have that 1-0 lead in the series, why not, right? But Castle being pulled out here, as you touched on, is going to be quite, could be a detriment on this. Are they going meeting to start off the map? They are, okay. Very interesting enough.
Yeah.
I would quite favor the kitchen and dining site over meeting, but we've been seeing here in the Philippines that a lot of teams actually like starting kitchen and, well, in this case, meeting. So it's very curious enough. They can take vertical control here. It doesn't seem to be that deep of... Actually, no, let me remind. I was lying. There's like 3 players up top, so this could propose a problem if Desolate cannot clear them out in time. You're going to be quite perplexed to get a safe plant off if you do not have that vertical control, but let's see now as they use all Hibana pellets to open up this breach, get themselves in a meeting, pushing in from the main lobby side, and this is certainly a place that you can plant on, especially here right in the corner, and they're actually going to bamboozle them. If a C4, if a Nitro Cell does not deny this from happening, and they cannot hear the plant because of these spam shots, they will get it down, and that is suddenly bamboozling them. They got the plant down, and now it's going to be so difficult to get the defuse off of.
Oh my lord. I didn't think that this would have been allowed, but really D8 were able to pull this off like this, and with literally barely any blood being drained, really this is the chance, the opportunity, but the diffuser actually is being stuck, but no, completely denied. Pie Guy swings about another one. This looks like a flawless round. Jello Jelly will be going down. D8 starting things off really nicely for themselves, and usually, look, I mean, at least with an ANZ, round 1 is kind of considered that kind of just do whatever, try to maybe play for that mental game. For Desolate, this means that they can really here just bring some of the more wilder ideas about how to execute, how to counter this, and it worked out so perfectly well. That Creators just looked so just lost in the sauce.
Not gonna say I was right, but then I did say I vastly prefer kitchen dining. For very good reason. For that exactly, number 1. Number 2, that's why you also do not double castle up, you know, the split there. Because of that exactly, it gives them a super safe way to plant. And with it being on both, you know, unmuted or unbandited or kaided, basically no wall denial from being opened up, that's exactly what you can kind of expect from a team who's done their homework. And in that case, they give you good, honestly, really simple stuff they did. They just opened up the wall, then they just had Ruby Rose kind of spam shots so they don't hear the fact that they're planting, and that's all they need to do. At that point, you know, you have no way to flush them out. You've got like 4 nades on this team to keep on denying the defuse, and even if that, they can just shoot you. So they're going once again for kitchen and meeting here. Not learning their lesson the first time around, quite hard-headed. My mom would be familiar with that aspect of a human being, but in this case, Okay, they're castling up the second floor this time, Cthulhu, so maybe a different game plan here?
Yeah, it looks like slightly different game plan. I don't think that DA will be allowed to do the same tomfoolery yet again. But look, at the very least, they still have all the utility like they brought in round number 1 and might just be able to punish creators regardless of whatever the outcome or whatever the setup is, because yet again, they have the opportunity to just easily make an entrance into the attic and go for the vertical play. They have the very same opportunity to go in for just, the full send right onto site. And for creators, they are a bit spread thin, so as long as D8 can isolate those 1v1s, this should be a successful push yet again.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to isolate yourself. That's giving the enemy, doing the job for them, basically, and that's something you want to try and avoid. But Aimer here will find that frag, and Ruby Rose will get a direct trade immediately from the top of the big tower. This gives him an alleyway to try and push into the attic, but I'm not sure if that's exactly their plan. This second floor hold will be somewhat of a problem, and now because they pulled off, that cheeky meeting plant earlier on in round number 1, it's going to be quite difficult to pull that off a second time, as this time creators are going to be looking out for that exact same strat. But with the fact here that Cookie Neko's pretty firmly placed inside, rather on top of the second floor here, and so is this castle being played by Krova, it can be quite difficult for them to flush on out. I'm not sure if there are any ADSs here at the end, but they can potentially nade his position out, and he barely escapes with his life. They don't realize he's crossed, and Jello Jelly on the flank is able to find one. A trade here from Rios, but not the direct one at the very least. They still bring it down to a 3v3 kill.
Exactly. Already we did see Jello Jelly completely default back to the side, which is going to be still keeping D8 on their toes, thinking that the flank could still be quite around, but regardless of that, this allows them to advance a little bit further, borderline maybe even send straight to the side through the hatch, but there is going to be a very nasty surprise awaiting for them. There is already a flank as well coming about. I don't think Ruby Rose is aware of that. Malusi could actually fall into the absolute classic blunder, but no, it's instead Cookie Neko that gets the better of Ruby Rose, and all of a sudden D8 looking like they are going to be the ones to be on the back foot.
It's not a position you necessarily want to be in here, D8, but if they can find another pick, then this can certainly work on that. But Jello Jelly is going to land his shots truly on the Pie guy. And now, as he's baked, it's all on the Rios to be able to bring this one on back. He's made a complete loop-de-loop around himself. He can potentially find a pick off. That he does. But with one of the players being up top, this is going to be almost impossible for him to fish for the frag. So he's going to have to go for a plant here. Otherwise, there's no chance. He's going to try and stick it, but on the push, Jello Jelly will get another kill in the round as the creators make the meeting and kitchen hold work out, wasting enough time to secure it, and they equalize now the match 1-1.
Jello Jelly ended up being kind of that MVP for that round, really being able to swing the momentum quite heavily in Creator's favor. Not only he was able to firstly destabilize it again, the position on the tower stairs, he was able to keep on continuously rotating around between the site, going on a flank, knowing exactly how to play his opponents. Whereas for Desolate, they felt a little bit lost as to how they wanted to approach. Maybe it's one of those kind of curses that they need to play out a couple of rounds to kind of figure out what is the pacing of their opponents, and quite rightfully so, they done somewhat of a similar job back on Chalet, where 2 rounds were lost out back to back, and from there out, D8 were able to just absolutely stomp the opposition, albeit without quite a fair few drops of sweat. I'll say that. It wasn't a clean-cut victory back on Chalet, so I wouldn't be excluding the fact that maybe here this is going to be yet another one of those really, really sweaty games. And creators look, so far, they are certainly looking much more confident on their own map pick of Oregon than Chalet, which kind of maybe begs to question how big is the actually prepared map pool creators compared to somebody like Desolate, who already shown some promising signs on Chalet and possibly even something for the rest of the maps.
Well, knowing that we're in Southeast Asia and the Pacific in general, we know that Oregon is played quite a bit, right? So it's one of those maps that most teams should be familiar with. You even told me a joke off stream, off cam, about OCL being a kind of, you guys like to tag it as Oregon Clubhouse or Clubhouse League.
Yeah, Oregon Clubhouse
It's been
League,
the map that we see so much, and that was true a while ago for us too. We had Clubhouse and Coastline played back to back, and that was like, okay, what's up with today? But for the meantime, as we're playing Oregon, this is a very, very well played map. The 3 most played maps you're going to see in Southeast Asia are typically like, Coastline, Clubhouse, and Oregon. So we're on the 3rd right now, the latest one of that, and Wheels finds a pick off in the Jello Jelly, trying to enter their way here in from the small tower side, and with that, they, I think, still kind of a bit back on time, but it's not too delayed with what last week. They still got something to work with here. They have white stairs control, which, to be fair, is something they can work off of, but you're going to need a bit more than that. You cannot mount your attack purely based on a white stairs control, so you need something more. Maybe if they can take the master side, or maybe if they can take, the attic side, and they can make something out of this.
Yeah, attic push would definitely be very much suggested here for D8. They do want to have a very successful push. Otherwise, things like this would really happen. Aimer absolutely playing that choke point to the perfection, getting the better of Cleverly without any kind of repercussions and without losing a whole lot of HP. Jello Jelly, at the very least, has been taken out, so technically a 1-for-1 trade in the matter of just a few moments. So at the very least, that's workable. There is a SAS Shogun about to be swung about, and Ruby Rose, knowing exactly, being the Shogun main on defense himself, knows how deadly can that be.
Yeah, that's something you do not want to challenge, but Aimer takes so much damage, almost going down. That one flash on out. First one captured by the Womai Magnet, but the second will land true. Here comes another Womai Magnet. These projectile denials are perfect right now for the side of CRS, but Reels will find that pick here for D8 Desolate. They've got that man advantage to work with. They brought it now to a 4 versus 2 with this lead. 1v4, they can push on the white stairs. It's all on the Crowther. He's got the 4-1-6 in hand, but he cannot land the shot as Ruby Rose gets another. And Desolate go up 2-1 in the half.
Imagine poor Crowther. See, hearing initially the call that plant is going down, then sees Hibana with the diffuser go over to the much more open angle, starting to go in for the plant, but then you see literally Ruby Rose to just swing you like a mad lad and get the better of you. How lost did Crowther feel? Because I would be just fuming, like literal steam out of my ears as to why in the flying heck was that even allowed.
I don't know, man.
Just
must
the
be
sheer
some
audacity
sort of,
behind that.
yeah, just hidden, Eldritch Jutsu kind of plant there. I've never seen that, but there's no. Okay, I'm gonna try and maybe quantify things here. One of the only reasons why I think he didn't go for the default games plant is maybe he thought the last living operator on the enemy side for Desolate, rather for Creators, was someone with a Nitro Cell who could maybe deny the plant that way, and so he tried to get a bit of an off angle, but then it was a Jaeger, and so I guess that would only be true barring that information that it was a Jaeger, the last one to be alive. But even then, you're in a 4v1, it's very risky, but they get the round anyways, so bygones be bygones. Hindsight is 2020. Creators lose a round, Desolate up 2-1, but they're going back to the same exact site. Desolate, we talked about how, they're able to take white stairs, and you mentioned that an attic push would be quite advised here, but even not with that, even without that, they were able to take that master bedroom side, open up the wall from the walk-in in the games, and that was more than enough for them to really secure themselves. And so, even with that little control, Desolate are able to make it work on out. This is honestly starting to look a bit scary for Creators in the series.
Yeah, if Creators pretty much allow that kind of swing to just come about and just win them, or rather, well, for Creators to lose them those kind of rounds, look, it's definitely a scary prospect, because yes, they have the brains, yes, they have the setups, yes, they have one of the widest ROMs so far, but yet no real result has came out of that. Ruby Rose in a position to possibly lose his head from that ROM on the T3, but doesn't look like that is actually going to be emphasized in any shape or form. You already look at Creators' setups. Yes, they have the ROM, but it is extremely passive. No aggressive swings, no spawn peaks whatsoever. Complete polar opposite to what VALKYRIE initially tried to set up, but well, VALKYRIE for that reason lost. So maybe this is kind of the better idea by creators, but with this kind of spread out lineup, one would imagine that at least some forms of aggression would be shown here.
Loading shock! Miss me?
Well, it has to be aptly timed. Can't just be, you know, wayward aggression that can be easily punished, but I'm sure they know that at this point. Especially for a team like Desolate to have been quite good in punishing those type of things. And creators, they've given up most of control here of this eastern side. Masters firmly in their hold, and Ruby Rose rather cleverly taking lots of damage, and loses his life to that as well. So errors nicely done from him. No mistakes so far. Nitro sell out. I think he shot it out of the air too. He didn't even know and realize that. Sahara Mac finds a frag here to get the trade off. Ruby Rose, a good kill for him. And they've swung this advantage back out around towards their side.
Located a bomb.
Yeah, with Aimer out of the equation, this could be quite a huge change of pace. Another swing comes about. This time 2 people are there. Nah, won't be allowed this kind of swing. But still, Pie Guy and Saharai Mac are still in play. C4, oh no.
Flashbang out.
Oh buddy.
Bomb
There, you
located
can't
by
plan there,
attackers.
mate. Gotta stick it. Saharai Mac should be able to actually watch the cross, so this is still very workable, but no!
Activating diffuser.
Out from this angle. Oh, buddy, this is a nail biter here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
They
boy.
don't deny the plant.
Oh,
Sahara
boy.
Mac gets the kill, and Pie Guy will follow on up after. The execution duo executing the round and getting it done perfectly in that 2v1. But, you know, that Smokecaster, he was in the exact spot that you want the smoke to be to deny the plant, but it didn't seem like he was aware of it going down. And even in that, well, I don't know, man, just small errors here, small misplays, and small few heads-up moments that they don't catch for themselves that really kind of shoot themselves in the foot here. CRS, it's looking like Desolate to take maybe a 4th round, but we haven't seen them take the basement side yet. We haven't seen them take Laundry and Supply, and for creators, they might be able to shake something up here. No more mute, 6 pick out for the Jaeger. Will this be enough? Melusi coming into play. Who knows? It might just slow him down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm actually quite curious about that change that we just seen from Ruby Rose. Swapping over from Maverick to a Sledge, theoretically, utility-wise, you're switching essentially from the hard breacher to soft breacher, but still you get still the same 2 frag grenades, still a phenomenal gun for swinging. Bar, well, now the deceased SMG-11, that is no longer in the hands of Sledge. Everything else is just about the same kit, so I'm curious what was the decision behind that, given that now it's all down to Pie Guy to do any kind of hard breaching. On the side of CRS, though, the decision to bring in a Jaeger is a crucial decision, purely for the fact that they are not bringing the Wamai, and without any kind of grenade protection, well, they could be absolutely boned, I'll have to say.
L85, bro. L85 is maybe the only reason why you'd bring the Sledge over here, I guess. I mean, you go to 2 armor, 2 speed, you lose a lot of that hard breach potential, and you bring yourself a nice thick hammer. So, yeah, that's about it. That's all I can come up with at this point. As you said, no more SMG-11. I am inherently against the change of, but this way it is. But yeah, they bring the Sledge on here this time. As you said, Ruby Rose not on that Maverick, which honestly would have helped. But then again, there isn't a Kaid here to really propose, you know, a electrocute breach problem. I mean, hatch problem. So they have no problem breaching that. But Saharai Mag here with the PD dub, finding the opening pick on an aimer. So Goyo taking out, Nitrocell removed off of the board. I think his shields should be already placed down. That might have been one there. Actually, no, it was just a plain deployable shield on the pillar itself, but you should have 2 more shields inside the site, so that could propose a problem, but they've got a pretty extended roam up top here for the creator's side.
Yeah, look, I mean, I still can say that Jello Jelly could definitely introduce a bit of a issue here, but what was Error doing there? I'm a bit of a lag in the brain. Maybe he was trying to hide. Who the heck knows, honestly. But what we do know for a fact, though, full control of the ground floor has now been established. Jello Jelly has fallen back to the site, and now it is kind of the final phase for D8's push, and they coming into it with a minute 15 to go. All 5 gamers, not a single bit of HP lost, and so far everything is lighting up for a potentially a 4th point, but this is going to be the most important hurdle for them to take over.
Will be one that they're going to have to hop over because this is looking pretty dire at the moment in terms of the man disadvantage, but they've got a good position here to hold down this freezer side. That shield will propose quite a big problem here for the side D8, especially with the ADS is protecting it. You're going to have to burn it down in record time or else this could be dealt with. Although, he can shoot this Ash Charge far away enough. Cleverly crawling up here, playing it very close, very dicey for him, able to barely escape, but not for too long as Krova and Jello Jelly will find the frag apiece. But here comes the Storm on the siege on the side. Pie Guy and Royals will bring it down to a 1v3 in the favor of Desolate as Krova is the last one left remaining. One player down, but it does not matter as Saharai Mag picks up the slack and the round here to bring it 4-1 as we're moving into the final round of the half. Desolate, even in these situations, decimate the competition, and they bring it real close to maybe icing the game.
If Desolate will be able to finish this off in a 4-2 fashion, this will be the exact replication of what they were able to do against Villains back in the quarterfinals, which was a 4-2 scoreline on the attack, and then they concluded the roll, wrapped it all up nicely with a tie with a 3-point winner on the defense. So this is a possibility. Creators certainly not feeling themselves too well, and you look at some of those openings, once again, they falling into a very similar kind of wormhole as the VALKYRIE Esports. They were having a really good idea about how to set it up. They had a few decent rounds. Apart from that, they weren't punishing enough of what Desolate been opening up for them. And even here on Oregon, even within a context of previously round number 5, creators could have punished D8 severely. The moment Saharai Mac would have been gone, that would have been a huge chunk of map completely re-established back into the hands of creators, and from there on, that could have been a complete snowball effect against D8. But look, that's not the case. D8 are the ones in the lead, and they are doing it with absolute finesse.
Yeah, well, D8, they're the team with more experience and obviously more coordination as of the moment. The creators are really struggling to find that footing here, and mind you, Cthulhu, they're on the defensive side, which if they're struggling right now, I only assume the worst, unfortunately, on this attacking side when they switch on over to the second half. But hopefully here for CRS, they can bring it at the very least 4-2. It's going to be an uphill battle all the way, yes, but one more digestible than a 5-1 end of the first half. We've got something to work with here, though. They do know the positions of the attacking D8 right now as they're trying to push it from the attic side. They potentially isolate this fight. Krova with the UMP, not the best weapon in hand, but it can get the job done if you can land the shot. It's going to be very difficult to do so, especially with him going up against Cleverly here, who has done quite a good job of holding down the line, but Aimer taking so much damage in return, almost going down to the nade there, barely escapes.
Or Aimer just does not have a fun time at all. The man who was able to find so many openings back on Chalet, unfortunately not feeling too hot, already so much ground being given away. A phenomenal swing from Cleverly off the back of that Iana hologram. And D8, round by round, improving their play and managing to play like a very well-functioning, well-oiled machine. But, well, I say that the moment I start praising them, Cleverly just commits unalive to the hands of Aimer.
It's a caster's curse, man. You praise them once, that's just they're nice.
That's it. Dead.
1-4. Look, I bet if we start saying Desolate are so good, they're the most amazing team, they're so great, they're going to win every single round, we're going to start losing. Oh, never mind. I actually by saying that. Saharai Mac, he gets the pick off, and I thought I was going to curse him by saying that, but nope, it doesn't work that way. 2v4. And the score is looking to go 5-1 to end the half. But Desolate, they got 45 seconds left on the clock, a quarter off of that minute clock. And
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't know, man. The double SAS here is going to have to work out somehow. Maybe to delay enough time, but Reels will find Aimer. It's all onto error. No mistakes can be given at this moment, but it shall pass as Ruby Rose on the swing. Quick drop down from the hatch and brings it 5-1 to end this first half. this is looking like a potentially sealed game for Desolate.
Spain, but the S is silent, is the only destination so far that creators have been taken to, and I don't think they have the return tickets from that at all. 1-5 is a huge scoreline that you have to claw yourselves out of, especially now that they are on the offense. Look, yeah, things are certainly looking extremely dire for them, albeit we've seen throughout this whole qualifier that attacking side can still be a very dominant part of your performance, but not more dominant than your defense,
Defenders,
which
protect your bombs from being
is
defused by attackers.
a huge question mark here about creators who so far managed to show some good performance, albeit struggled on the semifinals to close it out. 7-4, 7-5 did go full regular rounds against Desolate. There seemed to be no answer, and this was actually the point that I mentioned during the Desolate versus Valkyrie as well. It seems like the issue is that majority of the teams are approaching this with a very strategical point in mind and trying to play for utility. Whereas Desolate, they don't care about utility. Yes, they are bringing in a fair bit. Yes, they're bringing in some of the drones, but that's it. The rest of their game, it literally balances around their extremely aggressive and very well coordinated gunfight capabilities. And the moment there's going to be a team that will be able to play passively with the frags and also have a good utility game is when Desolate train will just come to a complete halt.
Well, that certainly seems the case, and it's working out for them. They have the mechanical capabilities to really make that strategy work out, I guess, in their favor, and it's been by far an outclassing show here by Desolate versus pretty much any team they've come up against here today. And creators, they're looking like maybe the next victims of that, but they do have an opportunity here. Opening round of this half could potentially go their way if they can find a few pickoffs here. If they can take this second floor control in good time, then they can start coming back into this record. And 5-1, that's a huge lead to come back into here, especially at the custom match point, obviously. But look at Ryul's. He knows exactly the angles they're holding. Oh, the punish show from Krova. That was huge for him to get the trade. Almost going down himself, taking down to less than half of his HP, but case in point, he still gets the pick off, and that is at least something they got to work with.
Yeah, at the very least, for creators, they still have plentiful amount of soft breach and form of error, so not all is lost, and Krova still gets to keep 2 more of his air jabs for a later usage, but with already half a round all gone and done and dusted, D8, well, really all they need to do is just default either back to the side and pretty much hold defensive positions, not really going for a whole lot of swings, and I don't think they are intending to give a whole lot of those swings really to TRS, but look, I say that Ruby Rose is yet again continuing to be an absolute feat.
Okay, so brought down to a 3v4. This is not looking too well for creators at the meantime. 50 seconds left on the clock. Error almost finds the pick off there, but Sahara Mac will get cooked Neko. Cooked Neko, rather. And that's not a good menu to be served here when you're down 40 seconds left on the clock and you lose a pick, especially now 3v4. They have no control of anything whatsoever. They're going to have to strong arm their way here into the laundry itself, and in that endeavor, Sahara Mac will find a double kill. Error going down. Aimer has no choice but to go close, but he doesn't know Sahara Mac is even closer. G2 skin on hand, and he's going to bring them within one single round of this Grand Finals Championship title.
That has to be one of the more upsetting turnouts here for creators. Coming to the Grand Finals only to be slammed with a 7-3 and a possibility of a 7-1. Not even be able to be allowed to get to the third map, and well, everything so far is pointing into the fact that Desolate might just be able to win out this Grand Final and essentially move themselves further in through the whole Operation League. But honestly, kids dorms and main hall as possibly the final site is a really solid decision, and the site that does allow plentiful amount of creativity about how you defend it, with even the ability to play around Zulu, really, as a roamer. Could be a solid idea, albeit I'm assuming that this is going to be very much, like you mentioned before, by the book, play by Desolate. Nothing too experimental just yet. Maybe once we get to some of the more larger games between the sub-regions, but apart from that, really, even lineup-wise, this is all just pointing into the fact that they are intending to deny as much information as possible to force creators to go in for the face checking around the corner, which is exactly where Desolate come out on top.
5 seconds to go.
Hey, I mean, on paper, it does seem like it could work out. You have lots of this information denial, right, to stop the drones from peeking, and when they go around the corner to try and face check that, as you said, suddenly they're greeted by a shield, and they have 3 of those. Obviously 2 with the Goyo and 1 on Pi Guy here on the smoke, so there's a lot to contend with. And 4, and to fight over 4 creators, and okay, no one saw that.
Not at all. Yeah. Look, apart from the few hiccups, I'm curious how will Air try to replicate Saharai Mac's success on the Jackal, though, because Jackal was quite a huge leverage for DA to make their advancements, even in the moments of losing out the man count, the advantage. It was the Jackal that was always there to kind of be the active flank watch, and Air here using the C7 rather than PDW, well, means that the man might want to go in for a few more long-range gunfights, but what he doesn't know, Saharai Mac is on the flank, and oh boy, this will be huge if he gets up at the very least 1 or 2 frags.
C7 gang. I approve.
I read that.
But now, yeah,
Bomb located by
going in to this attic side, which they're taking most control of, and this is where we start to see the game plan of Desolate, if it will work out in the first place. Well, first of all, they had lots of drone denial, but this drone is firmly in the site, so somehow able to sneak on by. 2 ADSs there from that entrance into, from the master side, and that's going to propose a problem now. Can they actually force that one? They have big wall control for the meantime. Looks like Cook Neko to try and simply vault on in, hot reaching his way, and he's somehow found a position, but Reels is going to punish that double kill for him. Saharai Mac finding 1 as well. Very ill-advised. What was that coming in from him? I think he thought it was safe, but then why not just vault in? Okay. Maybe to get past the barbed wire initially, but
I think so, yeah. I mean, it kind of worked. And there was an opening from below as well that was dealing damage.
That was true. That is very true. But then again, you can't make more noise doing that. But then again, hindsight's 50-50. Jelly, though, this is the task at hand. He has to focus on the present right now. He's going to be taking this fight against Ryuzu, tagging up quite a bit, pulls out the pistol, and that will barely keep him alive. But how long can he stay in this one? Man, 1v4. I think it's safe to say that this is a done game, this is a done series, and there's no time for Jelly to work with. He's going to have to completely bum rush his way into the site, and after that, there's no way he's going to find every single pick. They're going to run away. They're not even going to give up any of the frags here. They don't even want to kill him. Never mind, Cleverly is like, I'm going to take it for myself. And D8 Desolate are going to be your Philippine representatives in the playoffs for the Rainbow Six Operation League. Congratulations, as they take every single game 2-0, so do they do the grand finals as well.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. Desolate being able to employ such a dominant performance from them. It's, look, one way to pull in a statement here for Philippines representatives, and honestly, I'm just excited to see how will they perform against some of the other teams that managed to qualify, because, look, whilst in their own kind of country, they would be one of the better teams to date, but against some of the other representatives, things could certainly go south. So this is definitely going to be the big test to their ability to keep up that aggressive nature of their performance, because I certainly have to say that this will catch quite a lot of players off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it works out here in the Philippine scene, the local scene, but when we get on over to the playoffs, that's a completely different story. To be quite honest with you, I don't think they're the favorites to win the whole thing, but they do have a good chance to maybe pull off some great upsets in the playoffs because of their very aggressive and very unorthodox play style. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to see as well, as much as you are as well in, the playoffs when you do go on over to. But for the meantime, they can, kind of enjoy and congratulate themselves for the win here to take it 2-0. They took both theirs and the opponent's map pick. Obviously, we didn't go to Clubhouse. Thank God for a third time, because we would have liked to see a different map this time around, right, for the decider. But it is what it is. We go 2-0 for the entire day. Every single map today has been 2-0. In this case, the final one shall be dealt with by DA. Congratulations to them once again.
Yeah, look, honestly, huge congrats. Massive win. Exciting future really holds here, and just, look, I suppose the rest of the Operation League will be definitely a bit of a nail-biter.
Definitely so, for sure. Once again, they are the champions here, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Glasses off here for Cthulhu, so I guess he means business, because it was really a pleasure to cast with you, man, this time. First time on the table, first time sharing the desk with you, and once again, it was great doing it. Hope to see you guys back here as well the next time around before we go on over, to the playoffs. We're going to have the Indonesian qualifiers next week around, and so, Cthulhu, any final thoughts before we close off the day?
Honestly, I'm excited to be in for the ride, because so far what I've been essentially proving is even maps like Oregon, even maps like Clubhouse can be made extremely, extremely action-packed, all thanks to all of those phenomenal teams.
Definitely so. Thank you there so much, Cthulhu, for joining me once again, and thank you guys so much for joining us here for the Philippine Qualifiers for the R6 Operation League. I'm Black and Blue. With me is the one and only Cthulhu. Hey, that rhymes, guys. See you back next time here for the Indonesian qualifiers, as Desolate will be moving over to the playoffs. You'll see them next time around, but for the meantime, this is it. Goodbye. Good night.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know.
Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place.